quick check. By now, we understand the basics behind how to learn, how we are using our brain a little bit more effectively and efficiently now based on the cave theory. We understand the idea of order control and why we need to learn in the order that we dictate. That means that our brain is going to pick it up and absorb it and retain it in the fastest and most efficient possible way. And that the secret for really studying efficiently is maximizing our retention as early as possible so that we're not wasting time on relearning things, and it frees up more time for us to rote learn and memorize anything that we need to that gets left behind, as well as do exam preparation and more technical, subject-specific, curriculum-specific prep that it's harder to save time on. Okay, that's where we're at, and we realize that the AIM step is that important step to create real curiosity and activate that problem-solving, survive or thrive mentality that the cave theory tells us is a really efficient way to learn. And that's a process of inquiry-based learning. And we touched on how we can make sure that we are staying productive and removing distractions and increasing our focus at that point. So now we are actually ready to take the aim and actually shoot. So after aiming, naturally, we shoot in the direction that we aim in. So what the shoot step really means is that we are taking that curiosity and we're satiating that curiosity. We've got questions and we're answering those questions. So the aim step is the most important. The shoot step is the one where if you do the aim step well, it shouldn't be too difficult, but most students have a lot of difficulty with the shoot step. Not because it's hard per se, but because we often have a lot of habits that we will very easily slip back into when it comes to reading books and writing notes. So I want to take this very step by step so that you know exactly how to write good notes, how to maintain this very aimed problem-solving mindset, even when we're shooting. We don't want to aim and then when we shoot, we're like, blah, and just shoot in some random direction. We want to make sure that we're aiming, and then when we're shooting, we are actually shooting consistently in the direction that we aimed at. There's no point having primed our brain to think so efficiently and given it all this curiosity, and then when we shoot, we completely just go off on a tangent and then go back to the old linear, passive way of studying that we were used to and comfortable with. We really want to make sure that the shoot is very well aligned so that we're getting that high level of retention that's so important. Okay, so if we look back at that overview of the bear hunter system that we went through before, okay, this is what we have understood so far. We know about the cave theory. We know that our brain tends to forget. We know that we need to activate this problem solving and pattern finding step. Therefore, the bear hunter system allows us to aim, shoot, and skin. We know that the aim step allows us to build that curiosity. Hopefully that's quite clear. By now, we practice that traffic light system in order to build this. And then the shoot step comes in to fulfill that curiosity. And then after that, we can potentially aim again and shoot again and aim and shoot until we've really finished studying through this inquiry-based learning process, right? So we're now looking at the shoot step of the bear hunter system. This is what we do after we have aimed. So what we do with the aim is this. We're creating high-quality questions. Okay, this is aiming. We create high-quality questions that allow us to enter into a problem-solving mentality, really trying to figure it out, examining the jigsaw pieces. We're very curious about it. And maybe even if we want at the highest level, it's even emotional or personal to us because it just makes it more and more relevant. It ramps up, just dials up the relevancy in our brain and makes it, therefore, increase the level of retention. And the types of questions that we tend to ask, the highest quality questions, are the ones that, first of all, okay, well, what is it? And then after that, why is it important? And number 3, how does it relate to everything? So this should all be a recap, nothing new. But now the new part is what we're doing now, which is the shoot step, which is this bit here, okay? The shoot step, where in the shoot step, what we're doing is we are creating logical, interconnected answers to the questions that we had above. Logical, meaning that we know exactly why the answer is the way that it is. We haven't just memorized it. We haven't just accepted it because it is the way that the universe has made it, not just because our teacher told us. We understand where that answer comes from. It makes sense. Interconnected, meaning that we understand how all the nodes of information connect with each other. We have lots of connections to and from things, and it's activating that part of our brain, like we talked about with that train station example. We have maximized the number of connections, and we've given our brain high relevance and said, hey, don't throw this away because it's connected to so many other things. Okay, that's what we're trying to do in the shoot step. What we're trying to do is we're building this. We're building our web of understanding, the thing that I've talked about so much now. We're really building that web of knowledge very, very firmly. Okay, and therefore, because it's a web of knowledge, right? Because it's a web with connections, it has to be focused on relationships. So relationships focused. The alternative to relationships focused would be information focused, okay? Well, that's not what we want. We don't want info focused. Info focused is like those questions that ask just what, okay? What is this? What is the definition? Those types of questions where you don't really need to think about how it fits in with everything else. We don't relate it to anything outside of just that individual fact or just that individual concept. That's information focused. And we don't want that, right? We don't want that because, remember, it doesn't allow us to build knowledge that is relational to other pieces of information. And therefore, because it's not relational, it will be isolated. And then our brain says, hey, this doesn't seem to be relevant to anything else. Let's forget it. And that reduces our retention. All right. So we want to make sure that whatever we build in our shoot step, this web is relationships focused, and that the facts and details, the things that we do need to know for our tests and exams, there are logical consequences of those relationships, right? So again, it means that we have made sense of it. Okay, and again, when we calibrate this to something that we know really well, like our hobbies, or our favorite book series or movie series or character, or a sport or an instrument, stuff that we have learned really organically using the cave theory without even realizing it. When we calibrate and compare to that, we know that there are facts and details that are very logical. If you're a professional violinist, okay, you know probably how long the bow is just by imagining it without ever having learned exactly how long it is. If you're a professional soccer player, you know the position of every member of your team and where they are in the field, and at any given situation, what their role should be. That's very detailed knowledge. Okay, but you don't have to memorize that. If it was in a curriculum, you might make that into a flashcard and be like, oh, okay, in this type of situation, then the answer is, okay, the defender needs to do this, and then the striker needs to do this. And you might have memorized that if soccer was a curriculum and you took it at school. But because we learned it organically, we realize that we don't have to memorize this. We don't have to memorize that detail. It just makes sense. It's like, of course, that's the way it is because we understand where it comes from. It's very logical, and that's the type of learning that we want to develop, okay? We want most of our learning to be logical. Now, not everything is going to be like that. Again, like I've said before, there is some stuff that you will have to rote learn and memorize just through repetition, but we just want to limit that as much as possible. We want as much of our learning to be as logical as it can be. And one of the best ways that we can ensure that our shoot step is consistent is that, so that if we're aiming in a certain direction and we're aiming to shoot there, that we do actually go in that direction rather than just being like blah and then going in a random direction as soon as we open up our textbook because our bad habits just took over. One of the best ways is to actually build a very effective note-taking system, so that if you were to follow the guidelines in the note-taking system, it's much harder to do the bad habits, okay? So we're going to look at how we can write notes so that when we shoot, we actually do this type of shooting and not the bad type of shooting and bad note-taking. Because note-taking is so much of studying is just note-taking, And we want to make sure that the way we write notes is actually conducive to our learning and not just a waste of time. And the unfortunate truth is that most of the way that people write notes, and I really, really mean most, like definitely more than 99% of students, they write notes horribly. So don't worry, because after I teach you how to write notes more effectively, your ability to write notes is going to be so much better than it was before. And it's going to be so much better than other people around you. Your friends will be asking you for help. It's very achievable. I've never had a student who's not able to do this. I have had students that have struggled with bits of it here and there, but it's always just because they've misunderstood a certain step. So I'm going to do my best to explain every single step as clearly as possible, so that when you write your notes, you can be safe and secure in knowing that this is the way that you can truly aim and shoot consistently and do this really effective bear hunter system, from beginning to end without getting it wrong. All you need to do is just listen to my advice, follow the guidelines, and we will definitely be able to get you there. So let's look at how we can write more effective notes as a first step of our shoot system. Effective note-taking. So there are a number of guidelines for effective note-taking, and we can remember them through VP Ref RE. VP Ref RE. Okay, say it with me. VP Ref RE. So VP Ref RE is our guidelines for effective note-taking. You don't have to do all of these things all at once, okay? If you have a really, really rigid way of note-taking, and most students do, the very rigid left to right linear way of note-taking that you're used to, and then this is just what's comfortable for you, and it's going to take a long time to really follow all the VP Ref RE guidelines. Look, that's okay, that's okay. The most important thing is you take it step by step. So follow these guidelines, and until you are more comfortable with doing all of these steps, just feel free to stay here. It's definitely worth the time. And even if you're just focusing on one of these at a time, you will, eventually get there. It's much better to do it that way than trying to, again, summit the mountain in a single go and then just like dying and, falling off the edge of the cliff and just not having enough energy to climb back up again. So the V. The V stands for making things visual. So when I'm talking about visual, you will have seen, hopefully you've noticed by now, is that when I write notes, I use a lot of these images. In fact, you'll probably notice that I spend quite a bit of time drawing things out. My notes legitimately look like that. Now, okay, by the way, I've obviously, studied science. Okay, I've studied medical science, which is actually quite different from just pure science, which is including like anatomy, including physiology, including learning about different diseases, looking at communication skills, notes about ethics. I've written notes about philosophy. I've taken university level English. I've studied business. I've studied marketing. What else have I studied? I've even studied a little bit of law and legal studies. So the point is, I've studied a wide range of topics, These effective note-taking principles are applicable for all of these, Across the board, it's always been effective. So what visual note-taking means is that we want to reduce the amount of words that we're using. We don't want to write, we very rarely want to write in full sentences. We almost never want to write in paragraphs. Why is this? There's a very clear reason, So the research is quite clear. The research is quite clear that when you use your brain in multiple ways, or multiple modes of learning, it is more effective. It increases our retention, So if we were to read something and then write it, there's a bit of learning there. But if we were to read it and then draw a picture about it, it would be more effective. But if that picture was a little bit abstract, not even scientific or very accurate, but a little bit abstract, that's even more efficient. And then if we were to then teach it out loud and then hear someone explain it to us and then practice it as a skill in real life, if it's possible, then it's even more effective. So this is actually called multimodal learning. Now, back in the old days, what we used to think was that there was a single learning style. Okay? And actually, this you can still hear people talking about their learning style. And we used to think that certain people have a certain learning style. And for years, this is what we used to think. We now know this is completely false, okay? This is completely, and not a lot of people know this, okay? Well, everyone that knows about educational research knows this, but there are still some people, it's so annoying. There's still some YouTube gurus or whatever that preach on about learning styles. The research is extremely clear on this. There's really no room for argument about this anymore. There's actually no such thing as learning styles for individuals. That's not to say that, so you get, I would say, like this, reading and writing is one style, okay? Pictures, abstract represent, that's one style. Auditory, speaking, that's one style. Practicing, that's one style. And there's this thing called VARC previously that was quite famous. Visual, auditory, read and write, kinesthetic. Kinesthetic being more like experiences and practice and really, feeling it. This used to be kind of how we used to study. And these were the different learning styles that people would talk about, okay? These are all the different styles. So some people would say, I'm a visual learner, I'm an auditory, I'm a read and write learner. There were so many studies that were done on this, like really enormous, very long studies for a very long period of time to see this. And actually what we realized, it's actually false. So what we found was that most people are read and write and visual style learners, okay? And I do this with air quotation marks. We found that this was their learning style. But it's only because modern academic schools have such a heavy focus on visual and read and write. But what about auditory? Why is it so that auditory learning, even though we go to classes and we've gone to classes and school is based around people talking to us, why is it that we're not so good at the auditory learning? Well, it turns out that when someone is listening to, talking to you, it's very easy to just zone out. It's much harder to zone out when you are watching something or reading something, okay? It's still possible to, and I'm sure you know that it's possible to, but it's a little bit harder to. So there is actually no such thing as a learning style. What we have found is that there are instead things called learning preferences. Learning preferences. And learning preferences means that for certain types of information, we prefer to learn this in a certain way. So some things we prefer explained to us. Some things we prefer read or written. And some things we prefer watching a video or seeing a flow chart or a diagram. What the research interestingly shows is that most things, almost all things, we are more efficient at learning when we use multiple modes rather than a single mode. So all learners are able to learn in multiple modes. All learners are able to learn in multiple modes. And actually, thinking that you have a certain learning style is actually very dangerous. And even some teachers will talk about learning styles. It's false, is very false. The reason that it's dangerous is because it promotes this very fixed idea that like your brain is just like this kind of, fixed object. The reality is that the human brain is capable of learning extremely well in very wide range of circumstances and situations and stimuli. In reality, we may have certain preferences, but we should actually use as many modes as possible. The thing that correlates the most with how well we're learning is how switched on our brain is when we're doing it. So if we're not paying attention while we're reading, it's not effective. If we're not paying attention while we are watching a video or drawing a picture, it's not effective. If we're not paying attention while we're listening, it's not effective. If we're not paying attention during an experiment for chemistry, it's not effective at teaching us anything. So the most correlating part is how switched on our brain is. So techniques that are harder to switch off are better, no matter what they look like. So why do I say we should make our notes visual? Because it's hard to make our notes talk to us, and it's hard to experience our notes. We tend to already have a lot of reading and writing in our learning. So having our own notes as reading and writing is very ineffective because it's only using our brain the same way it's already being used. Whereas we don't tend to activate the visual aspect of our brain very often or as often. So we want to make an effort to have visual aspects in our learning, like little doodles, like I've done here, like little drawings, like using symbols and using shorthand, okay, and using doodles and diagrams. And I'm going to talk about doodles a little bit more here because, like I said, it's actually better to make things a bit more abstract rather than accurate. And this is because it turns out that in the brain, you've got two hemispheres, a left brain and a right brain. I'm sure you've heard about this. The part of the brain that is involved in very critical thinking and really problem solving is actually in a different hemisphere of your brain to abstract reasoning, okay? An abstract and artistic expression. And we want to actually use both hemispheres. We want to use both hemispheres. So if you read a paragraph in words, think about how you could represent that paragraph with doodles. That is one of the most effective ways that you can write your notes because you're using the critical problem-solving part of your brain, you're reading it, and then you're thinking about how you can represent that differently, which is what abstract means, and then you're artistically expressing that in a doodle. That is incredibly effective. So I know I felt, and my students have felt exactly how effective that is. So when you look at my notes, it's not even, you don't even understand what's going on because there's so many doodles everywhere. And it also, kind of makes learning a little bit more fun as well. Notes to be more visual. The next thing is the P. We want our notes to be processed. So processed is talking about the idea that our brain needs to be turned on. Before I gave you a simple technique which allowed you to really process the information where we divided the page in half and we collected information here and then we processed information on the other side. This is basically what I'm talking about, is that we want to make sure that what we're writing down has passed through our brain and we've actively thought about it. How do we think about it? What we do is we take information in, okay? We either read it or listen to it in class, whatever it is, okay? Reading, listening, watching a video, we're taking information in, okay? Info in, whatever form, whatever media it's coming in. Inside our brain, what are we doing? We are activating problem solving and finding patterns, right? So we've talked about the problem solving part. So what are we doing in our brain? We're taking the information in and we're asking ourselves, what is it? Why is it important? How does it relate? And by doing that, we're processing the information. We're processing the information not just in any way based on the cave theory. We're processing it in the way that we know our brain works the best. And then we can output that. We can put that into our notes. And how do we put it into our notes? We try to represent it visually, if possible. Not always possible, but we try our best. And then we're adding on the efficiency. So we're making sure that it's processed. So remember, the learning, where does the learning happen? The learning doesn't happen here. This is where people think the learning happens. This is not where the learning happens. Info in our brain will immediately be ejected unless we actually learn it. The learning happens here when we ask the questions, when we try to figure out how it relates, when we create the relationships. Where does the learning happen? It happens here. Where else does it happen? It happens when we think about how do we represent this visually, abstractly, artistically, in different modes. That's also where the learning happens. So this is where the learning happens. This is where the learning happens. It doesn't happen here. And if we just read it and then write it out, there's no learning. We have to think about it and process it. So often this can slow down our learning a little bit. it slows down our studying, and that we're not flicking pages as quickly anymore, because now we have to actually sit and think about it before we write the notes. Whereas before, you might have just basically in and out straight away. Okay, this is very fast, but it's also a waste of time. It's completely ineffective because there's no real learning happening inside our brain based on that. And following on from that, the RE, it has to be relational. What does relational mean? You might have been able to guess. It means that we're representing the information so that the information is not the focus. Okay, so we're not having an information focus. We are having a relationships focus. Okay, so we are representing the relationships. So we ask the question, what is it? Why is it important? How does it relate? We are processing that information. We're representing it visually. And then we're going to move on to the next keyword, the next item, the next thing that we want to know about. And then we're going to ask, okay, well, what is that? Again, why is this important? And then when we ask this question, we're going to realize, oh, it's important because it related to the previous point. So we learn point number one, we ask that question. Okay, we represent this in our notes somehow. Then we take in the second piece of information, the second chunk. We ask the same questions. We realize, oh, these two are related like this. How are they related? And we strengthen that connection by really focusing in on making that relationship super, super clear. And then in our notes, we make sure that this relationship, especially this part here, is really clear. Okay? And so a good way to do this is by using mind maps. And we're going to talk about mind maps a lot more coming up, so don't worry too much about that. But it has to represent the relationship. Think about this. If you're not representing the relationships in your notes, and the relationships are the most important part of your learning, what is the point of writing the notes? The relationships literally are the thing that give your information meaning. If you are missing the most meaningful part of the learning in your notes, what are you doing? That's where you're wasting time. Okay, so it has to be relational. And what's a very easy way to represent them relationally and do it visually? By now, you will have realized you need to actually do this freehand. So you can do it like I'm doing now, digital note-taking with something like this. You can use pen and paper. I really strongly recommend doing it digitally because you can do infinite canvas where you're not limited by the size of your paper. Why is this most important? Because number one, when you do it freehand, it requires you to process the information a little bit more. Typing is too easy. And because it's too easy, we tend to not think about it as much because it's just so fast to be able to just type it out. When we have to think about it more, because we need to write it down, it forces us to process it even more. So it increases our learning. Number two, it's more free, which means that we can actually represent it visually much more easily. I mean, imagine trying to draw something with your keyboard. It's quite difficult. And then number three, most typed, laptop, most typed things are very bad at representing relationships. Like, imagine if you had three concepts, okay, concepts 1, 2, and 3. If you were to explain this in words, you would have to write a paragraph like 1 is blah, 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 this is what it is, and also it relates to number 2 and then relates to number 3. Like, it would have to be an entire essay to talk about the relationship between them. Whereas in a mind map, you would be able to represent that literally with just 3 arrows, just like this. Okay, and maybe a couple words or drawings beside it. So freehand, it's much easier to represent relationships. And again, that's the most important part of the learning. So we really need that. It's much easier to represent things visually, and it's forces you to process the information more. This is what all the research has told us. And there's quite a lot of research on this as well that shows that generally speaking, freehand note-taking is superior to typed note-taking across the board. Again, I've felt this for every subject that I've ever studied, and I've seen these results consistently across every single student I've ever worked with. So quite a few things here, and we'll see how we can use the mind map to do this as well, but this is just the basic guidelines that you need to follow and the rationale behind why. The last two, the R and the E, the R means that it needs to be reflective. And by reflective, I mean that it needs to be reflective of the order in which you learned it. Okay, so a lot of people will write notes in the same order that it was given to them in the textbook. And this is why you might aim in the wrong, you might have realized in your aiming that actually the thing you are most curious about is actually number 2 first. And then after that, you want to go back to number 1 and then number 3. Maybe that's the order that you have picked out in your aim step. But some bad habits will kick in. You open the textbook and you see that the first thing on the page is number 1. And then so you start and go into number 1 and your whole aim process is thrown out the window. You need to make sure that the shoot step where you're taking information in and learning it is reflective of your aim. So if you thought 2, 1, 3 was the right order for you, you need to make sure that in your notes, you are writing it in the right order for you. And remember, it's almost guaranteed that it's not going to be in the best order for your brain in your textbook or class notes or whatever. So if your notes are in the same order as the resource you're learning off, you probably didn't do this right. It's like a general rule of thumb. Almost always, your order of information and your flow and the way that your mind map looks and the connections that you make and all of that should be relatively unique. Should be relatively unique because your brain is unique. Okay, so it doesn't make sense for your notes to be the same as everyone else's when actually the way you think is inherently different. So it needs to be reflective. And then the other thing that we need to make sure that we're checking off is that it is efficient. Where we're talking about efficiency, we're talking about studying time versus learning achieved. And remember, learning is defined by info in, retained, can apply, and use. It needs to fulfill those criteria, okay? So you need to ask yourself, is my current method of note-taking allowing me to learn a lot in the time I spent? So ask yourself this question. When you write notes for hours like this, have you learned a lot? Have you retained all of it? Can I apply and use that information after I've written the notes? If the answer is no, that means that there is time being spent where learning is not occurring. Highly efficient note-taking, you know it's efficient because you ask yourself, okay, I've spent 20 minutes writing notes. By the end of the 20 minutes, have I retained the information and can I use and apply the information from recall? The answer should be yes. And that means that in the time spent studying, you achieved a lot of learning. And if you ask yourself the question, have I learned a lot after my studying and writing notes? And the answer is no. If you then say, no, I need to go back and read it again and revise it, then that is a clue, that's a cue, that's a red flag that tells you that your note-taking is not efficient. And this applies across the board. Any note-taking method that you use, very famous one, Cornell note-taking style, which kind of looks like this. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, don't bother learning it. It's honestly not very effective. It's extremely overhyped. In fact, there's even studies that are done on this that show that it's relatively not that great. It's basically just like a hyped up version of this thing that I taught you before. Just more unnecessarily complicated. Cornell note-taking style, after a certain amount of time, okay, am I able to retain and apply all that knowledge? The answer is sort of, kind of, not really. That means that it's partially effective, but not as efficient as it needs to be, okay? So this is just a checklist for yourself to know. So these final two are more just a checklist to make sure that you look at your notes and you think, okay, is it maximizing the time that I'm using? Therefore, is it efficient? And is it really reflecting the order in which I thought it made sense? Or did I end up getting sucked into the order that the textbook or the guidebook or whatever just dictated for me? Okay, so these are your guidelines for effective note-taking. I know there's a lot of information here. I understand that, but we will be coming back to this again and again and again to see whether it worked or not, okay? And we'll see how mind maps actually fulfill all of these criteria very neatly. But first of all, let's examine some notes. And we can run it across these guidelines to see whether it's effective or not. And by the end of that activity, you'll have a really good understanding about looking at notes and understanding what type of note-taking works and what type of note-taking is honestly just a waste of time. So we've covered the guidelines that make effective note-taking. And this is, again, based on all the evidence and research on note-taking, okay? So you might think that it's not applicable for you, but look, as I mentioned at the beginning, if you're a normal human being with a brain like 99.9999% of other human beings, you're basically, it's basically the same. These are just the foundations. We're not talking about extremely specific styles or anything like that. As I said, learning styles is a myth anyway. We're just talking about the foundations. These are true for every single student I've ever worked with, okay? No exceptions, no exceptions. So let's actually have a look at some notes and evaluate them so that we can start training our eye to be like the eye of an expert, is able to analyze notes and see, are they good, are they bad? And if they're good, why are they good? And how can we use that as part of our own note-taking? And if they're bad, why are they bad? So let's start with a few of these notes. So these are just some notes that I've pulled up. And they're notes that students have done. Some of these notes even, people will sell them, which I don't know about the ethics behind that. But anyway, the first note here, this one. All right. So let's see. Have they managed to represent this visually? Okay. So from a visual point of view, there's a diagram here, but the diagram is very scientifically accurate, right? And it's not very abstract. And because it's not as abstract, it's not actually using the other half of our brain, the other hemisphere, which means it's better than just trying to describe this process in words. However, it is still not as good as trying to represent this a little bit more abstractly, maybe emphasizing the parts that are really important. So if I were to look at this, right, we've got this idea that, we've got DNA here, okay, and then we're inserting this gene into the middle, all right, and we've got the idea that it's being cut, this segment is being cut. It says, I'm not sure if you can read this, but it says cleavage here. So if I were to draw that out, I might have something like just saying, so I might do something that looks more like this, okay? Something that's more like this. Now, basically what I'm doing is I'm making the important part, so in this case, the cleavage, in this case, the new gene being added in, I'm emphasizing this a little bit more. And because I'm emphasizing a bit more, my brain is going to find that a bit more memorable than if it were to look, very, very similar. It's kind of like if you have, a bunch of, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, it's like, okay, sure, I could remember that. But if the 4 is like red and like massive, okay, it just looks clearly more memorable. And so when you close your eyes and try to imagine this, this is much more memorable than the previous one. Okay, and it's just very simply a use of slightly more abstract representation. Okay, so the visual on this, I'm gonna give this a pretty low mark. I'm gonna overall give it a no, because even though there was this one diagram, it's actually the only one. Everything else here is done just purely with words, and it is quite wordy here, right? So it says, CRISPR is an efficient and inexpensive tech for precise genome editing, which is in contrast to older techs that added DNA segments to genomes, but at unpredictable locations. So this entire sentence could be represented differently. Okay, so let me try to do that here. Okay, so we could do something like this, where I'm saying CRISPR is used for gene editing. It's time efficient and it's cost effective versus old tech. And I've done the font of old a little bit more stylized, so it's just a bit more memorable, where it's adding genes in random and unpredictable places. So you can see that this really encapsulates the concept of that entire sentence. But if you look at the two, right, you can clearly see that this big long sentence here is quite dense looking. It looks just like every other thing on this page. It's not as memorable. Whereas you are more likely to be able to remember this. And even if you look at this and think, that doesn't look that memorable, remember, it's less memorable for you because you're not the one that thought of how to draw it, remember? So the notes become more memorable when you actually have to process the information and think, how can I represent this? How can I represent it visually? How can I represent it abstractly? So you've got 3 levels of learning that are going through in your brain to help process it and make it more memorable and help figure out everything and how it works. And then on top of that, we're also processing the questions of, what is it? Why is it important? And how does it relate? Which we're not doing with this particular example here. But because I was the one that did the processing to figure out that this is a way that makes sense for me, when I look at this, it makes a lot of sense. So if you were to think about it and you were to represent it a certain way, it would seem more memorable for you, even if it was the exact same drawing, because you were the one that figured out that this is the way that you could express it. So trying to figure out how to draw it is actually learning in itself, right? So again, learning happens in our brain. Studying is the act that we're doing, but we really want to make sure we're learning inside our brain. So just because you're sitting there thinking doesn't mean that you're not actually learning, just like how sitting there reading or sitting there writing doesn't actually mean that you're learning. So yeah, sitting and thinking about things for a while can actually be good because it means that you're probably more likely to learn it at a more efficient level. So is this visual? I'm going to say generally speaking, no. All right. What about, is it processed? Well, it's summarized. It's clearly summarized and there are key questions that are here. So I'm going to say that it is relatively processed. Okay. So I'm going to give that one a tick. It's processed. Is it relational? Does it seem to focus on the relationships between ideas, or does it seem to focus on purely just the information? There's a little bit of emphasis on relationships, probably not even deliberately through these questions here, which is basically an aim step. So that's good. But there isn't really any key effort to try to create relationships very meaningfully here. And you can kind of tell, right? Like when you just look at this, do you get the feeling that you know how all the things are related with each other? It's, pretty hard to make out. And you'd have to really read through the entire thing in a lot of depth to figure out how it's related. Like you'd actually have to read it and then think to yourself, how is it related and why is it important? Like while you're reading in order to figure out the relationships between it. And this is already meant to be something that has already been processed in that way. So if you have to read it and do the whole process again to make sense of it, that's just not efficient, right? We should be demonstrating those relationships. So the person that made these notes might have very good understanding about how the relationships between them, but it's not represented in the notes. So that's not as efficient. It wastes time. And to be perfectly honest, I've worked with, a lot of students, and this person that made these notes probably doesn't understand the relationships as well as some people that would have spent the time and effort to prioritize the relationship building in their notes. Just because if it's something that you have to physically write down, if you have to physically represent relationships in your notes, it just forces you to think about them much more clearly. Rather than it being implicit, it makes it explicit. And these relationships, even if the person has it in their mind, it's not explicit. So I'm going to give that a no. And remember, again, this is not just my criteria. This is what the research says, and also what I know from my experience working with students. These are the guidelines that truly create more efficient notes. Okay, the next part is the F. Is it freehand? Well, no. And that probably explains partly why there are so many words that are written, because it's easy to type all of this stuff. There's a low barrier, so it doesn't force you to really think about stuff to save time, and it doesn't allow you to express things very visually. So it's it's rare to see notes that are typed that are also good quality. Is it reflective of this person's studying process? Honestly, it probably is reflective of their studying process, but their studying process seems to be relatively linear. So that's kind of like, I'm going to give that a neutral, in that it is reflective, but it's not really reflecting a good process. And is it efficient? Well, partly yes, in that it was paraphrased, but also partly no, in that the time it took to write this sentence probably is not the time it took to learn this. It was additional time on top of it, additional time. So, a lot of the sentences that are written here, time was probably spent writing this, which was purely just to get it on paper, and it didn't actually help them understand it. The note-taking process didn't help them understand it in a huge way. Certainly, I don't think on a minute-by-minute basis. There will have been minutes during the process of writing this where they were not actually learning anything and they're purely just documenting. So therefore, I'm going to say that this is, it's relatively summarized. So it's not a lot of time wasted, but overall, not the huge level of efficiency. Okay, let's have a look at another one. This is one on human and health and human development. This whole series of notes is actually 17 pages of just definitions. So, okay, well, look, is it visual? No. And you might be thinking, how do you do definitions visually? Okay, well, here's the thing is that, actually, let me just do the whole thing first, and then I'll explain. Okay, so is it visual? No. Is it processed? Not much, but I mean, it's just a definition, so it's not as much to process. Is it relational? Definitely not. Is it freehand? It's not. Is it reflecting their learning process? Well, I don't think there's even a learning process here to reflect, because it's literally just a list of definitions. I doubt they actually really learned anything by writing this. Is it efficient? No. So here's the thing. They spent all this time writing these definitions. So by the time they finished writing this 17-page document, do you think the author had memorized everything on this page? Probably not. So that's not efficient, okay? What was it really reflecting? It reflected the author writing 17 pages of definitions. What else did it reflect? It reflected that they didn't really think about it other than just making a list of definitions. Great. So they're kind of just creating something for future reference. But the thing is, they would have gotten these definitions from somewhere anyway. So there's actually a more efficient way of doing this that allows you to memorize this more. We're going to cover that later on. A way to memorize definitions much more easily without doing this type of thing. Flashcards is a way, and it is effective when used the right way. It's just that most people don't use them the right way. But this is even worse. This is not even flashcards done the wrong way. This is just like things that should be in flashcards in notes, but the notes are not even done the right way. Okay, you could still make them visual if you wanted to, but if the purpose was purely to get definitions, then in a way this is not as it's not as relevant. But the main thing is that it's very time consuming and it doesn't produce a lot of learning. So it's kind of like, why did you do it in the first place? Because there are actually alternatives. There are alternatives instead of doing this that are much more effective. So given that if there are no alternatives, it's like fine, it's a necessary evil, but there are alternatives. There are legitimate alternatives that would have made this easier. So that's why I'm going to say that that's not very good. All right, let's look at this. This is notes that someone's written on psychology. All right, we should be able to speed up a little bit. Is this visual? No. Could it be? Definitely. I mean, look, there's so many sentences here, right? Primary appraisal, evaluate nature of incoming stressor. Stressor, eyeball, to signify evaluation, okay? Primary appraisal. Based on that, benign, positive. Neutral or positive, will not cause stress. Irrelevant, not presenting issue or worry, will not cause stress. So do a shrug guy here. No problem. No stress. And then stressful. Worry or force individual to respond is a stressor. Harm/loss. Already caused damage for individual. Threat could cause damage in future. Challenge, good opportunity for change or growth. So here it's forcing a response. Okay. So I'm going to draw a speech bubble here, to represent that they need to like reply or respond. And then we're basically saying that we've got harm or loss. Okay. And then this is something that is already caused damage. So I'm going to draw a broken, something here. Or we've got threat, could cause damage in the future. Okay. I'm going to draw like a telescope sort of thing. Maybe a T for time on the side of this. And then what's the other one? Challenge. I'm going to draw like a concentrating face that is surrounded by these green things, which becomes a smiley face. Great. So this thing here, I've represented this paragraph, this chunk, like this. And again, I've managed to increase my learning because I've used a part of my brain that wasn't involved before. I've had to process it more deeply. I've had to think about this relationship here. I've had to think about different ways that this would make sense. And while doing that, I have basically memorized this entire thing. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to forget this anymore because I've just had to think about it to the point where I need to know how to represent this. And I can also remember the shape of the information, right? So this way I've done it is actually relational as well, right? You can see the relationship between threat versus benign positive, right? Because you carry it along this chain. You can see that. You can see that irrelevant, benign positive, and stressful are three different components of that. And within stress, you have three different components. Do you get that sense immediately here? You get that there are three things here, but here, is that clear? It's honestly, it's not very clear that there are three things within this. And also, even though it's like bullet point like this, is it as clear as actually having it represented with the relationships like this? Okay. And then when I do secondary appraisal, I might even have that next to it on here and actually create links between them. So I'd have even more connections going forward. Okay. So compared to that, look, it's not visual. Is it processed? It honestly doesn't even look very processed. It looks like it's been summarized a little bit. So I'm going to give that a neutral for process. It's not processed a lot. Is it relational? No, we already said that. Is it freehand? No. Is it reflective of their learning? Well, it's very linear. So, again, that's just linear, which is not good. Is it efficient? Definitely not, because you can tell, again, the person that finished writing this notes by the end of it, will they have a 90% retention of everything they've written down? Probably not. I mean, just look at how boring and monotonous this looks. Okay. It doesn't look like real learning. This looks like boring studying, not like real learning, because real learning inside your own head, the human brain tends to think more like in these mind maps, right? Let's go through a few more. Okay, these are just some that I found off Google. These are the stuff that you'd see on hashtag StudyGram. People would say, wow, your notes look so pretty, but are they actually effective? Because the thing is, a lot of the StudyGrammers are not actually particularly high achievers. So, okay, is it visual? To a certain extent, yeah. Although having said that, you've still got these sentences here, which probably they could be represented differently anyway, but we'll give that an okay. We'll give that a half pass. Is it processed? It looks like it's being processed. Yep. Is it relational? No. So actually, in the biggest, most important aspect of learning, it fails because it's not relational. It doesn't represent relationships. Is it freehand? Yes, it is. Good. Is it reflective of their learning process? Somewhat, it seems like, but their learning process doesn't seem to be very relational. It seems to be quite linear, so that's not good. Is it efficient? Partly in that it is at least relatively processed, but because of the fact that they are still writing all of these sorts of things, especially this big list here, you can guarantee that the person did not memorize this entire list purely by writing the notes, which means that time spent to write this note did not produce meaningful learning. Therefore, it is not efficient. Because remember, there are alternatives. There are alternative ways of doing that. If you were to write these notes more relationally and more visually, they would by themselves become more easily retained. So that would be more efficient to do it that way. Okay, but there are other techniques. I will teach you, okay? Don't worry, these big lists, I will teach you other techniques eventually to memorize these very big, long lists much more easily. Same thing here, okay? Very, very similar, except the visualness is very bad. There's basically no visualness in this at all, really, right? It's all just words. And I mean, like if I were to do this, do you feel like you have an understanding of what's going on in these notes? No, it's hard to really make out what it is. You have to read through every single line in order to understand what's happening, as opposed to even what I roughly did over here, where at a glance, you generally get a shape of the idea. Even if you don't know exactly what's going on, you can see at least the relationships, which is, remember, the most important part of all learning. So visual, no. Processed, somewhat. Relational, big no. Is it freehand? Yes. Is it reflective of their learning journey and the way that they've been learning and the way that it makes sense in their mind? Partly. And is it efficient? Okay, again, not really, because all the time, again, by the time they finish writing this paragraph, have they memorized it? By the time they finish these notes, have they retained all of this? Probably not. Why not? Because the relationships weren't there. And you might be thinking, okay, what's the point of having a separate thing, efficiency, an E, at the end of this, if after every time I'm just going to say it's not efficient because it's not relational? Well, that's because when we start looking at some notes, we'll see that it is relational, yet it might still not be as efficient as it could be, okay? And we'll get to that when we look at mind maps more. So let's have a look at this. This is a mind map, right? Which is good for a lot of reasons. Is it visual? No. It doesn't really represent things abstractly. There's a lot of writing on this, lots of text, so I need to go and read through all of this to figure it out. Is it processed? I think, yes, it is quite processed. This person has thought, where can I arrange this material in space? Okay, so they've thought spatial awareness. They've thought about that. They've thought about how do I relate this information? They've thought about that and connect it together. How do I simplify the information? They've thought about that. So they've actually thought about what they're writing, and they've really thought about the information and tried to make it their own before putting it on paper. That's much better. Is it relational? Yes, it is relational. So we can see there are relationships along here. We can see this kind of relationship. So I could draw almost a flow that goes like this, okay? And going like that, right? So you can see this general flow of information, right? Having said that, the relationships can be improved because it's not very clear. It's not as clear as it should be. We'll see some better examples of where it's clearer later on. However, okay, so, and is it freehand? Yes, it is. Is it reflective of the learning process? It is, because, you know, this is a different order. So there's some elements of order control because they figured out how to put it in on page. So you don't know, they might have learned this first, they might have learned this first, they might have learned this first. You're not sure what they learned first, but it does seem to follow some kind of logic, right? So it does seem to reflect the way that they have learned it. Is it efficient? In this case, it is no, right? So do you see, it's because there's a lot of this writing, And because the relationships are not strong enough, the relationships aren't the priority here. The priority is still the information. How do we know the priority is still the information? Because these arrows are tiny. The arrows are tiny. The arrows almost look like they would just fit in retrospect. It doesn't look like the arrows took priority. What I've done in red over the top is what it would look like if the arrows took priority. So you can see how different it would be. The information itself should be dodging the arrows, not the other way around. This tells me that they think this block of text is more important than the arrows connecting them. But we know from neuroscience that that's not the case. Information only has meaning because of its relationship to other information. Thomas Hobbes is only relevant in relation to John Locke, and it's only relevant in its relationship to English philosophers and their influence on each other, right? So relationships is really where the key is. Those relationships haven't been emphasized as much as they should have been, and there's still too much writing and too many words, therefore not efficient. Okay, let's look at this. All right. Visual, no. Processed, doesn't look like it really. It looks like they've just copied stuff down. Is it relational? No. Is it freehand? No. Is it reflective of their learning process? Well, if their learning process is, again, seems very linear, so that's really a no. Is it efficient? Definitely not, because you just know. You know, okay? You don't even need to know the person. You know that the person who wrote this, by the time they finish these notes, and you close this book, and you ask them, and you quiz them on this stuff, you know that they're not going to get 90% and above, right? You know that. You can just tell, because clearly there's no relationship priority that's been created here, all right? Now, here's another way of writing notes that you might be familiar with, right? This is very much so just scribbling. This person is not intending to read these notes again. They're just writing because they want to activate the writing part of their brain in order to increase their learning. Is that effective? The answer is yes, it is effective. However, there are actually alternatives to doing this, which are more effective. So once we learn how to do the mind map correctly with the right technique, which, by the way, most people don't do well. Most people do not do the mind map well. Once you learn how to do it correctly, you'll realize that actually you can do a mind map very fast, very simply, that provides you all the benefit of activating the writing aspect of your brain, plus activating a relational aspect of your brain, plus activating a visual aspect of your brain, plus forcing you to focus your learning on the relationships instead of the information. So it's just superior in every way. So this one, we're not even going to categorize based on our VP referee. We're just going to say that this is very common. It does kind of work, but there are a lot more efficient alternatives that we can use. So I used to do this type of thing a lot. I don't do this at all anymore. So all of these notes are not great. There's a lot of room to be improved. And it's the notes tell you a lot, you know. The way that I think about it, notes are a window into the person's brain when they're studying. It tells me exactly how they think about studying. It tells me what they think about learning. So someone who doesn't even understand that relationships are the most important part of learning, they're producing notes that will look like this. They produce notes that look like this, and they produce notes that look like this and like this. It tells me that they don't have even the basic understanding of good study principles and study efficiency. They don't have a basic understanding of learning psychology. They don't have a basic understanding of learning neuroscience, because they are just doing what everyone else is doing. They're very much so on the bandwagon. They're very much so in a spiral where they're probably spending lots of time studying just to learn this. And it's just all time that's been wasted. So these are not great notes. And if a student came up to me with notes like this, I would say, okay, it's very clear what needs to be worked on first, which is understanding that relationships is the core of learning. So let's have a look at mind maps and how we can use mind maps to be an alternative way of writing notes. So we've covered the guidelines that make effective note-taking. And this is, again, based on all the evidence and research on note-taking, okay? So you might think that it's not applicable for you, but look, as I mentioned at the beginning, if you're a normal human being with a brain like 99.9999% of other human beings, it's basically the same. These are just the foundations. We're not talking about extremely specific styles or anything like that. As I said, learning styles is a myth anyway. We're just talking about the foundations. These are true for every single student I've ever worked with, okay? No exceptions, no exceptions. So let's actually have a look at some notes and evaluate them so that we can start training our eye to be like the eye of an expert, is able to analyze notes and see, are they good, are they bad? And if they're good, why are they good? And how can we use that as part of our own note taking? And if they're bad, why are they bad? So let's start with a few of these notes. So these are some notes that I've pulled up, and they're notes that students have done. Some of these notes even, people will sell them, which I don't know about the ethics behind that. But anyway, the first note here, this one. All right. So let's see. Have they managed to represent this visually? Okay. So from a visual point of view, there's a diagram here, but the diagram is very scientifically accurate, right? And it's not very abstract. And because it's not as abstract, it's not actually using the other half of our brain, the other hemisphere, which means it's better than just trying to describe this process in words. However, it is still not as good as trying to represent this a little bit more abstractly, maybe emphasizing the parts that are really important. So if I were to look at this, right, we've got this idea that, we've got DNA here, okay, and then we're inserting this gene into the middle, all right, and we've got the idea that it's being cut, this segment is being cut. It says, I'm not sure if you can read this, but it says cleavage here. So if I were to draw that out, I might have something like just saying so I might do something that looks more like this, okay? Something that's more like this. Now, basically what I'm doing is I'm making the important part, so in this case, the cleavage, in this case, the new gene being added in, I'm emphasizing this a little bit more. And because I'm emphasizing a bit more, my brain is going to find that a bit more memorable than if it were to look, very, very similar. It's kind of like if you have, a bunch of, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6, it's like, okay, sure, I could remember that. But if the 4 is like red and like massive, okay, it just looks clearly more memorable. And so when you close your eyes and try to imagine this, this is much more memorable than the previous one. Okay, and it's just very simply a use of slightly more abstract representation. Okay, so the visual on this, I'm gonna give this a pretty low mark. I'm gonna overall give it a no, because even though there was this one diagram, it's actually the only one. Everything else here is done just purely with words, and it is quite wordy here, right? So it says, CRISPR is an efficient and inexpensive tech for precise genome editing, which is in contrast to older techs that added DNA segments to genomes, but at unpredictable locations. So this entire sentence could be represented differently. Okay, so let me try to do that here. Okay, so we could do something like this, where I'm saying CRISPR is used for gene editing. It's time efficient and it's cost effective versus old tech. And I've done the font of old a little bit more stylized, so it's just a bit more memorable, where it's adding genes in random and unpredictable places. So you can see that this really encapsulates the concept of that entire sentence. But if you look at the two, right, you can clearly see that this big long sentence here is quite dense looking. It looks just like every other thing on this page. It's not as memorable. Whereas you are more likely to be able to remember this. And even if you look at this and think, that doesn't look that memorable, remember, it's less memorable for you because you're not the one that thought of how to draw it, remember? So the notes become more memorable when you actually have to process the information and think, how can I represent this? How can I represent it visually? How can I represent it abstractly? So you've got 3 levels of learning that are going through in your brain to help process it and make it more memorable and help figure out everything and how it works. And then on top of that, we're also processing the questions of, what is it? Why is it important? And how does it relate, which we're not doing with this particular example here. But because I was the one that did the processing to figure out that this is a way that makes sense for me, when I look at this, it makes a lot of sense. So if you were to think about it and you were to represent it a certain way, it would seem more memorable for you, even if it was the exact same drawing, because you were the one that figured out that this is the way that you could express it. So trying to figure out how to draw it is actually learning in itself, right? So again, learning happens in our brain. Studying is the act that we're doing, but we really want to make sure we're learning inside our brain. So just because you're sitting there thinking doesn't mean that you're not actually learning, just like how sitting there reading or sitting there writing doesn't actually mean that you're learning. So yeah, sitting and thinking about things for a while can actually be good because it means that you're probably more likely to learn it at a more efficient level. So is this visual? I'm going to say generally speaking, no. All right. What about, is it processed? Well, it's summarized. It's clearly summarized and there are key questions that are here. So I'm going to say that it is relatively processed. Okay. So I'm going to give that one a tick. It's processed. Is it relational? Does it seem to focus on the relationships between ideas, or does it seem to focus on purely just the information? There's a little bit of emphasis on relationships, probably not even deliberately through these questions here, which is basically an aim step. So that's good, but there isn't really any key effort to try to create relationships very meaningfully here. And you can kind of tell, right? Like when you just look at this, do you get the feeling that you know how all the things are related with each other? It's, pretty hard to make out. And you'd have to really read through the entire thing in a lot of depth to figure out how it's related. Like you'd actually have to read it and then think to yourself, how is it related and why is it important? Like while you're reading in order to figure out the relationships between it. And this is already meant to be something that has already been processed in that way. So if you have to read it and do the whole process again to make sense of it, that's just not efficient, right? We should be demonstrating those relationships. So the person that made these notes might have very good understanding about how the relationships between them, but it's not represented in the notes. So that's not as efficient. It wastes time. And to be perfectly honest, I've worked with, a lot of students, and this person that made these notes probably doesn't understand the relationships as well as some people that would have spent the time and effort to prioritize the relationship building in their notes. Just because if it's something that you have to physically write down, if you have to physically represent relationships in your notes, it just forces you to think about them much more clearly. Rather than it being implicit, it makes it explicit. And these relationships, even if the person has it in their mind, it's not explicit. So I'm going to give that a no. And remember, again, this is not just my criteria. This is what the research says, and also what I know from my experience working with students. These are the guidelines that truly create more efficient notes. Okay, the next part is the F. Is it freehand? Well, no. And that probably explains partly why there are so many words that are written, because it's easy to type all of this stuff. There's a low barrier, so it doesn't force you to really think about stuff to save time, and it doesn't allow you to express things very visually. So it's it's rare to see notes that are typed that are also good quality. Is it reflective of this person's studying process? Honestly, it probably is reflective of their studying process, but their studying process seems to be relatively linear. So that's kind of like, I'm going to give that a neutral, in that it is reflective, but it's not really reflecting a good process. And is it efficient? Well, partly yes, in that it was paraphrased, but also partly no, in that the time it took to write this sentence probably is not the time it took to learn this. It was additional time on top of it, additional time. So, a lot of the sentences that are written here, time was probably spent writing this, which was purely just to get it on paper, and it didn't actually help them understand it. The note-taking process didn't help them understand it in a huge way. Certainly, I don't think on a minute-by-minute basis. There will have been minutes during the process of writing this where they were not actually learning anything and they're purely just documenting. So therefore, I'm going to say that this is, it's relatively summarized. So it's not a lot of time wasted, but overall, not the huge level of efficiency. Okay, let's have a look at another one. This is one on human and health and human development. This whole series of notes is actually 17 pages of just definitions. So, okay, well, look, is it visual? No. And you might be thinking, how do you do definitions visually? Okay, well, here's the thing is that, actually, let me just do the whole thing first, and then I'll explain. Okay, so is it visual? No. Is it processed? Not much, but I mean, it's just a definition, so it's not as much to process. Is it relational? Definitely not. Is it freehand? It's not. Is it reflecting their learning process? Well, I don't think there's even a learning process here to reflect, because it's literally just a list of definitions. I doubt they actually really learned anything by writing this. Is it efficient? No. So here's the thing. They spent all this time writing these definitions. So by the time they finished writing this 17-page document, do you think the author had memorized everything on this page? Probably not. So that's not efficient, okay? What was it really reflecting? It reflected the author writing 17 pages of definitions. What else did it reflect? It reflected that they didn't really think about it other than just making a list of definitions. Great. So they're kind of just creating something for future reference. But the thing is, they would have gotten these definitions from somewhere anyway. So there's actually a more efficient way of doing this that allows you to memorize this more. We're going to cover that later on. A way to memorize definitions much more easily without doing this type of thing. Flashcards is a way, and it is effective when used the right way. It's just that most people don't use them the right way. But this is even worse. This is not even flashcards done the wrong way. This is just like things that should be in flashcards in notes, but the notes are not even done the right way. Okay, you could still make them visual if you wanted to, but if the purpose was purely to get definitions, then in a way this is not as it's not as relevant. But the main thing is that it's very time consuming and it doesn't produce a lot of learning. So it's kind of like, why did you do it in the first place? Because there are actually alternatives. There are alternatives instead of doing this that are much more effective. So given that if there are no alternatives, it's like, fine, it's a necessary evil, but there are alternatives. There are legitimate alternatives that would have made this easier. So that's why I'm going to say that that's not very good. All right, let's look at this. This is notes that someone's written on psychology. All right, we should be able to speed up a little bit. Is this visual? No. Could it be? Definitely. I mean, look, there's so many sentences here, right? Primary appraisal, evaluate nature of incoming stressor. Stressor, eyeball, to signify evaluation, okay? Primary appraisal. Based on that, benign, positive. Neutral or positive, will not cause stress. Irrelevant, not presenting issue or worry, will not cause stress. So do a shrug guy here. No problem. No stress. And then stressful. Worry or force individual to respond is a stressor. Harm/loss. Already caused damage for individual. Threat could cause damage in the future. Challenge, good opportunity for change or growth. So here it's forcing a response. Okay. So I'm going to draw a speech bubble here, to represent that they need to like reply or respond. And then we're basically saying that we've got harm or loss. Okay. And then this is something that is already caused damage. So I'm going to draw a broken, something here. Or we've got threat, could cause damage in the future. Okay. I'm going to draw like a telescope sort of thing. Maybe a T for time on the side of this. And then what's the other one? Challenge. I'm going to draw like a concentrating face that is surrounded by these green things, which becomes a smiley face. Great. So this thing here, I've represented this paragraph, this chunk, like this. And again, I've managed to increase my learning because I've used a part of my brain that wasn't involved before. I've had to process it more deeply. I've had to think about this relationship here. I've had to think about different ways that this would make sense. And while doing that, I have basically memorized this entire thing. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to forget this anymore because I've just had to think about it to the point where I need to know how to represent this. And I can also remember the shape of the information, right? So this way I've done it is actually relational as well, right? You can see the relationship between threat versus benign positive, right? Because you carry it along this chain. You can see that. You can see that irrelevant, benign positive, and stressful are three different components of that. And within stress, you have three different components. Do you get that sense immediately here? You get that there are three things here, but here, is that clear? It's honestly, it's not very clear that there are three things within this. And also, even though it's like bullet point like this, is it as clear as actually having it represented with the relationships like this? Okay. And then when I do secondary appraisal, I might even have that next to it on here and actually create links between them. So I'd have even more connections going forward. Okay. So compared to that, look, it's not visual. Is it processed? It honestly doesn't even look very processed. It looks like it's been summarized a little bit. So I'm going to give that a neutral for process. It's not processed a lot. Is it relational? No, we already said that. Is it freehand? No. Is it reflective of their learning? Well, it's very linear. So, again, that's just linear, which is not good. Is it efficient? Definitely not, because you can tell, again, the person that finished writing this notes by the end of it, will they have a 90% retention of everything they've written down? Probably not. I mean, just look at how boring and monotonous this looks. Okay, it doesn't look like real learning. This looks like boring studying, not like real learning, because real learning inside your own head, the human brain tends to think more like in these mind maps, right? Let's go through a few more. Okay, these are just some that I found off Google. These are the stuff that you'd see on hashtag StudyGram. People would say, wow, your notes look so pretty, but are they actually effective? Because the thing is, a lot of the StudyGrammers are not actually particularly high achievers. So, okay, is it visual? To a certain extent, yep. Although having said that, you've still got these sentences here, which probably they could be represented differently anyway, but we'll give that an okay. We'll give that a half pass. Is it processed? It looks like it's being processed. Yep. Is it relational? No. So actually, in the biggest, most important aspect of learning, it fails because it's not relational. It doesn't represent relationships. Is it freehand? Yes, it is. Good. Is it reflective of their learning process? Somewhat, it seems like, but their learning process doesn't seem to be very relational. It seems to be quite linear, so that's not good. Is it efficient? Partly in that it is at least relatively processed, but because of the fact that they are still writing all of these sorts of things, especially this big list here, you can guarantee that the person did not memorize this entire list purely by writing the notes, which means that time spent to write this note did not produce meaningful learning. Therefore, it is not efficient. Because remember, there are alternatives. There are alternative ways of doing that. If you were to write these notes more relationally and more visually, they would by themselves become more easily retained. So that would be more efficient to do it that way. Okay, but there are other techniques. I will teach you, okay? Don't worry, these big lists, I will teach you other techniques eventually to memorize these very big, long lists much more easily. Same thing here, okay? Very, very similar, except the visualness is very bad. There's basically no visualness in this at all, really, right? It's all just words. And I mean, like if I were to do this, do you feel like you have an understanding of what's going on in these notes? No, it's hard to really make out what it is. You have to read through every single line in order to understand what's happening, as opposed to even what I roughly did over here, where at a glance, you generally get a shape of the idea. Even if you don't know exactly what's going on, you can see at least the relationships, which is, remember, the most important part of all learning. So visual, no. Processed, somewhat. Relational, big no. Is it freehand? Yes. Is it reflective of their learning journey and the way that they've been learning and the way that it makes sense in their mind? Partly. And is it efficient? Okay, again, not really, because all the time, again, by the time they finish writing this paragraph, have they memorized it? By the time they finish these notes, have they retained all of this? Probably not. Why not? Because the relationships weren't there. And you might be thinking, okay, what's the point of having a separate thing, efficiency, and E, at the end of this, if after every time I'm just going to say it's not efficient because it's not relational? Well, that's because when we start looking at some notes, we'll see that it is relational, yet it might still not be as efficient as it could be, okay? And we'll get to that when we look at mind maps more. So let's have a look at this. This is a mind map, right? Which is good for a lot of reasons. Is it visual? No. It doesn't really represent things abstractly. There's a lot of writing on this, lots of text, so I need to go and read through all of this to figure it out. Is it processed? I think, yes, it is quite processed. This person has thought, where can I arrange this material in space? Okay, so they've thought spatial awareness. They've thought about that. They've thought about how do I relate this information? They've thought about that and connect it together. How do I simplify the information? They've thought about that. So they've actually thought about what they're writing, and they've really thought about the information and tried to make it their own before putting it on paper. That's much better. Is it relational? Yes, it is relational. So we can see there are relationships along here. We can see this kind of relationship. So I could draw almost a flow that goes like this, okay? And going like that, right? So you can see this general flow of information, right? Having said that, the relationships can be improved because it's not very clear. It's not as clear as it should be. We'll see some better examples of where it's clearer later on. However, okay, so, and is it freehand? Yes, it is. Is it reflective of the learning process? It is, because, you know, this is a different order. So there's some elements of order control because they figured out how to put it in on page. So you don't know, they might have learned this first, they might have learned this first, they might have learned this first. You're not sure what they learned first, but it does seem to follow some kind of logic, right? So it does seem to reflect the way that they have learned it. Is it efficient? In this case, it is no, right? So do you see, it's because there's a lot of this writing, And because the relationships are not strong enough, the relationships aren't the priority here. The priority is still the information. How do we know the priority is still the information? Because these arrows are tiny. The arrows are tiny. The arrows almost look like they would just fit in retrospect. It doesn't look like the arrows took priority. What I've done in red over the top is what it would look like if the arrows took priority. So you can see how different it would be. The information itself should be dodging the arrows, not the other way around. This tells me that they think this block of text is more important than the arrows connecting them. But we know from neuroscience that that's not the case. Information only has meaning because of its relationship to other information. Thomas Hobbes is only relevant in relation to John Locke, and it's only relevant in its relationship to English philosophers and their influence on each other, right? So relationships is really where the key is. Those relationships haven't been emphasized as much as they should have been, and there's still too much writing and too many words, therefore not efficient. Okay, let's look at this. All right. Visual, no. Processed, doesn't look like it really. It looks like they've just copied stuff down. Is it relational? No. Is it freehand? No. Is it reflective of their learning process? Well, if their learning process is, again, seems very linear, so that's really a no. Is it efficient? Definitely not, because you just know. You know, okay? You don't even need to know the person. You know that the person who wrote this, by the time they finish these notes, and you close this book, and you ask them, and you quiz them on this stuff, you know that they're not going to get 90% and above, right? You know that. You can just tell, because clearly there's no relationship priority that's been created here, all right? Now, here's another way of writing notes that you might be familiar with, right? This is very much so just scribbling. This person is not intending to read these notes again. They're just writing because they want to activate the writing part of their brain in order to increase their learning. Is that effective? The answer is yes, it is effective. However, there are actually alternatives to doing this, which are more effective. So once we learn how to do the mind map correctly with the right technique, which, by the way, most people don't do well. Most people do not do the mind map well. Once you learn how to do it correctly, you'll realize that actually you can do a mind map very fast, very simply, that provides you all the benefit of activating the writing aspect of your brain, plus activating a relational aspect of your brain, plus activating a visual aspect of your brain, plus forcing you to focus your learning on the relationships instead of the information. So it's just superior in every way. So this one, we're not even going to categorize based on our VP referee. We're just going to say that this is very common. It does kind of work, but there are a lot more efficient alternatives that we can use. So I used to do this type of thing a lot. I don't do this at all anymore. So all of these notes are not great. There's a lot of room to be improved. And it's the notes tell you a lot, you know. The way that I think about it, notes are a window into the person's brain when they're studying. It tells me exactly how they think about studying. It tells me what they think about learning. So someone who doesn't even understand that relationships are the most important part of learning, they're producing notes that will look like this. They produce notes that look like this, and they produce notes that look like this and like this. It tells me that they don't have even the basic understanding of good study principles and study efficiency. They don't have a basic understanding of learning psychology. They don't have a basic understanding of learning neuroscience, because they are just doing what everyone else is doing. They're very much so on the bandwagon. They're very much so in a spiral where they're probably spending lots of time studying just to learn this. And it's just all time that's been wasted. So these are not great notes. And if a student came up to me with notes like this, I would say, okay, it's very clear what needs to be worked on first, which is understanding that relationships is the core of learning. So let's have a look at mind maps and how we can use mind maps to be an alternative way of writing notes. So we should be a little bit more comfortable now with our principles of good note-taking, VP, REFRE. And we're now going to do a mind map analysis where we're just going to look at different mind maps and see what makes them better than the other notes that we saw. Now, here's the thing is that when you do mind maps, it's very normal to redo them. It's very normal to redo them. It's very normal when you're first studying to make mind maps and then they look really messy. Okay, the connections are crossing over each other and they're going everywhere and all of that sort of stuff. Okay, that's fine. That's normal. We can actually process this again later to make it prettier and nicer and more organized. So that's actually a step that most students will need to go to anyway, and I actually include that as part of the Bear Hunter system. So don't worry about your mind map looking too messy. You accept that it's going to be a little bit messy, but you still want to try to make them as clean and as organized as possible. Specifically, what we're talking about here is making the relationships as clean and as organized as possible, right? You don't want a mind map that looks like this, It's like, yes, you've represented all the connections and relationships, but like you look at this and it's a chaotic mess. You have no idea what's going on. You want to represent it. So it's like, oh, okay, so like this point, and this point, I can probably group them together. This point, and this point, I can probably group them together. And then you can actually arrange your mind map in a way where these lines are not crossing as much. Almost imagine there's strings and we're pulling them apart, and then we're straightening them out so they're not tangled anymore. We want to be able to do that because forcing us to think about how we can make these relationships cleaner actually activates the part of our brain involved in spatial arrangement and abstract expression, which increases our learning and increases our retention because it uses more of our brain and it forms deeper connections and forms more of these deeper connections. Okay, so we'll have a look at some of these mind maps. I've got a lot of them, but I do have a lot. These are just a few from the ones that students have submitted to me. And we're going to go through and we're going to see, what the features of a good mind map are, what are the features of a bad mind map. And by understanding this, we'll get an understanding for when you look at your own mind map, what are the areas that you can improve on? Because you want to develop your own eye for evaluation and appraisal, right? You want to be able to look at your own set of notes and say, okay, I think this needs to be improved with number 1, number 2, and number 3. You don't want to have to rely on us to tell you everything about how your notes need to be improved. You want to develop that skill by yourself. So let's have a look at some of these mind maps. Let's have a look at this one first. Okay, so look, first of all, is it visual? This mind map is not visual. Has it been processed? Yes, it has been processed. Okay, it's been processed because I can see they've tried to connect things. They've clearly thought about how things connect together and how the information can be structured. So there's been some thought there, and everything is simplified, right? You can clearly see they've tried to simplify things down so they're not writing too much. So that's good. Then the next part, is it relational? To a certain extent, yes. However, the relationships aren't very clear. Okay, so you can see this is like going through a word. In fact, this is going through a word. So you can see that what happened was that they had written this and they wrote this and then they connected it afterwards. Ideally, we should be trying to make these connections beforehand so we don't run into these messy arrows. We're thinking about the relationships first, not the content themselves first. We think about how to make the relationships as clean as possible. And again, remember, this might be your first mind map that you do. Then afterwards, you might look at it and think, this looks messy and this looks messy. Let's rearrange that so that we have, this maybe over on this side. So it's like, this is two-way reactions here. So we may have something that's like two-way reactions over on this side. We've got reduction reactions here. We might have reduction reactions like this. And then catalysts, we might have that down here. So we can form a nice triangle like that. And again, that activates different parts of our brain, increasing our retention, all right? And then is it freehand? Yep. Is it reflective of the way that they were learning it? Yes, it was. It looks like it was, because you can see that there's a different order in which it was done. It seems like they're representing these relationships. But what it's reflecting is, like we've just seen, it's reflecting that they put the information first rather than thinking about and prioritizing the relationships, right? So that's a mistake there. Okay, so I'm going to give that a half. And is it efficient? I'm going to give that a somewhat, because, again, the relationships weren't made as clear. But it is processed, so relatively speaking, compared to trying to represent all of this in just down the page lines, it's going to be more efficient. But you can see that even this, which is not done perfectly, it actually wins relatively more than just the linear notes, which were failing on pretty much every single aspect. So as soon as you start doing mind maps, like I said before, your brain inherently tends to think in mind maps. It's just a fact. It's just a scientific fact. So when we use mind maps, it just tends to stick a lot better if we do them well. Okay. And remember, if you've used mind maps before and you thought, it didn't work for me, don't just shut off. Okay. Like I said, most people do mind maps the wrong way. Okay. Most people do mind maps the wrong way. In the thousands of students I've worked with, I've never had a student that did mind maps the right way and still found it ineffective. That is to say, every student I've ever worked with who said that mind maps didn't work for them, every single one of them, 100% of those students were doing them wrong. Okay. So if you have had experience with mind maps and it hasn't worked for you in the past, maybe you'll learn how to do them correctly, because it is a surprisingly technical skill. There's actually an entire book about mind maps. It's like 150 pages long, and I've read that entire book. And yeah, let me tell you, it's pretty technical. Let's have a look at this one. All right. Is it visual? Yeah, we've got images here. We've got visual elements there. Okay, not too many words. Is it processed? Well, yeah, you can see it's been processed because it's very simplified. There's clear demonstration of relationships here. Is it relational? Well, like I said, look, you can see the relationships quite clearly on this, right? What could be improved probably is that there aren't too many relationships between these points. It sort of branches from here outwards, but there aren't really connections that bridge things together like so. So that's an area that could be improved on. So in terms of the relationships, it's generally speaking a yes, but it could still be better. Is it reflective of the way that they've learned it? I would say yes. This is probably the way they understand it in their mind. Okay, it's probably how they understand it in their mind, and it seems to be quite organized in their mind. So that's good. Is it efficient? Generally speaking, I'd say yes. Not a lot of time wasted writing unnecessarily, a lot of effort focused on spatial arrangement and relationships. So inside this person's mind, we can tell it's going to be organized. They're going to have a high level of retention. Overall, they're going to feel like it just makes sense. Okay, and therefore it's going to be easier and more memorable for them. All right, good. Let's have a look at this one. Again, a lot of stuff that's done really well. Is it visual? Yeah, we can see visual elements here. A little bit more abstract. Okay, that's all very good. Is it processed? Yes, because we can see there's clearly a flow of things going on. Is it relational? Yes, it is. Having said that, it's a bit hard to follow these arrows, right? You have to really kind of track them to see what's going on. So that's not as clean as it could be. But again, that might be a limitation of just the size of the page that's being used as well. So again, relational, and you'll realize relational is the hardest part. Relational, yeah, relatively good, but still can be improved. Is it reflective of their learning process? Yep, it looks really organized. It looks like they understand what's going on. So it looks like it's organized. It probably feels like it makes sense. But I would say that this person's level of retention is not going to be as high as the previous person, because the flow of events, the organization is not as clear, right? Like I'm saying, it's harder to follow these branches. You have to really kind of pay attention to the arrows. So it still doesn't look like that aspect is exactly as clean as it could be. Is it efficient? Overall, yeah, there's not a lot of wasted time writing things unnecessarily. There's a lot of time spent on how to represent it with visual and relationships. So overall, the time spent to write these notes facilitated that thinking process pretty well, I'd say. So generally, this is pretty good. So you can see how many of those guidelines are being ticked off by good mind map technique, right? Let's have a look at this one. All right, is it visual? Not really. There's not really any visuals on here. But in fact, there's not actually really a lot of information in general, really. So it seems like this person is lacking some detail. But there is a little bit of visualization here, a little bit, but not a lot. So that could be improved on. Is it processed? Well, it does look like it's processed because there is this semblance of a flow. So this person's clearly tried to figure out how it all relates together. Okay, so therefore, is it relational? Yep, relatively speaking, it does seem to represent relationships, okay? In fact, it seems like they're focused on the relationship so much they've actually missed out on some of the detail that needs to wrap around these relationships, okay? Which is not a common mistake to make. Is it reflective of their learning process? Probably, because it does look like there's been some organization and simplification in place. Is it efficient? I would say, generally speaking, yes, the time that they spent on this produced consistent learning, but I think they probably need to get a little bit more in detail with this one. This one, all right, is it visual? No. Is it processed? Well, a little bit, I would say, in that there is some semblance of relationship here. But when we look at this area, this is just a list. This is just a list. It is quite sort of listy. So it seems like it's maybe been processed a little bit, but I think there's a lot more processing that could happen. Is it relational? It is kind of, but again, look at how it seems how low priority the relationships are. When you look at this, you don't really get a sense for how everything connects together super clearly. And when it does connect to something, it kind of just spits it out into this big list. So I would say that area can be improved on a bit. Is it reflective? Sorry, I've been missing the freehand part because all of these are freehand. So okay, from now on, all of it's freehand, right? Is this reflective? I think it's reflective, but I think this person hasn't thought enough about those questions. They haven't thought about the why is it important. When you look at this mind map, do you get a sense for that? Do you get a sense for why this is important? I don't. DNA, okay? Interphase, mitosis, meiosis. Why is it important? Do you get a sense for that on these notes about why it's important? Okay, let's compare that to some of these previous ones. Do we get a sense for why the I think this person is spelt it wrong. Do we get a feeling for why the endoplasmic reticulum is important? Well, it relates to this. So I do get a general sense that it is important for this process, right? Do we get an idea about why mitochondria is important? Okay, little bit, because there's cell requirements here and there's a little bit more here, okay? What about this one? Do we get a sense for why fetal health is important? Because there's interventions and then diagnosis. Do we get a sense for why ultrasound is important? Because it's part of diagnosing fetal health. Do we get a idea of why technologies are important? Because it's part of assisted reproduction, which is part of treating infertility, which is part of fetal health. So do you see here, we get a very clear sense that this person has asked the questions, why is it important? And how does it relate? So the aim steps, you can see, have clearly been represented in this mind map. Do you see that? The aim steps have been partially represented in this mind map, right? We see how it relates, but we don't see why it's important. In this mind map, we can see how it relates. We can sort of see why it's important. But in this step, we can't see why it's important, and we can barely see how it relates. Okay, so in that case, the processing hasn't been done as well. So was it efficient overall? Generally, it's okay, but more on the no side because of the fact that it hasn't been processed in the most effective way. So there's no point doing a mind map technique if inside your brain you're not thinking about the right stuff. Okay, so this person needs to seriously ask themselves these questions a lot more. And I actually know who the student is, and that is definitely what they struggle with. It comes through in all of their subjects. All right, this one. Is it visual? Yep, there's some visualization going on here and there. So visual is a yes. Is it processed? I'm going to say it's kind of processed, but it's not processed very well because it's very messy. So are the relationships demonstrated? Yes, but not very well because it's just chaos. Okay, this is just chaos. You have no idea what's going on here. Is it freehand? Yes. Is it representative and reflective of their learning process? Again, what it's reflecting here is that it's just very chaotic. So therefore, is it efficient? I would say it's not that efficient. It's better than if they were to write it again, just left to right down the page in lines and paragraphs. But overall, compared to what it could be, it's not very efficient because a lot of time is wasted on just writing things out. And the relationships, you can see these arrows were clearly added in after the fact. It wasn't thought about beforehand, right? That's why it's so messy and it's just hard to follow it. So they haven't asked themselves the question of why is it important, okay? Why is nervous tissue important? Who knows? Why is this important? Where does this even go? Why is this important? What part of the page is this meant to even be on, right? So it doesn't look like there's been much thought around that. This one, again, the visual aspect, not so well. I mean, there's elements of it, so we'll give that a semi on the visual. Is it processed? Not so much. I mean, it kind of just looks like they wrote a bunch of stuff and then they just like mass added arrows in afterwards. So even though they kind of have relationships, it's not really taken as a priority. So I'm going to give that a no, okay? Not a priority. Is it reflective of the way that they were thinking about it? Yeah, I think it reflects that they were very linear. And is it efficient? I'm going to say no because of the fact that it failed on being relational. And it doesn't seem like there's an idea of why is it important and how does it relate. It seems like it's just information on a page with arrows chucked in afterwards. And then we can look at, all right, let's have a look at this one, all right? Is it visual? Yep, a lot of visual stuff going on here. Is it processed? Look, highly processed. There's extremely organized flow going on here. So yes. Is it relational? Definitely. It's very clear to see the relationships, okay? How it works. Flow is very clear. Is it freehand? Yes, it is, even though it's done electronically. Is it representative? So it represents that this person has clearly thought about why certain things are important and linked them back to the main topic. The big picture has always been held in mind. It's very organized. So I'm going to say yes. Is it efficient? I'm going to say yes, because not a lot of unnecessary writing that you can see. And a lot of what's been on here is very well processed. A lot of abstract visual representation, very good spatial arrangement, okay? Now, this mind map actually was done by the exact same person that did this mind map, and it's 2 months apart. Okay, so I worked with this student, and the student is actually the student I talked to you about before, Olivia. So this is one of Olivia's first mind maps when I first taught her how to do mind maps. And as you can see, it was a chaotic mess. A couple months later, she's pulling up mind maps that look more like this, which honestly include more information than the mind map you just saw. Even though it looks so much simpler, this has a lot of information on it. But just because she's able to reduce the amount of writing and represent it differently and represent it through the spatial arrangement and the concepts are just more apparent, it just looks so much simpler, even though there's actually a ton more information on this mind map than the previous one. By the way, if you don't remember, Olivia's been getting pretty much straight A pluses, 90% and above for every single test since then. So obviously it's working well. This one, is it visual? It is visual here, but here's a note about making things visual, is that it's not abstract visual. So the thing about abstract is that you want to emphasize the most important parts. The thing with this is that all of these look the same, which means that it's not memorable. You're not going to be able to remember like 1 versus 3 when the only difference is that this has an O in the middle, whereas this one is blank. It's just too detailed. So if you really wanted to emphasize the O, you should have actually made this something that's like, you know, like a really clear O, like a ring or something. If this is OH, then maybe you wanted to have like a speech bubble with someone that's like, oh, okay? And if you wanted to have, you know, I don't know, NH4 like this, you know. So the idea is that you should actually be representing it in a way that makes it more memorable. So it's visual. So I'm going to say visual. This is a good attempt. Good attempt. However, it's done too kind of linearly, okay, too listy. And at the end of the day, there are still, you know, like it's still very kind of linear, you know, left to right, down the page sort of thing. The Level of processing, again, I think the processing hasn't been done very well because the flow and the relationships between them just doesn't seem like it's very strong. The relational aspect, again, these clearly have been added in after the fact, right? So that's not very good. That hasn't been a priority. So again, if this is the first mind map that you're doing, that's fine. You can just do it again. Just make sure that the relationships are the priority this time. Priority. Is it freehand? Yes. Is it reflective of the learning process? Yeah, so what it reflects to me here is that it's still somewhat linear. The relationships are not being prioritized. And it doesn't seem like there's an idea of why it's important. And the how does it relate is like an afterthought. Is it efficient? I'm going to say not really, because it doesn't have enough processing and relation focus. Another mind map here, there's like a text sort of response, text analysis type thing in English. So, okay, is it visual? Yep, there's visual elements. One little thing here is that this person is using lined paper, which you can see makes things just look very chaotic. So I'd recommend not using lined paper. Is it processed? Yep, I believe it is processed. You can see that there's good grouping of information. You can see that there's an effort to try to, make things flow a little bit and connect things to root causes. Okay, so there's a level of organization there. Is it relational? Yeah, there are relationships being shown here. I think the thing here is that the page is probably so small. This looks like an A4 lined page, and you're just going to struggle with that. So I think this person's ability to express relationships clearly would be much easier if they just used bigger paper, because this is all very, very cramped and you just don't want that. Okay, so I'm going to say okay, but because of page size. Freehand, yes. Is it reflective of their learning process? Yes, I believe it is, because it does have good organization in here. And is it efficient? I'm going to say overall, it's relatively efficient. However, I think this person will actually struggle to remember all these relationships purely because of the fact that it's so hard to physically see on this page. This one here, you can see that it is visual. Okay, so from now on, let's do this. Let's focus purely on what needs to be improved rather than saying what everything, about it, which is good. So the main issue here is that the relationships are not clear. So that's the main thing. Relationships are not clear. So you can see when you really focus, there are things going on. I mean, this arrow doesn't even really go anywhere. There are things going on, but the relationship overall, when you kind of look at this entire thing, it's not really clear what's like. I get a feeling of like this type of thing happening, but outside of that, and like this, it's kind of messy to see what's happening. So I think the relationships here need to be a bit more clear. And I think the idea of why is it important hasn't been asked enough, because it looks just more like a process. I don't think it's been thought through in terms of this aim step as clearly. Okay, this one, look, relationships are looking pretty good. What's the issue here? Okay, number one, don't ever do this thing where you like copy paste diagrams in there. You are not like a human camera. Just because you copy pasted a diagram doesn't mean that you did anything good. All you've done by copy pasting a diagram is you've taken away an opportunity for you to represent it abstractly. You've taken away an opportunity for you to represent it visually. You've taken away the opportunity for you to process the information first. You've made it easy for yourself, which means that it's easier to be passive and not think about it. And it also becomes less memorable because of the fact that it's too detailed for your brain to really hold on to. It would have been better to look at this, think about how you can represent it yourself, and then draw it into your own notes rather than doing this. So I see this type of thing a lot. That is not something that should be done. But in terms of the other things, the relationships, the grouping, the processing, the spatial arrangement, all of those are relatively good. So I'm sure this person has got a pretty good understanding of this topic of cell processes. Here, all right, straight away I can see a lot of visual. It looks so simple. There's so few words. Now, personally, I know what this topic is, and I know that this mind map actually covers an enormous volume of content yet again, but simply it just looks like there's nothing going on because they've represented so much of that information through arrows and pictures. I mean, imagine explaining this arrow here in a sentence. It would be an entire sentence in itself. Imagine writing every single relationship in here through words. Now you can see how much information is actually on this mind map, right? So overall, this one is actually very good. Very good. It's very clear to see the flow. It's very clear to see the relationships. We've got relationships between things, coming and branching out from things, good spatial awareness, good visual representation and expression, all of it done very well. So that's very good. All right. Let's have a look at, okay, this one. Now, here's the thing. We've got a mind map where it's been done through typing. And what do we think about typing out our notes? No, we don't do that. Okay, not until we have a very advanced level of studying, which is very far from where this person is at, based on how I can see that the relationships are not super clear, especially given the fact that this is not even the whole topic. This is just some of the main points. I think that this has been done a little bit too easily. It's a bit too passive, and the writing is probably not helping at all, which is why I just don't recommend typing them out. This mind map here, okay, is it visual? Yes. What are we seeing? We see that there's a pretty good flow. We see a pretty good flow of ideas, all right? Pretty good flow. It looks like it's getting a little bit chaotic, especially around here. I think this can be cleaned up. Around here, this can be cleaned up. But this basic flow is very clear. So I can see that this person has asked themselves a question of why is it important? And then how does it relate? They've clearly asked themselves this question because you can see those relationships very clearly. And since they've prioritized relationships, you know, overall, it's just a winning combination, you know, generally speaking. However, still pretty wordy, still quite wordy. So their visual representation is not done too great. All right, this one, okay, what's the main issue? Relationships, very messy, very messy. So this person needs to go through this again, clean up those relationships, and really try to group those ideas together. So it doesn't look chaotic. I mean, what is going on here? It's like a Chinese interstate, like crazy as 9-way intersection or something, you know? That's crazy. You know, you're never going to be able to remember that. So that all needs to be cleaned up. The relationships here were not a priority, okay? So this is clearly a beginner mind map. But again, you know, we're all beginners at some point, and it's just a matter of knowing what to improve on and how to improve on it. This person needs to really think and ask themselves the question of each of these. Okay, why is distance important? How does it relate to intensity? Why is intensity important? How does it relate to amplitude? And how does all of this relate to volume of sound? How does that relate to longitudinal waves? So we need to ask these questions. Why is it important? How does it relate? So you see how the AIM questions keep coming up again and again. If we don't stick to these AIM questions while we're learning, we can see that it causes problems in our retention later down the line. This one here, okay, the relationships are relatively good because we can see a clear flow, but here a little bit, it gets a little bit messier, especially around here. So that can be cleaned up a little. The visual representation, that's the aspect that probably it falls on. But otherwise, the relationships are clearly a priority here. So that's overall done quite well. This one, okay, great. Looks very simple. Probably lacking a little bit of detail, to be honest, because there aren't a lot of images, and yet there's also not a lot of text, which means that there's probably, and there's also not a lot of arrows and relationships between things either, which shows that this is probably a little bit incomplete. Okay, so what this person needs to do is make sure they've got more connections between the different topics. Okay, how do these things all relate to each other? As well as adding a little bit more information and finding a way to condense that with more images, more visuals, while keeping this clean flow. But the relationships are done very well here. This one, okay, visuals aren't great. okay? The relationships here are really messy. It's extremely hard to follow what's going on. I can generally make out because of the red arrows that this, and this are more important. But outside of that, I mean, I don't even know what's going on here. So this relationships really needs to be the focus of this one. Down here, look, relationships are pretty clean looking. We can just generally see the direction that things are going in, right? However, pretty wordy in some places, a little bit. I think we can add on a little bit more visuals to represent them a bit more abstractly. So this is something we can work on. And maybe actually just even enhancing our relationships more by showing us which is most important. Okay, what's the most important flow? And that's something that this one did really well. The one here, we can see that the most important flow of information is like this, right? It's like that. We can see that, and these are examples down here. We can see that flow of information really, really easily, right? We can see that flow of information, easily here. We can see it goes like this, and like this. We can see that here it goes like this, and then like that, right? We can see that flow of information really, really clearly. Whereas in this one, it does seem to kind of go in all directions. I'm not sure where my eye should go at a certain point. It gets a little bit chaotic. So figuring out which particular flow might be the most important to emphasize. Okay, and like this one, you can see the flow is very clear, right? It's going out, it's going out. This one goes down, this one goes out, it comes back up, and this all connects together. This comes and then connects in like that, right? So you can follow that flow very simply. This one, what's the main issue? There's no relationships. So this person does not value relationships. So until that's done, we can't really think about anything else. Visuals are good, but the relationships are not. This one, again, the relationships look like they were an afterthought. Good level of processing in terms of visuals and not too many words that are there, but the arrangement in space is very messy. It's hard to see what's going on, hard to flow. So this person needs to ask themselves, why is each thing important? And how does it relate? And they need to clean up this mind map to represent it a little bit better. So again, this is something that you would commonly see on the first mind map. We are not really sure exactly how it flows, so you do your best to represent it, and you add on all these arrows and it looks really messy. That's fine. You can just do this and then just clean it up and then do it again. This one, okay, the visuals are like kind of okay. However, the level of detail and information on this is also okay, but the relationships are really quite hard to follow. Like there's something going on here and then here, and then this is like going like this, but it is quite difficult. Like there's a lot of strands of information happening here, which is kind of hard to see. So what this person needs to do is figure out what is the most important thing. Is it like this? And then it's like this. Is that the most, are these the most important, main concepts, the main flow of information? Okay. So again, this person needs to ask themselves, why is it important? And that's going to allow them to figure out which of these branches is the most important to follow. And same thing here, except the visuals need work. Okay, the visuals are not done very well. So that needs work. And then again, there's not really anything here in terms of the relationships that's not being done very well. So this is almost just like left to right notes down the page. So I would say the efficiency here is not very good because it's almost just the same as writing left to right down the page. It's just that they've done it across the page and then across the page like that. So this, not very efficient. And I can guarantee this person didn't learn all of this stuff just by writing it once. And they're probably missing information because they're so wordy. And this one, again, really good, very clean, good flow of information here. It's a little bit messy to see what's going on in some of these places, but overall, the entire shape of it is just very clean. Maybe a little bit too wordy in a few places, but overall done pretty well, clearly focusing on the relationships. So hopefully you can see a few trends between good mind maps and not so good mind maps. And then you can see whether your mind maps that you create, do they look like they have a clean flow of information? Do they look like they are using not too many words? Do we have a very clear understanding of where the information is going and the purpose behind it? And ultimately, have you been thinking in your own mind? Have you been thinking about trying to keep it clean and organized by asking yourselves the question from your aim steps and really shooting in order to fill that in? Because when you do the aim step well, you've got all these questions that you're curious about. You should be able to go into the information, start creating these connections based on the answers that you'd get by going through all of your aim steps. And that's how you build your knowledge very organically. And we'll see a bunch of examples about how to do that when we actually look at the subject-specific examples. Okay, so previously we have covered in biology the blood system, how we had a bunch of questions that we could create about the blood system. And we had questions that were, asking every single point, what is it and why is it important? And remember, we're asking these for our headings as well. Why are vessels important? Why is the heart important? All of that stuff. And we asked our questions about how does it all relate? And we primed ourselves for these potential relationships like we do in every aim step. So let's see how that relates when we actually start creating a mind map for our shoot step. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take these big headings, okay? We know that each of these points kind of belong underneath this heading. So if we can figure out how these headings relate first and draw up the really basic relationship, then we should be able to plant all of these kind of underneath them and work with that. So by asking myself the question, how is the heart related to the vessels? How is the heart and the vessels relevant to the big picture functions? How is the heart rate or beat control relevant to the big picture or the anatomy of the heart? Why are they important? By asking myself these questions, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and learn about it. I'm going to read, okay? I'm going to Google additional things. I'm going to do a bunch of work to learn how this all works. And by the end of all of this, while I'm going, and while I'm learning about this, I'm going to learn more about these relationships, and it's going to allow me to figure out how this works. Now, this is quite a time-consuming process initially, learning about this and reading about it and just getting that basic skeleton there. And you've only got 4 things to work with, and yet it still takes a while. But trust me, it starts speeding up much, much faster later on when you build the framework and the basic backbone very strongly. If you rush this part, then you'll run into a lot of trouble later on. And even now, I still feel a little bit impatient sometimes when I'm doing this basic backbone because I'm just thinking, man, there's so much to learn. How am I going to get through it when I'm still only on this basic big picture stuff? But actually later on, it just starts speeding up so much that it's 10 times worth it. So let's have a look at what that looks like, okay? So that's what I got. We can see that I've got the heart, the vessels, the heart rate control, and the big picture purpose. So I said basically stuff from the heart will lead out to the vessels, and heart rate control is activated on the heart. And the big picture purpose is probably going to relate to the whole picture here. So this is kind of how I see the overall structure of the information, okay? So this is the most basic structure, and everything else is going to hang on this. So it might take you like 20, 30 minutes even just to get to this stage, but don't worry because that's time well spent. What we can do now is we can take these other points, other keywords that we've got, all of these little bits, and we can start planting them around it and thinking how we can relate it. And again, asking those questions that we've made in the aim step, this is going to help us define those relationships and really figure out how it is all related. And after doing that, it should look something like this. So you can see what I've done is I've actually drawn a picture of the heart here instead. I've got the vessels, and I've broken the vessels down into each vessel type there is. And I've made this loop here to show the representation because after thinking about how the vessels and the heart and all of that are related, I realized this is actually the general flow of things. And I've added on a few more things like the exchange as one of the cardiac cycle control. So these were all the things in the big picture functions here as well. And so we can see that we actually have the relationships all shown here. We're showing that, okay, the heart and then the vessels has this type of shape to it. The control is coming into the heart, as we can see. But I've also related cardiac cycle to that as well, because while I was learning about cardiac cycle, I realized, oh, that's actually directly relevant to the heart as well. And, various other things in terms of the control, and then blood pressure over here. So this is now my more detailed structure. And you can see that I've got a little bit more detail on here, but it's still pretty big picture. You wouldn't say that this is enough to do well in an exam, okay? But what I've done now is I've fleshed out that framework, and you can definitely see the similarities, right, between the two. You can see that over here, we've got heart rate control. Over here, we've got control leading to the heart, heart going to the vessels, heart going to the vessels, this time looping around. And this big picture purpose, I've actually integrated within the structure because I thought that was more appropriate. Again, I was able to realize that it was more appropriate, and I was able to come to this understanding how it should all be arranged, because I wasn't worried about learning all the information and memorizing the details. What I was really concerned on, and what I was focusing on razor sharp, was just clarifying the relationships. And because I was focusing so intently on the relationships, it means that I'm able to form the relationships very cleanly. And at this stage, I've already gone through all the material. Once for the aim step, I've gone through all the material again for the basic structure, and going back and forth and to Google and, looking things up. So this process is constant. We're always going aim, shoot, aim, shoot, aim, shoot. We learn a little bit about heart rate control, and then we have more questions that we can ask that we didn't think to ask before. So we learn a little bit about the brain, the medulla, and we have more questions that we didn't think of before. So we add that question, and then we ask that question again, and we think, how is this important? How is this related to epinephrine? Or how is that related to the SA node? And we ask these questions to really clarify the relationships. And so this is a very, very back and forth process. And it's very important that we do this back and forth process. It might seem messy, but it's a very explorative, very organic way of learning. And by the end of this, we have a really great understanding of the relationships. And even though we haven't written it down, we will inadvertently have learned some of the detail as well that we were not even trying to memorize. So by this point, I've gone through the material probably 3 times. I've gone on Google a few times to clarify a few things that I couldn't find in the notes. And I've created what I think is quite a clean structure here. What I'm going to do next is I'm now going to add even more detail onto it. Okay, so let's take that and let's add all the detail that we need onto it. And that's what it looks like afterwards. So you can actually see inside the middle, right? You can actually see that we have the exact same basic structure. In fact, it's the exact same mind map as the one above. You can see that, right? Except what I've done now is I've added on top of that, I've tried to make that all in blue or some other colors. I've added on top of that all the other information. So now this is my 4th time going through it. And I'm really going through all the detail and adding all the detail onto it. Okay, I'm adding detail onto it. I'm adding detail onto it. I'm really making my knowledge much more solid. And so this is a process here that takes, a while. So certainly the aim step may take a while, but this process is the one that really consumes the most amount of time. But having said that, remember, we are actually doing an entire subject all at once. So even though for me, it didn't take very long because it was a skill that I've already learned. But for beginners, it's very easy for this to take maybe 5 or 6 hours even to get to this bottom stage here. But remember, it's 5 or 6 hours. And by the end of doing this, I can honestly say that my retention on everything that I wrote here was probably 100%, at lowest 95% retention. And I made this mind map a few days ago now, and I definitely remember everything about it. Obviously, it does help that I have medical training. But having said that, I can tell that the knowledge feels very known. Okay, so this can take a while, but after you get more proficient at this, the time really starts reducing. So I would normally expect that this type of mind map would take me anywhere between maybe 1.5 to 2 hours to get to the final point here where I'm really, really happy with everything. And again, this entire time, I'm always going back and forth, aim, shoot, aim, shoot, aim, shoot, okay? I'm shooting, I'm learning a little bit more about the cardiac cycle here, and that's giving me more questions. I'm thinking, oh, how does that relate to the different type of control? How does that relate to the different type of anatomy? I've got all these different types of questions that I'm asking, again, allowing me to really understand the relationships more clearly. So if you know this topic,
feel free to just freeze this frame and just look at what's on there. There's a lot of detail, so I'm not going to go into it a lot. But we'll see how this can be cleaned up even more and how we can really take our knowledge to the next level in the skin step that comes after this. So this is the shoot step. This is our bulk of our learning. But the only reason I'm able to create such a highly relational, highly connected mind map here, and you can see that it's very connected, very relational, right? The only reason I'm able to do that is because I'm driven by the questions that I'm asking. And the initial aim step gives me the initial round of questions, but probably, half or just under half of all the questions I ended up asking myself came from shooting and then going back to the aim step. So that's the shoot step. And we'll look at the skin step and how we can expand on that later. So we looked at how we can take this topic of asexual reproduction and ask the questions in our aim step, the same questions that we should be quite used to asking by now, the what is it, and then why is it important, and then how are they related to each other, being quite specific about those. And remember that we're able to ask these how are they related because we're constantly thinking about how they're related while we're even learning each of the keywords. So how does this look when we apply it into a mind map for our shoot stage? So as usual, what we're going to do is we're going to take the major headings and we're just going to figure out how they all interact first. Because if we're able to build a very basic building block and basic structure of just these core concepts and core headings, then we can fit everything else around them and hang it off, like a structure is meant to be done. So let's have a look at how that shoot stage would look. So this is what that shoot stage looks like in my mind. Okay. We've got different types of asexual production, cloning, advantages and disadvantages, I think, will come underneath that. And then issues, I suspect, will be on the side. So in my mind, I'm kind of visualizing that we'll have a bunch of stuff over here, a bunch of stuff over here, probably a bunch of stuff over here, and then I'm thinking that's going to link in that kind of direction as well. So this is a general structure that I'm building in my mind. So this here is our structure. Okay, this is our structure. And I just wrote this here in that while we're doing this, we're constantly going back and forth between aiming and shooting, aiming and shooting. As we shoot, okay, there's too many O's there. As we shoot, we are getting more information, right? We're collecting information and we're bringing it in and we're organizing it and we're processing it and we're figuring out all these different relationships that are forming. And as a result, we're able to think of new questions that we can aim with. So we're constantly going back and forth. And while I was doing this, I was going between aiming and shooting sort of once every 5 to 10 minutes. So it's a constant process of aim, shoot, aim, shoot, aim, shoot. If you learn something, add it to the mind map, and then you have to go and aim again 5-10 minutes later, that's perfectly normal. And that is actually what helps us build these relationships a little bit more specifically, and it's what allows us to build these relationships more accurately. So after we've done that, now we're going to add on the other concepts, right? So we've got a bunch of sub-concepts underneath this, and we want to now add the sub-concepts on to the basic structure that we've got to build a bit more of a detailed structure. And what we've got there is something that looks like this, okay? So this was a pretty small subject, actually. Realistically, we could probably do this for more than just this subject. It was quite small, honestly. You could do it for a bigger topic than this. But after chucking all the sub-concepts on, you can see how it just attached to it. And we can see that I've got some visual use here, abiding by the good note-taking principles that we've talked about. You can see how it's branching, and you can see that general flow of ideas. And I've even got another thing I've added on to that structure because I felt that this was quite different from how I initially had expected it to look. So I initially expected that vegetative propagation would come out from the types here, but actually I think it fits a little bit more as kind of this encompassing all of these different types. So this here, at this stage, we've got what we might call a detailed structure. Okay, and this is actually really our mind map. There's not much more else to put on here. Now we'll look in our skin step how we can take this and make it even better, because there's a lot of ways that we can actually improve this in the skin step, and it's a great example of how powerful using the skin step properly can be. We've looked at how we can do the aim step and how we can create curiosity, and how when we're doing a big subject, which we want to be doing a pretty big subject, maybe an entire area of study is a bit overwhelming for people if they're just beginning, but if you feel like you can, then it's good to bite off as much as you can chew. We've seen how we can prime our brain to create lots of different connections using our aim step here. There's lots of things that are confusing, and it almost feels, or not even almost, it feels overwhelming because there's so many different things that we need to figure out. Well, let's see how we translate that into the shoot step. So as always, the first step is just to look at these big picture things, these big picture topics: acids and bases, properties of water, redox chemistry, aqueous solutions, water as a solvent. And I want to know what's the basic backbone of these subjects, and maybe some of the main concepts, these green ones, how they might fit in. So what we're doing here is we're building the most basic structure, okay? We're building the most basic structure. So let's see how that looks like. So that's what the basic structure looks like. And you can see I've got acids and bases, redox reactions, solubility, water as a solvent here. So what I've done is not only have I looked at how I can arrange it and how they're related, but I've also even tied that to other things and observations that I made. So in asking myself, how are acid and base reactions similar or different to redox reactions, I realized that the main difference is that acid and base reactions are involving protons, whereas redox reactions are involving electrons. And these are both just different types of reactions. So I was able to create a backbone that looks like this, linking it together. Because just linking acids and bases directly to redox is going to be much harder to do than linking it through like this. Again, something like solubility, relating that to water as a solvent, I realized that that is actually related because they're both talking about solutions. And solutions are in water, and water has certain properties. So this is how I was able to connect this. So by asking myself, how is solubility and water as a solvent as a topic related? How is structure of water and water as a solvent related? I was able to realize that there are solvent-solute interactions, and some of those involve hydrogen bonds, which is a structure of water. So I was able to create a connection like this between two different topics, right? And again, in terms of ion-dipole interactions and dissociation with the structure of water being polar, I was able to do that. Okay, here I was able to integrate oxidation numbers with the reactions of oxidants and reductants. Again, looking at different acids and how the reactions they have. So getting to this point takes a very long time. And the entire time you're doing this, you are constantly going back and forth between the aim and the shoot step, okay? You're constantly going back and forth between these two steps. And that's completely normal. While I was doing this, I was going back and forth between the aim and the shoot steps roughly once every 5 to 10 minutes. And it took a solid, I would say, around, for me, it took around about 30 minutes to get to this point, but I completely expect that someone who is not familiar with using the skill yet will take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours to get to this point. And again, this is actually a very good time investment, because the next step that you're about to see, for me, actually only took 15 minutes. And even for someone that's new, I expect would only take around 1 to 2 hours, which you'll realize is just ridiculous to be able to get through all of that in 1 to 2 hours, and to do an entire area of study in, less than 10 hours of study and have an extremely high level of retention, 90% plus level of retention after doing this. That's impressive. I also wanted to connect this whole thing with this whole thing, but I couldn't really find a good way to connect it. I thought maybe I could connect it in that there are reactions that involve water within acids and bases, and maybe I could relate it to that. However, It seemed a little bit shaky. It didn't really seem like a very strong connection to make. So I decided to just leave them separate. So we're going to end up having two different mind maps for this area of study. Now, I've written here that this is a critical stage to reach. So if you can get this step right up to here, you're kind of 80% there, to be totally honest, which is why I say spending time to do this well is so worth the investment. For the time you invest, there is a high return on investment. Return on investment plus, because this is forming that basic structure, remember? This is forming that basic structure of knowledge. And because it's forming that structure, everything else hangs on this, which meant that the next step, which would have been extremely overwhelming, became much easier for me. Now, at this point, after doing this, I don't feel really great about the topic yet. I really feel very much so, still quite confused about things. I have a lot of questions still unanswered, and I'm overall still just very overwhelmed with the amount that I'm going to have to study. However, I know that it's all going to consolidate very, very quickly, so I hold off and I don't worry about it. And obviously, I've got experience using the skill, so I know that that's to come. But for beginner learners, this feeling of overwhelm is something that often puts people off. But stick through it, because once it starts consolidating, it's going to click together at a pace you don't believe. So this is the critical stage. And again, we're going aim, shoot, aim, shoot, aim, shoot. As we learn a little bit more about acids and bases, we can start asking questions that are a little bit more related. Maybe you didn't know about Bronsted-Lowry theory as detailed, and so we weren't able to ask questions about how it relates to acids and bases as specifically, but once we learn a little bit more about it, we're able to do that, okay? So the next step is to continue learning about each of these, and we're going to add on all the details on top of this now, okay? We're going through the material again. So at this point, I've gone through material already 2 or 3 times just to be able to come up with this structure. And now I'm ready to hang all my details onto it, okay? So we're about to add on details into the next step. So we're gonna, again, go back into the text, into our resources, whatever the resources are, and we're gonna be learning about the relationships, hanging them on here, and as we learn more, we're constantly going back and forth because we'll think of more questions to ask. Again, how does it relate? Why is it important? Constantly going back and forth, okay? Constantly going back and forth. And after doing that back and forth process of going and learning and adding it to the mind map and then doing it again and adding it to the mind map and asking more and more questions and answering them and going through the detail and just going through it to clarify all the different relationships, I get to this point where this has basically everything that I need to know. There's a few things here, like in terms of specific equations, constants, pH equation, definitions. These are things that I didn't really want to clutter up my mind map with, so I didn't put them on there, and I'm just going to put these on flashcards. And we'll talk about memorization and memorization techniques in a couple of the other camps and how we can do it more effectively. But for now, I'll just put them on flashcards. So excluding that really, really detailed stuff, which honestly makes up less than 10% of this entire subject, an area of study, we come to this. So you can see, if you're familiar with this topic, you should see various things: single arrow versus equilibrium arrow, strength not being proportional to concentration, pH of 7, base is higher, acid is lower. Bronsted-Lowry theory, talking about how acids are proton donors, bases are receivers. And you can see how doing it something like this is a very efficient and very clear way of demonstrating that without cluttering up with heaps of writing. We've got a few reactions here, and while I've gone through the reactions, I've been constantly asking myself why. I've been asking myself, why is it the way that it is? And I've been asking myself, how are they similar or how are they different? And by doing that, it's allowed me to understand these reactions a lot better, to the point where I don't even need to try to memorize them. It just makes sense. So this is a long process, but if chemistry is not a strong subject for you, I actually extremely recommend that you take the time to do this, because chemistry is actually one of those subjects where there's actually not too many concepts. However, those concepts repeat themselves again and again and again, and a lot of the reactions you see are actually very, very similar to each other, even though on the surface they look different. So you could have a reaction that looks completely different to another reaction. And if you don't take the time to think about how they are similar or different or why they occur, fundamentally why, not just because it's what's in the book, but physically what's happening with the reactions, what's going on with the electronegativity, what's going on with polarity, what's going on with bond strength. Okay, understanding why do reactions actually happen in the first place. If you understand that, you'll realize that a lot of these reactions are actually really just different variations and examples of the same thing. This is why some people are very, very good at chemistry to the point where it's ridiculously easy for them, because chemistry repeats constantly. So knowing this, I went through and looked to find the similarities, and I found, okay, we've got an acid. I know that an acid, based on the Bronsted-Lowry equation, I know that it is a proton donor, and I know that a proton is effectively just a hydrogen ion. So based on what I know about bond strength and polarity, I can tell that a metal hydroxide reacting with an acid is likely to have the hydroxide part, which is inherently quite negative, attract the positive from the acid's proton. And so the proton will probably go over here, which means that the bond between the metal and the hydroxide is likely to break because it's probably weaker than the negative and positive attraction from an electronegative point of view. So this type of thought process that I've just done is something that people that are not great at chemistry can't imagine doing. But actually, once you get used to thinking of it like this and you spend maybe a couple hours just really honing in on the very basics of why is it that reactions happen? Why do bonds break? Why do they form? And once you get an intuitive understanding of that, you're actually able to do this for every type of reaction. It's going to make your chemistry life so much easier. It's a great step to do. So that's not really related to the bear hunter system. I'm just giving that to you as a pro tip, pro tip. So I know that that metal bond is going to break, and that metal will then go on to whatever the acid was minus the hydrogen. So if a hydrogen ion comes onto here, we've got H2O. So we must have the hydrogen ion here plus the OH. That's water, H2O. And then we've got a metal plus the conjugate base, which is the metal plus the conjugate, which we just call that a salt. So acid plus metal hydroxide must equal a salt plus water because this simply comes off and this joins together. Whereas with an acid with a metal carbonate, I know that carbonate is a CO3, which in an ionic form is a 2-. So the CO3 is quite negative. And there's a bond between that and the metal element, or the atoms involved in that. The acid is the same thing. There's a plus here. So I know that this plus is going to be attracted to this negative aspect here, and that's going to cause this bond to break. Having said that, this is a 2-, and this single plus is not going to be enough. Now, this is the thing, is that actually you don't just have a single molecule of acid. You've got this metal bathed in acid. So there's actually lots of acid molecules. So there's actually going to be 2 of these. There's going to be 2 of these to balance out this 2- charge, which means that we're going to end up with 2 hydrogens joining on from there, coming on to take the CO3 off. One of the oxygens will join the hydrogens to form the water. So the 2 hydrogens here come from the 2 times acids over here, whereas a carbon dioxide is simply the oxygen coming off with the metal and the conjugate acid being formed afterwards. Now, that's very similar to the reaction above it, an acid plus a metal hydrogen carbonate. The hydrogen within the carbonate is going to provide the additional hydrogen that would normally come off the acid. So we don't need 2 times. We've got 1 hydrogen from the proton here, and we've got 1 hydrogen from the metal here to form the water. So we've got H2, but we don't need 2 times the acid. And we've got the metal conjugate and the carbon dioxide. So this equation is actually exactly the same as this equation. This is exactly the same as this. The only difference is that the hydrogen comes from here instead of coming from 2 of the acids. So that becomes very easy to memorize, you see? And then similarly up here as well, we've got double the amount of acid here to come off to form the hydrogen, because a reactive metal is so reactive, it's going to whip off the acid no matter what. This bond will form and it's going to leave the hydrogen to fend for itself. And the only thing it can do is bind to another hydrogen that's floating around that was also left to fend for itself from another reaction that occurred with another reactive metal floating around in that solution. And we've got the salt plus hydrogen gas. So we can see that these reactions, normally people would just memorize them. But if you spend a bit of time to learn them like this, it actually starts making a lot more sense. Now, if you're not good at chemistry, everything that I've just said to you might just seem crazy to be able to just think through logically. But if you're good at chemistry, you will know that this is actually very basic, what I've just talked about. And if you're not good at chemistry and what I talked about just now was just very hard to follow, then I really, really, really strongly recommend that you spend the time to learn about electronegativity, polarity, bond strength, and why reactions occur, because that's going to make your life much easier for chemistry moving forward. So we've done this for the rest of the topic. We've kept this separate from this one. And in actually doing this, I realized that the initial framing I had here, where I had a solubility curve coming out here, didn't actually make sense. And this whole precipitation being here, connected to crystallization next to it, that actually didn't make sense either for me. So I actually got rid of that. So you can see here, there's a lot of areas that are now more connected. So this mind map now has all the information on it. And we're going to see that we can take this and we can skin it and we can get a lot more information out of it. So if you're familiar with this topic, you can freeze on this frame and have a look at the mind map that I've built so you can see how I've structured the information, and then we'll move on to the skin step to see how much cleaner it can get later on. So have a look at this, and you can have a look at this mind map to read it in a little bit more detail if you're familiar with this topic, so you can see how I've arranged all of that material from the very beginning. So this is the shoot step. That for how with new languages we can use comprehensible input hypothesis so that we learn stuff that is right on the fringe of what we know, in fact just beyond the fringe of what we know and are comfortable with, and we can create dialogue or find essays or writing or reading or books or something that we are interested in, and based on that we can create some variations. And those are the things that we are genuinely curious about being able to say or write or understand. So now it's time to shoot. And very So let's have a look at how we can apply this aim, step, and what we end up getting from that by shooting on these. So we took the idea, the example of 1984 by George Orwell, and we're doing the theme. Number one, what are the themes? Number two, why are those themes important related to the author's background? And number three, how are the techniques related to the themes or the author's preferences and influences? So I'm literally gonna take those exact questions and I'm going to Google, read some Wikipedia articles, look at my teacher's notes, things like that, and I'm just gonna figure that out. I'm literally just answering those questions, and that's the shoot stage here. So for 1984, this is what we can get. The themes that we start with are the themes of classes, oppression, and fascism. So if you haven't read 1984, just follow along. You'll see the process anyway. Government brainwashing, militaristic supervision, and ignorance and rejection of the truth. So these are some recurring themes. And there are some other themes as well, but I wanted to keep this video still relatively concise in some way. So these are the main ones. So these are the main themes that are talked about in George Orwell's 1984. What's the next step? I've identified the themes. The next step is thinking, why are those themes important? Why are the themes important? So when I look at why, I read a Wikipedia article on George Orwell's life, and I thought, I had this in my mind. I had these things in my mind, and I thought, what about George Orwell's life made him think that these things were important? Okay? So I had this in my mind, and I was reading the Wikipedia page thinking, what in his life made these things important? And I noticed a few things. He used to be a policeman, and I thought, I wonder if that had any influence on him understanding more about classes and oppression. He was very well traveled. He was poor, sought after experiences, and I think that probably gave him some insight into classes. When he was traveling, I'm putting just keywords here because I don't want to write literally like an entire Wikipedia paragraph. But if you go and read the article and you read the paragraph about him traveling, you see that he traveled to some interesting places and really threw himself into some very interesting experiences. So, for example, one time apparently during Christmas, he assaulted a police officer or something just so that he could spend Christmas in prison, just so that he knew what the experience would feel like. I mean, that's a very strange behavior, honestly. But this is someone who obviously really values that experience and in a social setting, which kind of comes back to this idea of classes, class relationships. He was a soldier in World War II, and if you're not familiar, World War II, that's a whole Hitler-Nazi thing. So government brainwashing, militaristic supervision. The youth in the Nazi reign, there were a lot of examples of how they would brainwash basically very young people, kids, children, and get the children to rat out on their parents. That was one of the ways that they would oppress and control the population. And that's actually something that happens in 1984 as well. That's an exact example of it. And now when we look at his background, we can see, he was a soldier. He was very anti-fascist, in fact. If I had copied the whole paragraph, you would see that he was very against fascism. He volunteered for pretty much every war that he could fight in his vicinity. And he's quoted to have being said that when he showed up to fight for one of these wars, he said that he's here to fight against fascism, is what he apparently said. He was a teacher. And he had actually multiple of his early works rejected. And the reason that some of his early works were rejected is actually stated to have been that it was a bit too socially out there for the time for it to be acceptable. And I thought maybe that's something that he was a bit resentful of. And maybe that's the reason why he's kind of like, the public isn't ready to accept the truth. They're ignorant. They're willfully ignorant and they reject the truth. So these are some of the reasons behind why George Orwell, I think, thought these themes were important. The next step is now thinking, what techniques did he use and how were they related to these themes? So now we see a combination of our groundwork coming through. We can see that one of the main protagonists, Winston, his life and personality ends up being in some ways quite similar to George Orwell's own life and personality, which we've been able to glean from here. So in our essay, we could actually say things like, that the influence of George Orwell's background is seen very clearly in the portrayal of the main protagonist, Winston, not only in the values, but also in the personality, which closely mirrors that of the author. That sounds like a great sentence to have, right? And if you're the examiner reading that, they're thinking, wow, this person really knows their stuff. And because you do, you legitimately know your stuff. And then you go into the themes. So, okay, we see the example of Julia, Winston's sort of girlfriend, who is really the manifestation of the consequences of what happens when you have these classes, as well as government brainwashing. That's the consequence of it. So George Orwell is thinking this theme is so important of classes and government brainwashing. He created an entire character to portray the negative consequence of what it looks like if that were allowed to succeed. And that character is called Julia. So we've been able to discern that because we've started and we've thought about the themes deeply. We've thought about it even more deeply by trying to connect it to his background. And now we realize how important each of these things really are in this person's life. And we're thinking there's no way someone who volunteered for that many wars and put his life at risk is going to not make government brainwashing and militaristic supervision a massive part. And lo and behold, they actually have characters that manifest the very theme. So in our essay, we can say that 1984 perfectly exemplifies the consequences of government brainwashing in classes through the relatable character of Julia, a theme that George Orwell clearly wanted to represent due to his incredibly strong alignment from his own personal background. Something along those lines. And again, if you get thrown curveball questions asking about any of these themes, because we know where those themes actually came from, we have a lot more flexibility with actually modifying and playing around with these. We can actually theorize about which one might have been more important than other ones. And that creates a lot more nuanced discussion. And because you're a lot more free in thinking about it, because you know where it came from, it means that the essays that you write are a lot easier and the techniques make a lot more sense. So we have Julia here. We've got O'Brien. O'Brien was a character who was a government representative, and he represented government brainwashing and this militaristic supervision. O'Brien also manifested this other thing, which was called doublespeak. And doublespeak and also this other thing called doublethink was a very famous 1984 concept that you can say one thing but mean another thing. And you can think one thing and believe something else entirely. And it's actually become so famous that it's actually sometimes used in just normal English language now. So this doublethink, I mean, he gave an entire new word to represent this concept. He clearly thought this was important because this is the direct representation of willful ignorance of truth. He has junior spies, again, from his Nazi influence about militaristic supervision. So there's, multiple of these examples and techniques that normally you would just go through and memorize and be like, okay, this represents this and this represents this and this represents this and this, and then when the essay is asking you to talk about it in a very fluid way that connects it all together, that's when we struggle. And really, are we surprised that we are struggling when we do it this way, when we started from memorizing the techniques and examples and working our way back to connecting to the themes? No, because it becomes very, very messy. But if we know where it comes from and we know where that comes from, then it's much more straightforward and we are much more fluid and flexible with what we're actually able to do with this information. And that's why I say the order is so important. Just because you do one thing, just because you are connecting techniques to themes, it doesn't mean that you're doing the same thing. What's important here is we start with the themes, then we go to the reason why it's important, and then we connect the whole thing together with techniques that exemplify it. And that order is what allows us to create something like this. And your actual mind map for your full text is going to be bigger than this, simply because this is not a comprehensive of the entire book, but it's the main ideas. And there's a lot more examples and techniques as well. But it's, in a way, it doesn't get any harder, even though there's more stuff there, because the number of themes aren't increasing exponentially. It's simply each theme has a couple more examples, which becomes really easy to learn because obviously the leaves will be where the branches led to. How the shoot step can work when it comes to unfamiliar text analysis. So we've mentioned that we are asking the same types of questions here. What is it? Why is it important? How is it related to the techniques? And we're doing much the same thing for a text response, but we're just figuring out what is the point, what are the themes, and then we're relating that to the technique. And again, the order is the key. The order is the key. If you don't do it in this order, you're going to be missing out on the main benefit here. So let's look at the shoot step. There's a couple things that we can do to identify what the themes are. So what are the themes and why is it important? We can use the Twitter test, and this is to help you get really critical analysis. Now, this is an example taken from a previous Victoria State exam. However, I've looked at the exams for IB, VCE, HSC, basically every single curriculum, as well as curriculums in other countries in previous years. And honestly, it's all basically the same. You get a different article, you get a slightly different question, you get a slightly different image, but it's pretty much the same thing. It's the exact same skill. Literally exactly the same skill. So what you can do here is the Twitter test. And the Twitter test is going to allow you to develop the skill. Okay, develop the skill. Now, you don't want to be doing the Twitter test in the exam. You want to be good enough at this so that by the time you sit the exam, you are unconsciously competent. You don't want to have any effort involved in this. You don't want to be consciously thinking about doing this. You want to have practiced this so many times before the exam so that when you do this, you can simply just do it. And what this is doing is critically allowing you to dissect the theme and the text to figure out what the themes are. So let's do this. The Twitter test says that there is like a character limit. If you've ever used Twitter, you know that there's a character limit. And I can't actually remember what the character limit is. But basically, there's a character limit. And if there's a character limit, it means that you have to be very careful about what you put in there. So everything needs to be in there for a reason. It's like, you know, when you're trying to like reach a word count, if there's like a minimum word count, it's like this essay has to be 2,000 words, but you don't have anything to say. You like add random words in there that just you don't even need. This is like the opposite. It's like saying you need to write a super compelling essay, but you can only do it in 200 words, and you're like, oh wow. So every single word in there needs to be like, this is exactly the word that I needed. So this is the Twitter test. We're saying if we had a character limit, why is it that the author decided to have this sentence or phrase in there? What is the point? What are they trying to get across? What's their agenda? Why was that important to them? That's the first stage of answering the AIM step questions. So let's do that for this. Let's start from the very beginning, which is actually the heading. A better, faster shopping experience. So what are we seeing here? We are seeing that they're saying better and they're saying faster. So what's the point here? Okay, the theme that I'm getting here, the theme is I'm getting something that's very positive, right? Kind of like a happy thing, kind of like a good thing. So that's in my mind, the theme that we've got. We've got the idea of like good. We've got the idea of like happy. All right, cool, good and happy. An open letter to our valued, sorry, I missed the photo. What do we see here? What do we notice here? We notice a handshake. We notice a smiling person. What does that tell you? They could have picked any photo. That tells you, okay, I'm getting the same vibes here. I'm getting good and happy, okay? Good, happy, maybe like this handshake. I don't know, like there's like a feeling of like cooperation or something like that. It's just an idea. All right, let's go to the first sentence. And again, I'm going very slowly right now. You're probably not going to have this much time in the actual exam. But again, we're developing this skill. And I just want to make it really clear what I'm doing. So I'm thinking out loud. An open letter to our valued customers, right? So look at this. It's like these trigger words, valued, open, you know? It's like, why didn't they just say a letter to customers, right? Remember, we're in a character limit here. We're doing the Twitter test. Every word matters. Why? Okay, it's like, why did they use the word un? Well, because you need an article. Why did they use the word letter? Because that's what it is. Why did they use customers? Because that's kind of what the audience is. Why did they use the word valued? See? Because they're trying to tell you something. They're trying to portray some kind of emotion. They want you to feel a certain way. An open letter, what does that make you feel? It makes you feel like, okay, valued. That's like, it's like very positive. It's again, that like cooperation, that happiness, this good thing. Very positive, right? Like, I'm like very appreciated. This open letter, open, again, like very cooperative. Like nothing to hide, very like honest, you could say, transparent. As you know. Why would you put that? If you were tweeting something, would you write as you know? I mean, that's valuable characters there. As you know. As I know, that makes it seem like it's really obvious. Okay? It makes it seem really obvious. Like it should be like common knowledge. Like it's almost like this is a given. That's how it makes you feel when you read the word as you know. Haley's local store. Why did they have that there? Well, because that's the name of the store, right? Is not your average grocery store. Is not your average grocery store. How does that make you feel? Is not your average. It's like unique. There's something unique. There's something different about this. We're a bit different, okay? Again, just reinforced that. We always put our customers first. So do you see we're starting to see some trends here? We're getting that cooperative, good, positive, appreciated vibe here. Let's go a little bit faster now, okay? You shouldn't go faster if you're just getting used to the skill, but let's just go faster for the sake of this example. We offer lots of healthy meals, many specials, locally sourced food, and as you know, again, we abolished plastic carry bags 4 years ago. Abolish is a pretty strong word to use there as well. You didn't just say got rid of. They didn't say removed. They used abolished long before the big stores. Okay, look, there's another phrase here. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words and a dash. That's precious characters and words that are being used up. Why do they have that there? Long before the big stores. That's some kind of comparison, right? It's like we're better than the big stores is kind of what they're telling us. How could we, let's think of a key word to represent that. Long before the big stores, okay? That's some kind of comparison, like a sense of superiority, like we're better than them. Okay, so it's kind of like good, but like not even good, it's like better. Okay, better. Why did we do these things? Why did we do these things? What are they putting that in there for? I wonder. We'll come back to that one. Let's put a little red thing here. Because you told us that was what you wanted and needed. Because you told us that was what you wanted. This whole sentence is like, why are they putting that in there? I think it's so that they make us feel more appreciated and like they're more cooperative and they're more honest. I think that's what it does. From 1st of July, we will introduce another improvement to serve you better. Another improvement to serve you better. Look at this. Look, bing, bing, bing. Another improvement. This is better, serve you better, honest, cooperative. We are going cashless, exclamation mark here. All transactions will be done electronically. What will it change for the vast majority of customers? Nothing except less time spent in the store, right? So now that we're getting to some of the more, this you can say, this is more detailed, right? You can tell this is like more informative. So now we're starting to see the themes that are coming through. All right, so let's just stay on the themes. If we were to go through this, a bit more, let's just very quickly go through the rest, see if there's any new themes. We're talking about having no actual money in the store. You won't need to go rummaging through your bags for coins. You won't ever have to worry that you don't have the cash to cover your essential food supplies. Your card will ensure that you do. This paragraph, why are they having this paragraph in here? What's the point of that? What's the point of this? What do they want us to feel? What do they want us to feel? That's the question that we're always asking ourselves. What do you want me to feel? How are you trying to emotionally manipulate me, you author? They want me to feel like this is a good thing. These are obviously negative things. They're saying I don't have to do these negative things anymore. That's obviously positive. I'm in our store every day and I know that most of our customers don't pay cash for their goods now. Okay, this is a little bit different. This is like giving that sense of kind of like that localness, right? Oh, and there was like a locally sourced thing up here as well. So there's this idea of like local, kind of like relatable, which is, maybe the handshake is also part of that, local sort of relatable idea. More and more of you use an app on your mobile phone. You just tap and you're done. Simple, that's a tweet little thing. Why is that there? Because it makes it seem like it's a good thing, right? Welcome to the 21st century. It's like, as if it's obvious, as it should be a given. Australians have embraced the digital economy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, a bunch of things, but basically if you were to read through the whole thing, you would realize that these are basically the themes that we've got. Great. Well done. We've done the first step, okay? We've done the first step. These are the themes that we've got. Why is that theme important? All right. So this is, what? Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Do you see that? This is a paid advertisement. A paid advertisement. Could it be that the person who is paying for an advertisement has an agenda behind what they're saying? Could it be that the person who wrote this article, who works at the store, wants to paint their store in a positive light? Maybe there's a conspiracy going on. So why is it important? Why is it important for the store to represent themselves in a positive way? Well, I don't think I need to explain that. But obviously, they're making a change here. They're making a change. They're going cashless. They're doing everything digitally. And they want that to be seen as a positive thing. They're trying to persuade you. In a way, they're trying to emotionally manipulate you through the words and the writing that they're using. So that's the reason that's important. The reason that it's important is because this is the store. The store has an agenda. The agenda is to probably, make their brand look better. That's the agenda. Therefore, they are putting in all these themes that we've collected here. The third thing, how is it related to the techniques that are used? Well, now we need to go through and identify the techniques, obviously. So I've already talked about these value words, things like valued, open. Okay, let's find a few more value words so you know what I'm talking about. So I would say that the words like, abolished is quite a strong word. We've got words like, I'm just skimming through here, like simple. It's a weaker but like a value word. You could even say that the word embraced is quite a positive word. You think of like someone hugging you, embraced. We can see that you'll breeze through, this type of thing. Okay, but then we've got negative value words as well. Rummaging is a negative value word. Even the word just worry, that's a, negative value word. Okay, positive value words, easier, safer, things like that. So we're looking for words that actually represent some kind of like have an emotion associated with it. So those are like value words. But then again, remember, there is an element of memorization, and you should have memorized the list of different types of techniques that can be used. The list of techniques that can be used. So let's look for some of those techniques. So here's a few things that we can notice, right? We can notice that there's a repetition used up here of positive language, better and faster. Okay, there's a technique there. There is a technique, let's do the techniques in yellow. So there's technique here of repetition here. There's a technique of, the value words that are used. We've got techniques of rhetorical question. Why do we do these things? That's a rhetorical question. So how is it related? So a rhetorical question, what is the purpose of a rhetorical question? You should have memorized that already. So you know why rhetorical questions are used. So rhetorical questions are used because they can make the reader feel more involved and think about it a little bit more and feel more personally related. They can emphasize the thing that comes after it. What's the thing that comes after it? Look at that. The thing that comes after it is a value statement that makes us feel like we are unique and valued and appreciated, and that makes them feel relatable. So we can see that here there's a rhetorical question that's been used to emphasize on some of these themes. So we can go through this entire thing and we can identify all the techniques that we can figure out, right? So look, there's a statistic that's used here, 70% of household spending, 70%. Statistics. Statistics are used in order to make something seem more tangible, more real, give something credibility. What are we giving credibility to? So now we need to look for what this is trying to give credibility to. A decade ago, nearly 70% of household spending was in cash. Now it's half of that, and most of that is on small purchases, such as a cup of coffee. It's just much easier and safer for all of us not to carry wads of cash in our, that's a negative word, wads of cash, in our wallets, given the recent pickpocketing in the area. Oh my God, look, that's so negative. So obviously they want this statistic to reinforce the idea that Australians have embraced digital economy and it's just negative to carry cash. So we have the technique of credibility using statistics associated with the theme that we are wanting to represent here, which was the idea of, in this case, the idea of this being just like a positive change, as well as, I guess there's another thing that we haven't written here, which is the idea that I guess it's the idea that it's a norm. Australians have already embraced it, right? Which is kind of, we already have that theme here, which is that it's sort of like a given, it's common knowledge kind of thing. It's more obvious. So we can go through that, okay? We can go through that. And there's techniques that you can pick up, Philip Lowe, Governor of the Reserve Bank of Australia, appeal to authority here. We're using authority names. Why do we do that? What theme does that relate to? This value word, what does that relate to? Blah, 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 things like that. And then eventually we're going to get a list of techniques that relate to those themes. And now we're ready to skin it and then write an essay. And it's going to be very easy. Now we can get all of these different keywords from the topic, in this case calculus, and we also talked about how it can be overwhelming, but it's important that we just go through and ask these questions, especially the why is it important, because that's what is going to give us relevance. This is the thing that gives us the problem to solve, which is the thing that, remember, the order of learning is important. We need to have that application of learning coming as early as possible before we even try to understand the theory. We want it to be purposeful. We want to learn in order to solve the problem. We don't want to learn and then solve a problem. The order is very important. What is the problem first, and then we learn to solve it, not what is the information and now try to solve some problems with it. It's the wrong order, and it's a very important cognitive difference that we need to be very, very clear about. So now let's shoot on this. Once we shoot on this, what we see is, and the other thing is, we are aiming and shooting every 3 to 5 minutes, like I've demonstrated in that aim shoot cycle. We're constantly going back and forth. So for me, I was going back to the aim every 3 to 5 minutes, referring back to this list so that I could keep looking at, okay, I just learned about this. Oh, how does it relate to any of this stuff? Oh, is that different or the same to any of this stuff? I'm constantly going back and asking those types of questions. So let's see how the shoot step looks like. What I simply went and did is I got the information, all of that information, and I simply asked those questions. And when I answered those questions, I mapped it out in my head, and I tried to see how the relationships can be represented on the page in as simple as possible. So here I've got a basic structure, you can see. So this is the structure of our knowledge. We have the idea of functions and inverse functions. And when we're calculating the rate of change of these, that's effectively what differentiation does, which produces us a derivative using chain rules. And the way that we apply this is through some of these different examples. And then that derivative can be calculated further through operations. An example of differentiation and derivatives being used is finding tangents and normals. Taking a derivative and doing the opposite, differentiating, going back to the function, is actually called anti-differentiation, which gives us the functions. Whereas on the other side, we've got integration, which is very similar to anti-differentiation in that it produces what's called an indefinite integral, which is contrasting to something called a definite integral, through which we can use to find area, whereas other types of integration can be used to find the rate, average values, or different types of areas. So I've split this up into different processes and different functions. I had the basic logical framework being set up here, and as I learned more and more, I just added more and more detail onto it. So getting to this point took a decent amount of time. However, and when I say a decent amount of time, remember I was basically learning the subject from scratch again because I honestly forgot pretty much everything. So I literally all I remembered was that integration and differentiation are almost like opposites of each other, and that a derivative comes from differentiation. That's almost all I knew. And I knew what a function was. I didn't even remember what an inverse function meant. Okay, so I really looked up all of this stuff. So for me, I literally actually did this while I was in my car, sitting outside of a cafe while I was waiting for a friend. That friend happened to be very late. So actually, this took me about an hour and a half to do this. But by the end of this, I felt like I had a really strong understanding of not all the equations. At this point, I didn't know all the equations. I didn't know all the different formulae, but I knew exactly, once I learned that equation, I know exactly how I can use it. I had so many ideas about how I could apply that knowledge. I had so many examples of finding minimum and maximum and calculating the smoothness of a function, or figuring out stationary points, or looking at signed areas and how that could be applied in different types of scenarios. So what I had at this point is, without even knowing the equations, I was able to prepare myself for the most difficult questions, which is the applied mathematics questions. In my mind, I was thinking, man, there are so many different ways that you could apply this. I don't know exactly what I'm applying yet because I don't know the equations or how to do the calculations. But I know once I learn that, I know exactly what the purpose is going to be. So that purpose is locked and loaded and ready to go. And all I need to do now is go and learn how to do that. And it should straight away lock through and helping me understand that. So when I see students who struggle with the applied maths side of things, I know for a certainty that the way that they're approaching their learning is far too memorization heavy, and they haven't fundamentally aligned what they're learning with why they are actually learning it. So now, once I have this level of understanding, once I've got this level of understanding, I'm now ready to learn the equations, do some calculations, do some practice, and actually start getting better. And because I took the time to do this, I'm now going to save myself masses of time later because I've just flipped the switch. By doing that, I flipped this ratio. I've gone from a 1-to-1 ratio and I flipped it to a 10-to-1 ratio, where every question that I do is going to allow me to understand 10 more different types of question types. And I'm never going to be thrown off balance because I know exactly all the ways they could test me, because that's all the ways that I know this can be applied conceptually. So by spending a little bit more time here and fleshing out this part, it's allowed me to make this procedural aspect, learning to apply the maths, much faster and more intuitive and more purposeful. More purposeful. And we're going to see how we can take that to the next level using the skin step. But this is just a basic mind map that you can make. And 1.5 hours to get this level of logical understanding where you feel comfortable and actually confident with the topic despite not knowing any equations. Doing that is very well worth the amount of time that you would spend. So we're going to do something a little bit different at the moment. I'm going to take the example that we did before regarding metacognition, and I'm going to show you how we go from the aim to the shoot, back to the aim, back to the shoot, back to the aim, back to the shoot, doing that aim shoot cycle until I'm really happy with the amount of knowledge that I have. I'm going to do that on this topic here so you can see exactly what I'm doing step by step. And I'll try to think out loud as I do this so that you can get a very clear idea of how this process works. The process that I'm going to show you is exactly the same process as what I would do for biology, chemistry, maths, English, or whatever other subjects, politics, law, history. The principle is the same. So I want you to pay very careful attention to how I navigate the resource, when I look for new things, what type of questions am I asking. Really try to put yourself in my position and situation and give yourself time to think, what would I do? How do I think I would do this? And how is the way that I do it any different to the way that you would think? And those differences are going to be key to your learning. So let's start with this here. We've already seen this. I've got the same, I just took a screen from the document that's available for download in the AIM section where we looked at all the different keywords to know. And I'm going to go through from the beginning now. So the first thing I need to ask myself, I haven't written down all the questions here, but I will be saying the questions out loud as I go so you can tell what type of questions I would have written down. I just didn't write the questions down to save some time. However, these are the questions that, especially if you're just beginning to behind the system, you really should be using a Word doc or something like that to just write your questions down just to get used to the act of creating these questions. It also means that you can critique your own question quality. But I will be talking the questions out loud. So pay attention to the types of questions that I ask and pay attention to the questions that I don't ask. Okay, so try to follow along here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is look at metacognition. So that's the first thing, metacognition. I want to know what is it and why is it important. Metacognition is cognition about cognition. thinking about thinking. Okay, so I know what that means now. Why do we need to know this? I'm now skimming this to look for reasons why metacognition is important. Two components of it. That sounds interesting, actually. Because I'm thinking in my head, I read this word two components of metacognition, and I'm thinking like, oh, that might give me a clue as to why it's important. You know, these components might be more specific, and so I'm able to relate to a little bit more. Knowledge about cognition and regulation of cognition, which is pretty abstract, so it didn't really help me in this case. Meta memory, defined as knowing about memory, is an especially important form of metacognition. Okay, an important form of metacognition. Let's have a look at something a little bit more. I've got a contents thing here. Mental illness, works of art. Let's just quickly skip to this bit. Metacognition can be loosely defined as... So, okay, I'm seeing a lot of things about the definition of metacognition. I'm not seeing a lot in terms of the importance. I'm just going to skip this to go straight to Googling. Why is metacognition important? Helps students to understand how they learn best. It also helps to develop self-awareness skills that become important as they get older. Okay, why is metacognition important to life? Important in every aspect of school and life, since it involves self-reflection of one's current position, future goals, potential strategies, and results. How does metacognition improve learning? Recognize the gap between being familiar with the topic and understanding it deeply. So it's about self-awareness. It's about understanding the gap. It's about skills. It's very transferable. So now I've got that in my mind. I've kind of got that in my mind. Now, me at the moment, I don't feel like I need to really write this down because it's not that hard to remember. It's literally just one thing that I've learned. And I don't care about writing notes. I care about developing knowledge. I don't care about studying. I care about learning. So I'm going to just keep going. Look at my next heading. So the next thing really to look at is, okay, cognition. I want to know about cognition and why, what actually is cognition. So I'm just going to click this. Let's have a look at that. Cognition refers to the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses. Many aspects of intellectual functions and processes such as attention, the formation of knowledge, memory, working memory, judgment and evaluation, reasoning and computation, problem solving, decision making. So cognitive processes use existing knowledge and generate new knowledge. So now in my mind, I've got something that looks like this. Okay, I've got something that looks like this. We've got the idea of cognition. And cognition is basically what does pretty much like everything in our brain. So I'm just going to represent that by a star because I don't want to write down this whole list of things because I'm not worried about memorizing it. If I did need to memorize this entire list, I would use a memorization aid, something that we'll go through in the later camps. We'll look at different ways that we can memorize something like this. However, for now, especially in my mind map, I would just write something like a star just to show, because I don't think I'm going to forget what cognition means. It basically means all types of thinking. But I do like the idea of using existing knowledge and generating new knowledge. So I'm going to do something like draw like a little thing here. And this represents like old knowledge plus also new knowledge. So I'm going to do like a little, like new or something like that, like connections forming to a new piece of knowledge. Okay, cool. And then metacognition obviously comes into that. And this is the way that it makes sense for me at the moment, okay? And hopefully this is probably the way that it makes sense for you right now as well. Metacognition leading to cognition. And that's very important, I think. Okay, so I think I understand cognition enough now. Let's go to meta-memory. Well, I remember reading that meta-memory is an important part of metacognition. So it's going to be like one of the sub-parts of it. I'm just going to do that in blue so I remember that that's sort of like a sub-concept. Even though I've written it on the same line here, this really should be indented because this is a form of metacognition. Mnemonic strategies, that was another example underneath metacognition. I remember reading that. Cognitive development. Okay, cognitive development.
So the question to first ask is obviously, what is cognitive development? And I'm thinking it's probably the development of cognition, right? Means how children think, explore, and figure things out is the development of knowledge. Brain development is part of cognitive development. Cognitive development is a field of study in neuroscience and psychology, blah, blah, focusing on a child's development in terms of... Okay, so obviously cognitive development is simply the development of cognition. Okay, so it kind of, I would say, goes like this. It doesn't seem like as much of a major point though, so I'm not going to put it in a square because I don't want to emphasize that too much. Fluid intelligence. What is fluid intelligence? Now, I don't need to ask the question of why is cognitive development important, because for me it's quite obvious why it's important. It's important because cognition is important. So cognitive development has implications for cognition. So I think that's very straightforward. Fluid intelligence is the ability to perceive relationships independent of previous specific or instruction concerning those relationships. Versus crystallized intelligence. Okay, this seems interesting. So let's read that a little bit more. So we've got different types of intelligence. Now I'm reading this and in my mind I'm thinking, how is this related? How is intelligence related to cognition? And in fact, I'm so curious about this right now. I'm actually going to look that up first. How is intelligence different from cognition? A cognitive ability is the same as intelligence. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, there's another one below that actually as well. Cognitive abilities can be trained and improved. Intelligence is a score on a test that stays relatively static in adulthood. So answer is not exactly. They're related and intertwined, but not the same thing. Cognitive abilities are the brain-based skills and mental processes. And I'm guessing intelligence is kind of like more something that's inherent. Measure your ability to understand ideas. So it looks like intelligence is more sort of like a status, and it's something that's really, something that's a little bit more artificial. Yeah, cognition is the process of acquiring knowledge. Intelligence is the ability to easily learn and understand things and to deal with new or difficult situations. So it looks like cognition is like the skill involved, which is kind of hand in hand with intelligence, which is the kind of ability, right? So I'm saying cognition is a skill, is a process. Intelligence is the ability. So you're channeling the ability with your skills and processes. That makes sense. It's like how fast the car is and versus your skill to drive the car. Cool. And I know that based on what I just read, that there are actually two types of intelligence. We had fluid intelligence and we had crystallized intelligence. And I already have an idea about what that means just based on the names of it, but let's have a look. Fluid intelligence is the ability to reason and think flexibly. Crystallized is the accumulation of knowledge. Okay, so this is more like facts plus existing knowledge. And then this is more like ability to think flexibly. Now, as I write this, I'm thinking, okay, fluid intelligence, ability to think flexibly, seems like that would be a skill. So I'm thinking that these two are actually related. Fluid intelligence and cognition, I feel they might be related. So I'm actually going to read about that now. What is the difference between fluid intelligence and cognition? And I'm not seeing anything that really tells me straight off the bat. I'm guessing that they're going to be very related. I'm going to park that. I'm going to have that in my mind as like, maybe there's something there, and I'll come back to that later. But I'm thinking later I might want to do this mind map again and have this maybe a little bit closer. Maybe the arrows are coming out like this and like this, so I can create a connection between cognition and fluid intelligence. So it would end up looking something like this. I'd have crystallize out here, but fluid would be out here, so that I can create a connection like that, because if these two things are actually connected. But
Anyway, for now, I've already done it this way, so I'll just leave that as it is. And we'll keep going. Okay, so where was I up to? So I've done cognitive development, I've done fluid intelligence, types of metacognitive knowledge. Okay, where does metacognitive knowledge fit into this? So we've been looking at cognition the entire time. Okay, I would say that understanding different types of intelligence is part of metacognition, in fact. And then different types of metacognitive knowledge. So meta memory and mnemonic strategies, which we've got up here, I feel like they probably are going to fit under this different types of metacognitive knowledge. But I know that there are 3 different subtypes below that as well, so it might be a bigger category. I think it's worth me just having a look at that. So let's go to the types, and I think it was around here. Yep. Types of metacognitive. So notice that I basically skipped this whole area because why am I going to read it? Do I read it purely because it's there? No. What, like, would I have wanted to read that? Do I know what this paragraph is even about? No. Does my brain want to know? No. So why would I read it? There is no reason, which is why I'm not going to. This is auto control. Some types of metacognitive knowledge would include content knowledge, which is declarative, which is understanding one's own capabilities, such as a student evaluating their own knowledge of a subject in class. Okay, now that's very similar to what I thought of as metacognition in general. So I'm now really curious as to know how that's different to, task knowledge and strategic knowledge, okay? So task knowledge, procedural knowledge is how one perceives the difficulty of a task. So the study mentioned in content knowledge also deals with a person's ability to evaluate the difficulty of a task related to the overall performance. The accuracy of this knowledge was skewed as students who thought their way was better or easier also seemed to perform worse on evaluations, while students who were rigorously and continually evaluated reported to not be as confident but still better on initial evaluations. Feel free to pause this video and just read that sentence yourself just to keep it in your head. Not keep it in your head, but just process that. But this means that I can understand this really easily personally because there are so many situations where I'll be teaching someone how to study and they think their way of doing it is right and they do so much worse than people that are more open-minded. So I kind of feel like I understand this now. So task knowledge is procedural knowledge. It's how one perceives the difficulty of the task. Content knowledge is understanding your own capabilities or the extent of your knowledge in a subject. And in my mind, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sort of visualize this because I want to put it on my mind map somehow. And I'm thinking about how it all connects together and how it sort of fits in relation to this wider picture that I've got. Strategic knowledge is conditional knowledge, which is one's own capability for using strategies to learn information. Okay, so this is capability of using strategies to learn information. So it's kind of like in my mind, I'm looking at something that looks like this. We've got strategic knowledge, and the skills from strategic knowledge are applied to allowing us to learn new information. Whereas understanding the amount of information you have is content knowledge, and then understanding the difficulty of a task, maybe understanding the difficulty of maybe this process of trying to learn something, that is task knowledge. Okay, so this is kind of how it makes sense for me. We've got information in the middle. Strategic is your knowledge and skill at acquiring new information. Content is understanding what you've got, and task is understanding how difficult or your perception of difficulty of that. Now, straight away, I see that there's a connection between strategic here and cognition here, which is the skill and the process, right? So I know that I need to make a link there, but metacognition is, up here. So I'm going to arrange this like this. Let me just erase this, and then I'm going to arrange it like this, because I was just drawing that just to, help my brain think about it a little bit. But now that I know what it looks like, I want to arrange it like this. I'm going to say that there are actually different types. I'm going to put the types over here, and I'm going to put that in terms of I'm going to call this knowledge over here. because cognition is a skill to create knowledge. And then I'm going to say that there is this bit right here. I'm going to put that like this. And I'm going to say that this is task level knowledge, strategic knowledge. Strategic. And then evaluating what you already have, I'm going to say that's content. And then looking at the difficulty of this strategy, that is task. So we've got the three different tasks, three different types of metacognition like that. Okay, I'm going to need to clean that up because it's looking a little messy to me, increase the spacing and things a little bit more. But for now, it's just to track my understanding, so it's fine. Okay, I feel like I've got a decent understanding of the task, the types of knowledge, and I also have an understanding about why it's important, because obviously the level of knowledge you have, your strategies, your perceived difficulty of it is going to affect your ability to learn new knowledge and do the cognition, which was, basically all your thinking, which is obviously very important, and the ability for you to use your intelligence. And that's why the different types of metacognition are important. So you see how, because everything I'm putting down, I'm relating it from the very, very first instance. I'm always looking at how it relates and why it's important. So everything is always relevant. Straight away, it's relevant from the very get-go. So my retention is already high, and it stays high. And what you're going to notice is that things will start getting faster. Things will start getting faster as well. I actually feel like I want to know how meta-memory and mnemonic strategies fit into this as well. So I'm going to go back up to meta-memory and mnemonic strategies, and especially important forms of cognition. So let's just go into that. There's a type of metacognition and is both the introspective knowledge of one's own memory capabilities and strategies that can aid memory, and the processes involved in memory self-monitoring. That's interesting. So there's obviously a lot, like I'm just looking from the contents page and the size of the scroll bar. There's obviously a lot to know about this, and I'm not interested in going into it in detail, but just even looking at the sort of heading names, I can see like different hypotheses, different phenomena, things about improving memory. So this is meta-memory, obviously seems to be the knowledge to do with like memory and forming memory. So I'm trying to think how meta-memory relates to the different types of metacognition. And in my mind, while I've been speaking, I've been thinking about this, and I don't have a clear idea yet about how it all connects together. I'm not sure whether meta-memory is multiple types of metacognition combined in one field, so it like sort of mutually overlaps, or whether it cleanly fits into one. So I'm actually going to just Google this directly. I'm going to say, what type of metacognition is meta-memory? I feel like I'm not going to get a good result here. Meta-memory is a sub-area of the area of metacognition. We already knew that. So it seems like it doesn't fit directly into the types of metacognition that are given here, but meta-memory is almost a different way of categorizing metacognition. So metacognition can be categorized in terms of different types, but it can also be categorized in terms of different sort of applications and functions of metacognition, which makes sense. So I'm going to actually put that sort of like this, because it's like a subset, and I'm going to say meta-memory sort of fits there as one example of that. In fact, I'm going to make this arrow the opposite way around because it actually is an example of the knowledge. Okay, and then mnemonic. Mnemonic is, I read actually very briefly before, is part of meta-memory. So I've got mnemonic down there. Okay, good. That's what I'm looking like now. And so, okay, look, just see already how connected this is, right? And you see how I'm going constantly between the aim and shoot. I'm constantly asking these questions, and I'm just asking the questions of what is it, why is it important, and how does it relate? But I'm always doing that. Notice how I'm never getting sucked into the detail. I'm never letting myself read something purely because it's there to be read. I'm only reading anything if it helps me understand what I need to know. So the next thing that I want to move on to is the autonoetic, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, consciousness and self-awareness, okay? So let's have a look at that. Now, that was on this page somewhere, I'm pretty sure.
there we go. So metacognition is a general term encompassing the study of memory monitoring and self-regulation, meta-reasoning, consciousness. Okay, so I can see based on this, meta-memory is basically this part here, which means that if this is in the same sentence, probably autonoetic consciousness and self-awareness is another example of the metacognition. So it's probably going to come out of here like this. So I'm pretty confident about that, but let's click on this just to learn a little bit more. Is the human ability to mentally place oneself in the past and future. Mental time travel. Okay. Side note, that's super cool. The fact that we have something called mental time travel. I'm just interested in this. So you know what? I'm probably going to end up just reading this page just out of pure interest until I get bored. But that's cool. I think that's really cool. So I think this is interesting because, okay, so obviously there are some connections that can be made here because something like your perceived understanding of how difficult a strategy is, that probably is going to have to do, at least in part, to how difficult you think a certain task is based on your previous experience of it, which may require some mental time travel. So I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting thing. I'll just park that thought, but autonoetic meta, what was it? Consciousness, sorry, autonoetic consciousness is a subset of it, which is in relation to time, which is super cool. Okay, so I've just drawn a little clock there. And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, there's got to be a link between this and this. And actually, as I'm looking at this, I'm seeing that there's probably a link between this and meta memory as well. And I'm starting to get the idea that all of this is going to link together a lot, probably so much that I'm not going to be able to really represent that on a mind map anyway. However, even just the fact that I'm thinking about this is already increasing my retention. So I've memorized what autonoetic consciousness is. I'm probably never going to forget that for the rest of my life, purely because it wasn't a random thing to memorize. I was thinking about how it fits. But I feel like I know enough about that to move on at the moment. And I'm not getting into the detail yet. I'm not getting into the detail. So you can see I'm still keeping it very big picture. So the next thing that I go is prefrontal cortex. So I now need to learn about the prefrontal cortex. And I know that's a part of the brain. And, you know, Google Images tends to be a really great, fast way of seeing like this type, finding an image like this. You know, it just saves me a lot of time. Prefrontal cortex, empathy, insight, response, flexibility. And I'm not trying to memorize this list. I'm trying to get an understanding about what it is so I know how to think about it, because I only need to know what it is to the point where I can ask, why is it important? Let me repeat that. I only need to know what it is just so much so that I can answer the question of why is it important and how does it relate? Thinking about thinking. Okay, so this is obviously about metacognition. Prefrontal cortex. Okay, so really what we're talking about is the fact that metacognition is a function of the prefrontal cortex, okay? Which is part of the brain. Okay, and it's got a bunch of other functions. And I don't care about the other functions yet. I'll go into that later. I'm not ready to learn that now because it's too detailed. I want to keep moving on. Executive functions. So I think I may have actually just read the word executive functions on this now. So I'm actually going to search for prefrontal cortex executive functions to see if there was a link there. I'm going to go back to images here to see if there's anything I can see. This is the one that I was looking at. Executive, so I read the word executive function here, but here I see that it's not listed here as such. Executive function. Okay, prefrontal cortex is responsible for executive function. An important role in cognitive control, is involved in supervisory attention. Okay, so basically it's saying that cognition, metacognition, all the stuff we've been learning right now, that's done by the prefrontal cortex, and that is actually called executive function. Okay, that makes sense to me. Let's move on. Now, at this point, it's very, you know, if you're not already, it will be overwhelming. You've got so many things on your mind map now, and there's so much you don't know. You're now approaching the point where you feel like you're overwhelmed by the amount of knowledge you don't have. It's very normal.
what I'm simply doing is I'm just tolerating that feeling, and I'm just saying, look, it's going to click together eventually. And by spending time doing this now, it's actually going to make it much easier for me later on. So I keep going. I've done that. Social metacognition. Okay, right now I'm already thinking, look, social metacognition is probably metacognition about social settings. Okay, like dealing with people probably, right? About others' mental processes, the influence of culture on those beliefs and on beliefs about ourselves. Social metacognition includes ideas and perceptions that relate to social cognition, which is subtopic of various branches, how people process, store, and apply information about other people in social situations. Okay, so it's exactly what I thought it was. So social metacognition is exactly what I thought it was. So we're talking about knowledge, okay, and now we're talking about another type of metacognition, which is social metacognition, which is us understanding how other people might be thinking about the thinking of other people. Okay, so I'm gonna say social, which I'm not even gonna write anything more because it's just too obvious at this stage. Okay, and I've got underneath here two things: attitudes and stereotypes. Now I know already that attitudes is probably going to be talking about how our attitudes towards people affects the way that they think, or their attitudes. I know it's going to be talking about the idea that like your attitude or something to do with attitudes affects your thinking. Like there isn't a lot of curiosity there. I feel like whatever I read is going to just make sense. It's going to be pretty obvious. Stereotypes, similarly, I feel like I generally understand that. So I'm not even going to read about that because I feel that will be relatively easy for me to just process and just get in my brain. So I don't think that's going to be important because I'm pretty sure that's just going to come off of here anyway. We're just going to get two examples of social metacognition, one which is stereotypes and the other which is attitudes. So I'll just jot that down, but I'm not going to read about it at all because I'm very confident that it's going to be pretty self-explanatory. Self-concept. Okay, let's look at self-concept. Let's see. Can be examining theories about the self. Theories about the self. About how the self operates. Okay, we've got things here called entity theory and incrementalist theory. Now, those are two new words. Am I going to put that on my mind map? Look, I could, but at the moment, I just want to get the basic idea first. So I'm just going to leave that for now. I just want to, this paragraph is just taking me too long to read and I can't be bothered. So I'm just going to search up what is self-concept. One self-concept is collections of beliefs about oneself. Okay, great, good. So based on that, I know that it's a type of content metacognition, which is referring to yourself. Okay, so that's, okay. So we've basically got two different, juxtapositions. We've got knowledge about yourself and knowledge about others, which is social. Cool. And self, and this is probably talking about self in answer to the idea of who am I. So this is not self as in like your memory or your past and present. It's about like you existentially. So it's like self. I'm gonna write a who am I up here to help me remember that that's different. But okay, I don't really need that. It's pretty self-explanatory in itself. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the entire list because I think by now you should see how it works. I'm just saying, what is it? Why is it important? How does it relate? And I'm doing that at every single step. The main things that I'm doing right now, I'm making sure, number one, that I'm strictly following the questions. Number two is that I'm not going into details if I don't feel like it helps me answer the question. Okay. And number three, I'm exercising order control very explicitly in that I'm not letting myself get sucked into reading anything if it's not answering the questions. And I'm constantly keeping myself, number four, in tune with my own sense of curiosity and what I want to know, which is dictated by the question. So you can see how important that aim step is. And maintain, when I say you need to maintain that aim step throughout your entire shoot, this is what I'm talking about. Now, right now, I've been asking the questions out loud as I've been going rather than writing them down. When you first write the questions, you can use those questions as your prompts But as you learn more, you're going to get new questions that you didn't think of before. And then so you just navigate that very fluidly. It's very easy. You have questions you've already written up. You go answer those. You learn a little bit more. You think, oh, how does that relate? You then go and learn a little bit more about other types of questions and other types of knowledge. And so you have like a springboard from your initial aim step questions. And then you're catapulting from that to the next level of knowledge, because your questions are now going to be more and more specific. Okay, so that's basically how this works. We'll do this until we've covered the entire topic, and obviously we're going to get a pretty big mind map by the end of this, but you can see that what we're forming at the moment is inherently already very connected, and it's like, of course it would be, it makes sense, it would be weird for it not to be, given how connected it is in our heads, right? So it's a mind map, it's a map of your mind. It's a map of your mind. So of course, because it's interconnected in my head, because I've been really, I've been a good boy sticking to my questions, it's going to make sense out here as well. I simply repeat this process until I finished all of these. By the time I get to here, the end of it, I'll look at this mind map and think, okay, I have a ton of questions about the details, like how does it work? I want to be able to memorize and be able to recall meta memory and the different content types and all of the things that I briefly skimmed through that I didn't go back to. Like I need to be able to recall that. I want to be able to have 100% retention on all of that. Now, though, I see how it all works. I see the purpose behind the knowledge. So I'm going to do the exact same process again, but now with the sub-concepts. Okay? I'm going to go through it again and think, okay, so let's go and start adding on a little bit more detail. What are the areas that I'm really interested in? So, okay, what were the different types of metacognition exactly? And the thing is, because we're constantly relating back to it, we're going to build an understanding of this detail without even trying to. So I've thought about how it relates to the different types of metacognition so many times throughout making this mind map, even though I never went any deeper than just the basic logic level. I feel like I completely already understand the content, task, and strategic types of metacognition now, purely because I've gone back to that and thought about it so many times. So what that actually does is it reduces the amount you actually need to even memorize, because more and more stuff becomes just obvious and intuitive, and it just logically makes sense. And you know you're never going to forget it because there's like 10 different other pieces of information that are hinging upon you understanding what that is. So it's unlikely you're going to forget it because it's so interconnected. So look, not only am I achieving the benefit of one, reducing the amount of detail I need to actually memorize. Number two, I've actually increased my retention without even trying to increase my retention. And then number three, I'm able to learn and go through all the detail. And when I do that, it's going to make a lot more sense. It's going to be a lot more logical. And so when you see me go through the other different subjects, remember when I talk about the aim, shoot, cycle, going back and forth, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm referencing. And so just keep that in mind, as that is how I've been able to create all those mind maps. It's exactly the same process. I'm not doing anything differently to what I've just shown you. It's exactly that. I'm just asking those questions and I'm doing layer by layer and then going into the deeper concept and the concept after that and the concept after that, so on and so forth, until I'm very happy and comfortable with the knowledge. And naturally, by the end of that, I will have understood a lot of things. And anything I didn't pick up along the way and I didn't have in my mind map, I then apply my revision techniques and my memorization aids. So I get what I 100%, 150% get full retention on that. No gaps, no weaknesses, a perfect, full, complete system. And we'll teach you that in the later camps as well. But this is the aim, shoot, cycle. Keep that in mind as you see me do some of the subject specific ones. So hopefully we can realize that the mind map, number one, is effective. But number two, it's actually surprisingly quite a technical skill. And you can see why most people probably wouldn't get it right, purely because they just haven't actually been taught the correct techniques before. Like all efficient studying, most people haven't been taught the correct technique. So if you follow those general steps that I've outlined before in terms of how to create a mind map, you're going to get something that looks relatively messy, right? It'll look relatively messy at the beginning. Like the first round of mind maps, like I said, you'll have content here and then maybe a few branches coming out, and then that will link to another thing. And then maybe these two will link together, and
it links to this one, but then you feel like that links to that, and this links to this one, and that links to this one, and it becomes a big mess, right? This is quite chaotic. It's hard to follow, right? So if we were evaluating this, we would say that the relationships on this are not particularly clear, and what it reflects is a attempt at good order control, but we need to do this a little bit more. We need to really clean this up. We want it to be very, very smooth. And so what we want to do is actually make our mind maps even higher quality. Okay, we want to make it even higher quality and make our learning even more efficient. So what I'm going to teach you now is a way that you can, what I say is layer your learning in order to make your entire studying process more efficient. But more importantly, it actually helps you to do your mind maps as well. Now, this particular technique, once you learn about this concept, it's going to allow you to cram much, much faster. There's an entire cramming technique that this is based on that I will teach you near the end of this course, because it's pretty much straight up impossible for most high school students to use that technique, because their fundamental skills just wouldn't be high enough. They'd be going into the death zone, falling off the edge of the cliff. But when you get to that point, I think you'll have the skills to use this advanced cramming technique, which is much faster. I've actually used this technique in the past before. Funnily enough, story is that when I was in my third year of medical school, I actually forgot that an entire paper existed. Don't ask me how, it's a long story, but anyway, I forgot the paper existed, and I only had 72 hours to study for a third year university medical paper. And I used this cramming technique. No, actually, not even the same technique. It was a much more basic, much less efficient version of the technique, because I just didn't know as much as I know now, back when I was in my third year of university. And I used that to actually cram in and do relatively okay for this exam, given that I only had 72 hours to prepare for it. Not good planning on my part, but, I have learned since then. But the fundamental of this technique that I used actually is derived from what I'm going to teach you today, the layers of learning. So not only can you use it to cram, you can also use this to study when you have very little time in extended blocks. So, for example, I've worked with certain competitive athletes, and they have very rigorous training schedules. So in a single week, they may only have, let's say, 10 hours of time available where they can actually sit down and just study for focused periods of time, of more than, like, let's say 2 hours at a time. So they've only got 20 minutes here and there, 30 minutes here and there, on the bus to and from training. So, and these students are trying to get, that top 1% as well. So for these students, they need to use a more advanced and efficient technique, right? Because obviously it's not possible to study with this type of hectic schedule if your studying efficiency is only that of a normal student. And all of that comes down to understanding this as well. So this is, again, really, really powerful. Okay, I would say that this is on the level of learning about order control. I would say that this is a fundamental technique that even a lot of advanced and high-level learners don't actually know. Okay, this is a way of learning that only, I would say, the really most efficient learners in the world would learn through. And this way of learning, with the combination of layers of learning, and you're curious at the moment, what is layers of learning? Justin, please tell me. But look, let me just say how effective it is. So layers of learning plus order control plus inquiry-based learning. Okay, so all of the things that you've learned so far and are about to learn, okay? Inquiry-based learning, order control, all these things that I'm teaching you. These are the techniques that we've heard reports of and seen Elon Musk, Bill Gates, a stream of extremely successful people who are notorious at learning very, very quickly. This is how they have been reported to learn, and there's news articles and interview snippets out there that once you learn about this, you'll be able to read that and think, oh, what they're talking about is actually inquiry-based learning. They might say it differently, but what they're doing is this, or oh, what they're talking about is this, or what they're talking about is this. So these three in combination are extremely powerful. And once you learn this, we will have nailed out some of the most important foundations of efficient learning. And it's going to integrate perfectly with your mind map. Okay, so let's get into it. Layers of learning. What actually is it? All right. So what we basically say here, right, is that
when we are learning anything, okay, we know that we're doing the act of studying, and when studying is geared towards building relationships, that information then becomes meaningful. And because it's meaningful, your brain will retain it, okay? And that means it's more efficient. We've covered this multiple times now. We also know because of order control that even if the textbook or whatever it was laid it out as A, then B, then C, then D, that can potentially be very low efficiency. This might be very low levels of retention. We would not be happy learning this. It's very slow, it's tedious, we don't like this. So this is a low retention. We know that when we activate order control and we take control over the order of how we learn things, then we can actually optimize it for the way that our brain likes to think. We can optimize it for how we want to learn it, which could be half of B first, and then A, and then the second half of B, and then going to D, then the first half of C, then going back to A, and the second half of C. And this way of learning would actually be much faster and would be much happier with it because of the fact that it's optimized for our brain. And this is the right order for us, okay? This is our right order. This is the best order for us, the order that allows us to learn it in the fastest possible way, achieving the greatest level of retention. And we've also covered how the order in which we learn things is actually dictated by our aim step. Our aim step means we ask our brain, hey, what is it that you're curious about? And that primes our brain to think about relationships and increase retention. And then when we go to answer those questions, because our questions aren't naturally in the order that it's given to us, we just end up learning it in a different order purely because we're following our aim. We're following where we're aimed and where our brain tells us we want to learn next. We're letting ourselves create questions, create a process of inquiry, and that process of inquiry is what dictates what we consume next, what we think about, what we read, what question we ask after that. So we are in total control, right? So the aim step is actually the thing that bridges the two. This is what allows us to know what to study next. This is what dictates our order. This is what, therefore, increases the relationships and increases our retention, okay? So that's what we know. So, therefore, we must know that not all information is created equal. Not all information is created equal. So once we do this, we might come to making a mind map that looks like this. And this will be a pretty good, very neat mind map. You can see very good flow of information here. It's very clean. The relationships are clear. There's interconnectivity between the branches. So this is all very, this would be a great looking mind map if it looked like this and looked really simple. But not all information is created the same, okay? Not all information is created the same. Not all information provides us the same amount of learning. So let's say that we were to take this concept, this concept, this concept, this concept, and then this concept, okay? Let's say that those were the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 concepts that we wanted to see how important it was. In that case, our mind map would start with this, 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 and this. Now remember, all of our memories are always recalled through being recreated from scratch. So if we have these points here, then we might know, okay, this is related to something over here, I'm pretty sure. And then this is related to something over here. And I know that these two are directly related with each other. And I know that this is contributed to by these two parts. And then this thing comes from something here. So therefore, it must connect like that. But what's the connect? So this must connect like this. And then I think this connects like this. But I think there was something else as well over here. And there's something going on over here as well. And I'm pretty sure there was more over here too. So do you see, when we use those red points as the sort of core anchors for our knowledge, the mind map, what we're able to recall, there's a lot of gaps in it. There's a lot of gaps. Okay, but what if we
were to pick these ones? What if we were to pick 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? What if those were our core points? Well, then when we were to reconstruct this, we would say, okay, we've got a point here, and we know that this point is connected to something here and here and here. And then that goes to this one. And I know that that joins along with this one to create this, which leads to another thing which had a few branches coming off of it. And I know that this one comes from 2 branches there. So now you can see that we actually have built the main shape. You can see that, right? We don't have the branches over here. We're missing that. We're missing this, and we're missing this. However, we can see that the overall shape, we've got that exactly. Okay, we've got the shape. All we're missing are some of the details on the edges. Okay, so in this case, exactly the same 5 points that we picked, right? 5 points, 5 sort of nodes of information. But these 5 points allowed us to recall the overall picture and recall the information much more easily because they were more highly connected. They formed what I like to often call the backbone. Okay? In other words, this is what contributes the most to the structure of knowledge. These are like the core relationships that everything is built on. If you imagine that your knowledge is like a map, okay? And a mind map is meant to be a map of your mind, right? So if it's like a map with buildings and roads between everything, okay? It might look very, very confusing, all these roads going to and from places. What the backbone is that they're the highways, okay, where you can get off at any of the exits. They're the motorways that everything else is kind of built around. So everything becomes much more memorable because you have this very solid backbone, a very solid structure that everything else kind of hangs off from. So all of this information is related to this point, which is related to this backbone. This stuff is related to here, which is related to all of this. So it's much easier to create relationships because you've got a solid backbone. Whereas if you pick sort of random points peripherally, then it's much harder to make these relationships because you're having to fill in the connections a lot more. So what we want to do, conceptually speaking, is when we're learning, we actually want to learn the backbone first, right? And it makes sense. If we think about building a house, we want to build the foundation first. This is number 1. And then we want to build our framing on top of that. These are the sturdy support pillars that are going to hold up the roof and the walls. And then we want to build the roof. We want to build the walls on top of that, put in a door. And then we want to go and hang up the paintings and put up a mirror. We want to do all of that afterwards, right? So there's clearly an order in which it makes sense to build structure. And remember, structure means we have things that are related to each other. We have a web of information. These are connections that are formed. It doesn't make sense for us to start by building the roof first, because it doesn't matter how much time or effort we spend building the roof. There's no support for this to hang on. So this is just going to crumble. Straight away, it's just going to collapse. There's nothing for it to relate to. There's nothing for it to hang on to, okay? And it would take a much longer time to build a house if you were doing it this way, because it would just collapse on you so often. You would spend most of your time just rebuilding, okay, instead of spending time, I don't know, putting up your mirrors and your paintings. So let's make this a little bit more relevant to studying, more concrete. So we have to build the structure first. That's what we actually want to focus on. So number 1, we want to build structure. So the first thing is that we want to make sure we have a very strong backbone, a very strong structure. And this backbone, this structure is actually something that I just call the fundamental logic. It's the why does this thing happen and why is it important, right? So logic means there is a cause and there is an effect. If I say I dropped my pen and it made a sound, therefore it made a sound when it hit the ground. There is a cause and effect that's logical. If I say, I dropped my pen and then my room exploded, that is probably not logical unless I have some extremely convoluted, intricate mechanism through which the floor detects that a pen has been dropped and will trigger a bomb in my room, which is unlikely. So cause and effect means that there is a reason for something to happen or exist, and then the effect is simply a consequence of the cause. And you can have multiple causes, right? A single effect can have multiple causes. And these causes can have causes, right? And the causes can have causes, and the causes can have other causes. And this effect could cause something else, have another effect. So you can see what's happening here is that when we keep branching out these causes and effects and all the different effects that these causes have, we are actually building a mind map. This is a mind map. Okay, this is a mind map that we're building. And this is the fundamental logic. By asking ourselves the questions, by now we should have these questions memorized. Why is it important? And how does it relate to everything else? By asking these two questions, it allows us to understand the cause and effect relationships within the topic. And we're going to see this when we look at the subject-specific examples. Okay, we're going to see that, hey, the reason that the plant grows is because of the nutrients from the roots and also the energy it gets from photosynthesis. So, hey, photosynthesis is not only the effect of chlorophyll and sunlight, it's also the cause for growth in combination with nutrients from the roots, right? So it's a very simple example, but when we ask why things are important and how it's related, we are forced to think about these relationships. You can't think about why it's important without thinking about how it's related to anything else, okay? So we want to focus on building this logic first, very basic logic. And it simply, when you build the logic, it simply is just really a sequence of keywords, okay, and just the main relationships, okay, and the main concepts. These are the really big picture items. We're not going into the huge detail. We're not memorizing all the facts, the enzymes, the number of electrons, the catalyst involved, the page number that things happened on. We're not memorizing all of that stuff. What we're focusing on is just the big themes, main keywords, main relationships. And you'll see that this is related to the first step of making the mind map, which is to outline the main big picture, most obvious relationships, because what that does is it builds us the logic, okay? And the reason we want to do this first is because if you have a mind map that has lots of things going on, it's really hard to rearrange this because there's so many things, there's so many strings that are tangled up that it's hard to make it clean. But if instead of that, we only have a few main points, then it's very easy to make sure that this is very clean, okay? Because there's just less stuff that we need to think about. And it's unlikely that the logic, the basic logic of the entire topic would change drastically. So if we can get this right, it means that we have built a solid structure that we can then build off of. And if we take time to get this right, everything that sits on top of it should also be right. And it's unlikely that as we're building the roof, we realize, oh, we need to add more, or we put up the structure wrong, or, this beam is too wide or whatever. If we spent time getting this right, it's unlikely to change moving on, okay? So we want to spend a lot of time building this structure very comprehensively. And that is the most important part of the topic. Once we know this, everything else builds on top of it. This is the core. And so this is actually in the middle of this little onion of knowledge, okay? Logic is in the middle. It's the most important thing. Everything else wraps around the logic. If that wasn't here, everything would just sort of cavitate inwards. It would sort of crumble and implode. There's nothing for it to balance off. It will be a roof suspended in midair, just waiting to fall down. And maybe if you memorize enough, you can get over that, but it's going to take you a heck of a lot longer to do that. So that's the first step, is the structure, the backbone. So then what's the second step? Well, the second step is actually the major concepts, okay? They're the major concepts. So if the logic is why things happen, the concepts are how it happens, and more specifically, what is it that's happening? So if the logic is that I drop my pen and therefore it makes a sound when it hits the ground, the concepts are why or how do I drop my pen? Because my hand lets go of it, because of friction and gravity. Why does it hit the ground? Or why does it make a sound? Well, it's a material that the floor is made of, plus the concept of sound waves being generated on impact and conversion of energy. So these are our concepts. So we're on the frame of the structure, we're putting up more support. We're putting up more pillars. We're putting up walls. We're really making it look more like a house, right? We're putting in the basic roofing on here. So the concepts is the stuff that we really want to know. But we spent time building the structure so that we could learn this much faster. Okay, because now this actually just makes sense. It's like, oh, of course, this is how it works. All right. So if on this mind map, if we say that this stuff here is the basic backbone and logic, then the concepts are this, this, and this. Maybe this one as well, right? So then we're building that on top of it. And that is the second thing. The thing that immediately hangs off of that logic, these are the concepts. So these are all those key words that didn't seem as important, okay? So if you have a huge list of keywords, you're going to say, okay, you know what? This keyword and this keyword, these are probably like the two biggest, most important things. And this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, they actually kind of fit underneath these. All right? They exist in a different level of like importance and hierarchy. So the most important ones, where without knowing that, you would have no idea what the purpose, why anything is important. You wouldn't understand how anything relates to anything else. Those keywords and themes and main relationships, they form the basic backbone and structure. They form the logic. The other keywords that just kind of explain it a little bit more and give us a bit more detail, sub-concepts, maybe different types of reactions, maybe different types of mechanisms, maybe different types of motion and projectile motion or mechanics, different chapters, different themes and sub-themes, and different characters that represented those themes. These are now the concepts. And the third thing after that, these are now the important details. So important details are really specific details, okay? They're really specific details. They're no longer keywords or themes anymore, okay? They're no longer relationships anymore, okay? We did all of the relationships and all the keywords. We finished them in step number 1 and number 2. When we get to step number 3, we are looking at very specific information. The catalyst that's used, the number for that constant, the specific type of reaction, the name of the enzyme, the place in the cell that the process occurs, the particular way of using an equation. So these are the very specific details. And these are the things that normally you'd have to just memorize through rote learning and repetition. Okay? However, what makes them important, okay, what makes them important is that by learning this, it makes the concept much easier to understand. So that's the thing. How do we know it's important? We know because an important detail makes a concept easier to understand. Okay? So When I go through and give you subject-specific examples of how to do mind maps correctly and how layers of learning apply to that, that's an important detail. It's very specific, but it's going to allow you to understand how all of this works better. If I explain to you photosynthesis as a concept, learning the actual photosynthesis reaction, the equation of it, that is going to allow you to understand the concept of photosynthesis better because there's more tangible, concrete things to anchor on. Okay, it's more concrete. It's kind of like someone explaining something to you, like they're trying to explain to you what a picture looks like. And they say, oh, I'm looking at this and it feels really bright and it's vibrant and there's scenery and it's outdoors and there's a beautiful landscape, and they're explaining you all these concepts to do with it. The concrete part will be saying, look, this painting is actually 6 meters wide. And you're thinking, oh, that's much wider than I thought. Having this detail in my brain allows me to understand the concept of what you're trying to explain much more easily. Okay, so I generally say, roughly, depends on your curriculum, but roughly around 30 to 50% of detail is important. So what about all the other detail? What about the details where you read it and you think, I do not understand why I need to know this whatsoever. It seems completely random. It seems like something I just need to memorize. It doesn't allow me to understand the concept any better. It's just another fact. Like, it literally doesn't help. I understand the concept perfectly. I understand the concept. That detail really anchored it in place to make me really understand more concretely what it means. But I still don't get it. Like, I still don't get why this detail is important. Why am I learning this right now? Yet, I know I still need to learn it because I'm getting examined on it. What I call these I call arbitrary details. Arbitrary details. These seem random. They seem unnecessary. These are the details that you're basically only learning because your exam or curriculum requires it. Now, here's the thing. If you didn't know about layers of learning or about inquiry-based learning or about order control, most students will find that when they're learning stuff, only about 10 to 20% of their learning is conceptual. Only about 20% of their learning is important detail, and all the rest is arbitrary detail here, which means that around 70% of the time that's spent studying is spent on just memorization, repetition, and rote learning. And therefore, because there's no scaffold, there's nothing for it to sit on, they haven't asked why it's important or how it relates. As a result, these things they've memorized, they don't have many relationships. They don't relate to other parts of the topic. Therefore, their retention is low. Therefore, the amount of forgetting is high. Therefore, a lot of time wasted on just relearning the stuff that they've already learned before, just repeating it again and again and again. And actually, it shouldn't be like that. The arbitrary details only make up around 50% of all the details, which only makes up roughly 20 to 30% of the entire topic. And some topics it's even less than that. It's like 10%. Okay? Which means it's actually the total opposite. 70% of the time spent studying should be spent on understanding the logic and the concepts. 30% of the time is spent on learning the important details and the arbitrary details. But it's impossible to do this unless you actively try to follow this order. You learn this first. Once you've learned this, then you learn this. Then you learn this. Then you learn this. It's important to follow this order. Do not start with this and then just go straight to this and learn all of this and then go back to this. There's no point doing it that way, because then your information that you're learning becomes more complicated. There's more stuff to learn and memorize. There are more question marks. Why do I need to know this? What's the relevance of learning this? And less of the information is connected. And you will start memorizing more and more stuff. Okay? So that feeling of trying to memorize through repetition should only happen near the end. Should only happen near the end of your learning. So during class, you shouldn't be thinking about this. On the day after revising, you shouldn't think about this. That graph that I drew for you before, where an efficient learner learns really well, forgets a little bit, then revises it and retains that. During this process, this is where you should start memorizing. All across here, this is purely layer 1 and layer 2, and maybe bits of layer 3. So when you do it this way, you really save a lot of time. You really save a lot of time doing it this way. So these are the layers of learning. And it's important to stick to these layers. And I will always stick to these layers. Always, 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 no matter what I'm learning. No exception. I always stick to these layers because I just know how much faster it makes it. Okay? So this is important detail. And in this here, this is arbitrary details. Okay, so these are the layers of learning. And we'll see how this concept of inquiry-based learning and relationships, order control, doing mind maps, and layers of learning, how all of this comes together once we start evaluating how we can make mind maps for some of those specific subjects and the way that I think. Okay, and that's the most important thing. You want to pay attention to how do I think about it, because what you think equals what you learn. It's not what you write, it's what you think. Okay, so just to come back on here, this here, and then maybe this, and this, maybe this, and then this, and then this, and that one. Maybe those are important details, and then all the rest, these end up being the arbitrary details. Okay? So that's layers of learning combined with mind maps, order control, and inquiry-based learning. And we're really going to spend a bit of time making sure we get this right, because people that can do that, generally, they win the studying game. Academically, they'll be very, very confident, not much to fear. People that aren't able to do this very well, they will continue to struggle moving forward. So good aiming looks like creating curiosity. It means that we really care about what we're learning, and we have all these different questions that we want to explore, especially really high yield, high relationship forming questions like, why is this important and how does it relate to everything? And we know that it's important to shoot in the direction that we've aimed. So if we have these questions in mind, but as soon as we start reading the book or writing our notes, we just go off on a tangent or get sucked into our old habits and old ways of studying, then it's not going to be as effective. And that's a very common mistake that people will make. So what good shooting looks like is that you have that explorative mindset. You're exploring the topic. You're exploring it in terms of what you want to know, as if you're in the savannah looking for clues to solve a problem. Okay, and we're maintaining that problem-solving mindset, and we're even facilitating it. We're not holding it back. We're facilitating that mindset by allowing us to learn in the order that we choose, that we think is the most relevant for us, based on what questions we have, especially the questions of why is it important and how does it relate. So as we answer those questions, our order will naturally change, almost guaranteed, and then we facilitate that process with the way that we write our notes as well. So it looks like, for someone else that was looking at a high-level learner doing the shoot step, what it should look like is a lot of thinking about things, flicking through pages, thinking about it a bit more, flicking back and forth, thinking about it, and then writing down a few notes, and then maybe looking at what they've written down and trying to connect it together, thinking for a bit more, realizing what the next set of questions are, and then going into the resource to look through it, doing that process back and forth, very organic, okay? And some people might think it's chaotic because there isn't a linear order that it's going in. But remember, following someone else's order that has been prescribed to you, that is true chaos, because your brain doesn't even know what to do with this information. It's struggling, it's trying to go uphill. It's trying to figure out what it means at the same time as figuring out how to make sense of it and why it needs to care. And that's when the retention really drop. So doing it this way, although on the outside seems chaotic, on the inside is actually a lot more logical, makes a lot more sense, and it's the order in which your brain wants to learn. So that's what good shooting looks like. So why is it that people would still, despite knowing what this good shooting looks like, still go back to their comfort zone and write notes linearly, spending lots of time writing ineffective notes? Well, one big reason is that people often say, mind maps don't work for me. It's not how I learn. Or I've tried it and it doesn't work for me. As I've mentioned before, mind maps are inherently sort of the way that we think. Mind mapping as a technique is one of the only techniques in note writing that has come from the way that we think about it rather than the other way around. So when we write notes normally, left to right down a page, linearly, paragraphs, bullet points, lists, flashcards, all of that sort of thing. That's not the way that our brain thinks about it, right? And again, if we go back to the hobby, if you think about swimming or skiing or playing basketball or your favorite TV show, you don't understand it in terms of a manual in your head. You understand it spatially. You understand how things relate to each other. The mind map is simply taking that and trying to express that into our notes. So do you see, the way the mind map is formed is a representation, a map of our mind, whereas the way that we might normally write notes is actually trying to force our brain to think in the way that we're writing. And this is purely because of the fact that we're just used to seeing it in books. So you can see how artificial it is. So from a neuroscience point of view, the brain responds inherently to mind maps very well. And it's actually the way that our brain tends to learn. The reason why people would not find mind maps effective is if they don't do it with the right steps. Specifically, the most common reason people don't do the mind map well is that they jump out of the layers and learn it in the wrong order. They go into the details and straight away and are focused too much on the what. What is this? What does it mean? What is this list? And just try to memorize it straight away. It's a trap that people fall into because that's what they're so used to. We need to be very aware at which layer we are on. What's the purpose? First of all, right now, my purpose is to get a general good backbone, an understanding of the overall flow of ideas. Now, after that, number two, I want to add on the concepts to that. Really start to add a little bit more detail so that when I'm looking at it, it's not just a flow of ideas, it's actually seeing how different concepts pin onto that, are hanged off of it, and how they all work together for this greater purpose. And then after that, we're adding on concrete details that anchor it in place, followed by arbitrary details that we don't even need to have on a mind map, actually. Those things, we can just put them on other memorization techniques like flashcards or other techniques that I'll teach you later. And remember, again, just because you had a bad experience with mind maps in the past, it doesn't mean that you're going to have a bad experience with mind maps moving forward, because if you didn't do it the right way, it's not a relevant comparison. And I just want to reiterate that I've never met a student who actually did mind maps the right way and didn't find it effective. I've only ever seen students give it a go the wrong way. And the issue is that I say the word mind map and they think, oh, I've already tried that, it doesn't work for me, let's move on. But actually, if you were to critically examine the mind map, it wouldn't work. And I challenge you to actually prove me wrong here. You know, I really strongly believe that the people that have tried mind maps in the past and it hasn't worked for them, they simply just have not had the correct technique. And also, remember, thinking that you don't learn a certain way and that you have to learn something another way, this is a fixed mindset on learning. And what the overwhelming research conclusively has shown is that there is no such thing as a fixed learning style. All people are able to learn in multiple ways, and almost everyone benefits from learning in multiple different styles. So if you are predominantly used to visual learning, it's good to incorporate some more reading or writing. However, in the modern academic system, most people are predominantly read and write learners. And I can't remember the exact statistic off the top of my head, but it's something like 80 to 90% of students identify with the read and write learning style. That there is no genetic basis for that. It's purely what they've been conditioned to. However, it still doesn't mean that they should only learn through reading and writing. They would all benefit from learning through a combination of visual plus explaining and listening to explanations and having discussions, and maybe even practicing and doing practical applications of it if it's something that's possible. So for example, something like physics or maths, where there's a lot of problem solving, real application of knowledge going on in there. This is something that's really necessary, the real gaining experience using the information. So we want to have all of these aspects in our study, and we want to be quite deliberate about it. Otherwise, there are some sweet, sweet efficiency gains that we're missing out on, and it's just so easy to do it. The hardest part is believing this is going to help you and committing to it. And again, the system that we've got is set up so that if you just commit to the process, you take that leap of faith, and you really apply the techniques as we've laid them out for you, you will find success. I can guarantee that. And if you're struggling, remember, we, the team here, we're always here to help you, and we have a lot of experience helping you through your issues. I promise the issues that you might face are not unique issues. They're ones that we are used to solving hundreds, if not thousands of times. All you have to do is experiment, and if you fail, bring that failure as data to us, and we will help you learn and figure it out. And that's the process of self-improvement, okay? There's no improvement without failure. So don't get locked into the fixed learning style mindset. The mind map, I'm sure, will work for you when you apply it correctly. Now, on the other hand, some people will say that it takes too much time. I'm wasting time in doing this backbone because I'm not getting into the detail. But remember, this is a statement made from the perspective of someone who doesn't understand learning. Learning is about the relationships. Learning is about the relationships. If you don't form the relationships, the learning doesn't happen, and you have to remember that. It doesn't matter how many details you go through. It doesn't matter if you spend 5 hours writing down everything and try to memorize all the detail. At the end of the day, that knowledge is going to be wiped out of your brain because your brain doesn't want to keep it. The secret, the key, the feature of every high-level learner is that they prioritize having high retention by focusing on the right layer at the right time. So the time spent building a structure and a backbone, the time spent really working out the concepts, figuring out how it arranges in space, figuring out how to express it without using words. This is all learning because it's using your brain and forming different types of connections and different angles of looking at it. Something that previously was only read now is connected to an imagery and a vision of it and the process of drawing it out and arranging it on the page. All of these things contribute to learning. So it's not time wasted, it's time invested. The true time wasted is time spent reading, writing, and memorizing something without even focusing on the relationships. That is time wasted, and that's the type of thing that honestly I can't even bring myself to do anymore because it just feels like such a time waste. And even better than that is that once this becomes habit for you, once you reach a level of unconscious competence where you don't even have to think about it, your brain is just being programmed to do it and you're able to go on autopilot, this becomes much faster than your original technique because now you don't have to focus on doing the technique. So it's just as fast as whatever you're comfortable with right now, your conventional note-taking style. It's just as fast because you don't have to think about it. But the technique in itself is inherently more engaging. It activates more aspects of your brain, and it makes it a higher retention inherently. So we're saving time on top of time on top of time. A third reason that students might think that this is not worth pursuing is because they find it too challenging or too difficult. It takes too much effort and energy inside the brain to actually figure out how to do the mind map correctly. It's just too hard. And I'll often find students saying, I just can't do it. I can't do it. You can. You definitely can. Remember, failure is growth and failure is learning. And you have to fail a few times in order to figure out how to get it right. But once you get it right and it clicks, it will click forever. And that's when the efficiency really starts taking off. The thing about trying hard is that trying hard is a sign that the confusion, the trying to figure it out, the effort, the challenge, the difficulty in using the technique, that is actually a sign of your brain really working hard to figure it out. If you ask someone, how do I put this picture together? How do I put this jigsaw together and complete the puzzle? And they sit there looking blankly. And then after a while, they say, I don't know. Versus someone who really is looking at it, thinking about it, looking at different angles. And at the end of the day, they also say, I don't know. Who do you think actually thought about it properly? You'd probably look at the first person who stared blankly and think, this person's not even trying. They're not even applying themselves. Their brain is not even working. So if you're studying and you're finding it really easy in your head, in fact, so easy that your brain is so turned off that you're even falling asleep, you're getting drowsy. How many of you have felt drowsy while you're sleeping because it's so boring? And you know it's not because you're sleep deprived. You know it's just because the act of studying is so boring that you fall asleep. That is a clear indicator that your brain is off. It's not possible to learn while you're falling asleep, because learning should be a highly engaging process in your brain. So what that means is if you haven't felt like this challenge and difficulty and the confusion of figuring it out while you've been studying in the past, and now suddenly you do, congratulations. Well done. That means you're using your brain the way it was meant to be used. You're activating that problem-solving part of your brain. You're actually learning, and it might have been the first time in your living academic life's memory that you are actually using your brain and activating that high efficiency learning the right way for the first time. So it's completely normal to feel like you're confused and you're trying to figure it out. That's a sign that your brain is problem solving, and that's a good thing. Okay, remember that. That effort, that confusion correlates directly with learning. And actually, this thing is so well studied. The act of studying and trying to figure things out, the confusion that you feel and that sense of putting in lots of effort to try to figure it out in your brain, that feeling is so closely related to learning that actually it's got its own name, and it's called cognitive load theory. And it means that when your brain is under load, trying very hard, it actually produces higher learning. And this is a very consistent effect that we see across the board for all ages, for all subjects, and is one of the key markers for whether a studying technique is effective, is whether it induces the right amount of cognitive load. So if you've never felt this load, cognitive load while you're studying before, it means that that technique was completely ineffective. But now you've got the opportunity to change. So don't be put off by the fact that it's difficult. Embrace that. That means that you're doing it right. And it will get easier over time until a certain day where it's harder to not do it than it is to do it. And that's when you know that you've really hit it and you're on autopilot. And finally, people will often ask, okay, if I'm only asking questions and answering those questions, what if I miss something? What if I miss something important? That's a great question, but you don't have to worry about this. Like I've mentioned before, the way the system is set up is that even if you do miss something, we'll pick it up later. But the important thing here is that you're not wasting time by operating at a low level of efficiency and a low level of learning by going through everything meticulously. There is a time to learn certain types of information, and there is a time to learn other types of information. What we are doing is we are saying we're going to learn as much as possible, as quickly as possible, based on the order that our brain sets for us. So it means that the time that we spend learning is high efficiency. And even if we miss things, we can pick that up later. So there's nothing to lose here. We're still going to cover everything by the end of the day. We'll still go through everything. We will pick up on anything that we missed. But it means that the stuff that we learned this way through that inquiry-based learning was done at a high efficiency and a higher retention. And the stuff that we miss, that we might have to just sit down and memorize anyway, we can do that. But we save time because we're not trying to do that for the whole topic. So if you were to just memorize the entire topic, sure, you're not going to miss anything, but you're going to spend so much time trying to memorize it and retain it and relearn it that actually you might end up missing it because you didn't end up memorizing everything. Whereas if we use inquiry-based learning to learn 80% of the material to a very high level of retention, and the remaining 20%, we then go to rote learn and memorize the normal way, then overall, we've saved time because we're not having to relearn it. And I will teach you techniques to do that rote learning even faster and more efficiently as well. So remember, the system is designed to keep you safe. I wouldn't teach you something that I wouldn't use myself or have used myself to achieve top grades. So don't feel insecure. Don't feel like it's just too risky to try it. Remember, you are taking control of your learning now. You're being active with your learning. You're really trying to use the right technique that's taught to you by a professional. It's going to take practice. It might be harder than the ineffective, comfortable thing that you were doing before. But when you put in the work, you do get the results. And the current way that you're doing things, you're probably not going to find any more efficiency in that. So you need to ask yourself, between the opportunity for change versus definitely doing something that's not going to work for me in the future, where's the real risk here? Especially when we're here to help you through every single mistake and stage while you're making the mistakes and experimenting and really sharpening your teeth on these new techniques.
So we're now at the critical Ascent 2 point, and at this stage we should have a very high level of mastery over the core encoding techniques. It's important that we have a checkpoint here to make sure that there's nothing going wrong, especially with our cobes, our wider system, including our spaced interleaved retrieval, as well as obviously the aim and shoot steps themselves. The most common issues that people have here and neglect before moving on is usually that they're getting a little bit slack when it comes to one of the first two. Either cobes is not being done consistently or frequently, or there are areas that were carried on from previously that weren't worked on. Essentially the same areas that we talked about in the previous checkpoint, especially to do with reflection being too brief, too superficial, abstractions being too theoretical. If you need to remind yourself of that, remember to just check out the checkpoint video at the end of technique training. But at this point, we really need to make sure our cobes is to a very, very high level. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy at all to make any progress in a motivating or remotely quick way, just because finding out why you may have certain issues with your studying or retention or results at this point becomes very, very fine. The second thing is all the stuff that was taught in fundamentals, for example, spaced interleaved retrieval. We can be so bogged down and so focused on just getting better encoding technique that we may forget that. So those are things that we need to check off. If we haven't checked off on that, then this is a good time to consolidate, stabilize that system before moving on. The encoding related techniques in terms of aim and shoot, the common issues here are not being able to do importance space chunking properly, and number two, not really using our order control, not really having good level of flow and directionality, and not really setting that baseline overall very clean core backbone that's formed from the major chunks. So that might look like having concepts that are all related to each other with a few chunks here and there, but those chunks are not really related to each other very smoothly. Or it could be issues like spider webbing or waterfalling that are occurring as a result of the lack of chunking by importance. So let's have a look at a few. Again, have your notes out and we'll go through to see if these people that we're going to look at are ready to move on, and you can evaluate your own work as well. And so this is the first one that we're going to start with. You can see that it's busy. There's lots going on here. The good thing is that this person is trying to study a lot of information in one go. This is like, I think this is like a whole entire semester's worth of a particular topic, or at least a few weeks. So it's very detailed, and that's kind of unavoidable. But what we want to notice is that despite the fact that there is a lot of detail going on here, we can still make out that there is a core layer of logic here, we can still make out the main important relationships. At this point, the idea of doing non-linear relational note-taking, that should be very, very straightforward. So we're really focusing on making sure we've got good chunking, right? Very big, good chunks, clear relationships between the main chunks, clear main concepts that are spread out there. This is obviously representing something in the shape of an arrow. So we've got a very clear overall structure. And when we get into the smaller details, yes, it's a little harder to keep track of, but that's an inevitable part of it. At a certain point, it's going to be very, very detailed, especially if there's this much information on the page. But if we do go in and we zoom in a little bit, we'll see that actually we're maintaining good chunking structure throughout. If you are familiar with the topic and you think about how they've divided this, you'll see that it is very logical. They've done good. It's very importance-based. At every point that the chunking has been done, the chunking has been done in an importance-based way. We can still improve on a few areas. For example, we can work on making more intuitive chunking, but this is definitely something that we'd work on through Ascent 3. So if this is what we're at the end of Ascent 2, then that's very, very good. The main thing here is that the way it's been chunked, the way it's been arranged, is not just the same way that it's always taught. You can see that there is rearrangement. There is a good flow. There's good laterality of connections all throughout. There's no spider webbing. There's no waterfalling. The layers are super clear, and the chunks are importance-based. And we'll see some examples that are not quite like that, so you get a comparison. Let's have a look at this one. Here we've got some very, very basic big chunks that have been formed, which is good. And you can tell that there is, this is another chunk here, but you can see that it doesn't look like it's got much importance-based chunking going on. The main things that we're seeing are these single node chains. And these single node chains, remember, what it usually indicates is that the chunking has been done through just process or information, in that this leads to this, which leads to this, which leads to this, rather than thinking, well, why is that important in the first place? Because if we think about it that way, the chunks that we form naturally tend to be quite different. They tend to be more intuitive and more logical. And so when you look at this, yes, you can kind of see an overall flow, but it's actually hard to tell what's going on with the ideas. There are sort of concepts that are here that obviously are related to certain things, but then, this goes towards this, but that comes from this thing, which comes from this thing, but then this just came out of nowhere. So you can see that overall the flow and directionality is actually not quite there. And so the main issue here is that this person probably in their aim step didn't go and ask the question of why it was important deeply enough. They may have used reverse causality to say that something was important just because of the fact that it has a particular function that they memorized. For example, they may have looked at the word precipitation. And for example, they may have thought, well, why is precipitation important? And they may have thought, well, it's important because that's one of the things that happens to a salt. So that would be, illogical because, well, you wouldn't have known that until you had just memorized that anyway. And so if you just happen to forget that memorized point, you just have nothing to hold on to. That would be, not truly importance-based chunking. And so that's where all of the issues are coming from. The single node chaining, the sort of lack of clear chunk, the lack of a clear backbone, lots of just individual relationships between the concepts, but no real good chunking there. That's all going to be due to the aim step and not going deep enough with asking why is it important. They're almost there, but there's that additional step that needs to be taken. This is one that's done by the exact same student, and you can see exactly the same issues really is that there's no single node chaining here. However, we do see that it's quite hard to follow the main chunks. So, for example, we have basic chunk here, and then something happens, and then we've got what appears to be these now 4 major sub chunks that kind of appeared from here, but it's a little bit hard to see what the main backbone of the information is. Outside of just this immediate diversion, the backbone is a little bit less clear. So again, this can be better with a little bit more importance-based chunking, but objectively, it's better than the previous one for sure. And that may be that technique errors that we were able to see in the previous topic, this topic we may not be able to see that in if the topic was taught in a way that makes it easier to do the chunking. And obviously, we don't want to have our learning ability dependent on the quality of the teaching that we received. We want to be independently in control of that and have consistently good levels. So if I were to only look at this, I would say, yep, we're nearly at a level where we can move to Ascent 3. However, when combined with the previous one, we're seeing technique inconsistency. Now let's have a look at this one. Here we get to see the questions that are being used as well. We've got a list of keywords that are here. We've got a list of questions that are used. If we look at the questions, they're all very open, very broad, and it's normal for the questions themselves that you're asking to be quite boring. And it's normal because you can ask the same question to a different thing. And because it's a different concept, the answer is different and the thinking behind it is different. We can ask the exact same, why is bonding important? Isomerism, why is reactivity important? And every time we ask that exact same question, the ideas and the relationships we get are different because the nature of the topic is different. By asking these very broad open questions, the idea here is that we can identify lots of relationships between these ideas. Well, bonding is important because it's related to this and this and this, and it influences this and this and this, and it's involved in this process here. So we think about that, and then we think about another concept, and we see, oh, okay, so these two things are important for the same reason. Let's put that into a chunk, and that's how a chunking forms. So these are all very good open questions. There are some more questions down here as well. And again, these are good questions. This what is hybridization? This is probably one that we don't need because it's impossible not to answer this next question. Why is hybridization important? We can't answer that without answering this first one anyway. So we can save some time by getting rid of that. But it's really one of the only what-based questions that's in the entire thing. And it looks like based on that, they've started to create some basic chunking of it. They've experimented with a little bit of their relationships here. And this is the correct way to offload cognitively if you need to. Something like this to track the relationships. We definitely don't want to be going to linearly writing the answers to these questions, which completely defeats the purpose of the inquiry. And obviously, you can see the logic layer here that's been formed from their efforts. Very clear overall flow, very clear chunking that's going on. And they haven't added to this yet in terms of the concepts and all, but you can see that if the framing is very strong. So if you can do this in your logic layer, then it's likely that you're going to be able to move on very smoothly. And what we can see is that when they did add the concepts on, it retains that overall clean look to it. There are a couple of things that we can improve, and yes, it's still lacking detail because it's only the concepts layer, but I suspect that everything that continues to be framed on here will continue to be fairly well organized, and you can see how much easier it is to show relationships when our overall framing is correct. And this step that we just showed before, that is probably the biggest mistake. The biggest limitation for most students is not really spending enough time to get that logic layer super clean, not asking those questions that are truly importance-based, and only thinking about just individual relationships, not really placing the priority on chunking it in the way that is the most intuitive. And that's the thing that we need to get before we move to Ascent 3, where we can then really clean up the technique and fully consolidate and get a lot of experience across the board. So for this person, I'd say I'm happy for them to move to Ascent 3, and I presume that when they put the additional details in, it's going to fill in fairly nicely. Now let's have a look at this. We have the list of keywords that's already been chunked. Now we don't actually have the questions that this person used to do the chunking, but we can evaluate whether it's importance-based chunking by looking at the headings. We start in this way, DNA manipulation, and what else is at that same level? We've got disease control. So this topic has been split into disease control and DNA manipulation. And then we say under DNA manipulation, we have GMOs, bacterial transformation, fragments of DNA, and those are the three main chunks. So this topic of DNA manipulation has been split into GMOs versus bacterial transformation versus fragments of DNA. And we ask ourselves, does that make sense? Is that fairly intuitive? And it's a little bit on the fence. It could be logical, it could be intuitive, but we could maybe relabel them to be a little bit more intuitive. Instead of saying GMOs, bacterial transformation, fragments of DNA, we might split it into examples versus mechanism, what versus how. So using these more simple language allows us to understand the logic a little bit more cleanly, and it allows us to really challenge whether the chunks that we have formed are importance-based. If you do correct importance-based chunking, it should be fairly straightforward to relabel your chunk as something that is a little bit simpler in its terminology usage. But in this case, it could be acceptable. And the GMOs, they've divided that into transgenic versus added/lost genes compared to examples and implications. Does that make sense? Yep. it could fairly make sense. And we can go through this entire thing and just ask ourselves that question: does it make sense to divide it into these chunks? And if it feels logical, if it does feel like that reflects the importance of each of the sub chunks, then as a general rule of thumb, not always, but generally speaking, it means our importance-based chunking is fairly good. But if it looks like underneath the chunk, there's no way we could have thought that these were the relevant chunks unless we had already learned it before and memorized it, then that probably means that we can make our chunking a little bit better, right? So that's the thing to look out for. Do these chunks look like things I would need to just go and memorize? Or do they feel intuitive enough that even if I were to forget, I might be able to even just figure it out by thinking about it? And that's a really good test to see if your aim step is really ironed in. So let's have a look at the actual work that this created. It's, again, a big topic, so there's lots going on, and it does look a little bit messy. What we can see is that in the middle, we've got a relatively clean layer of logic here. We can see those two main chunks expressed very clearly. Even though there's a lot going on, our eye is pretty much drawn here. And we can see that there is two main chunks that are going into this, right? Disease control, classifying diseases in population versus infection. Right, so that might work, although potentially there's another way it could be chunked. Like, for example, I guess classifying diseases in the population and infection. Infection is a type of disease in the population, maybe. Or if this is talking about maybe just the science behind how the infection actually works, the physiology, then we may want to change this label to something else to make it a bit more intuitive and reflect the chunk more accurately. We've got nice use of visuals. It's obviously very non-linear. There's obviously lots of relationships, and there's elements of chunking that's been done well here and there. The part that's really holding this person back is that when we get into the concepts layers, it starts getting a lot harder to follow. Like all of the stuff in this kind of orangey, salmony color, it's a lot harder to see what's going on. And so what probably this means is that they had that importance-based chunking for these main chunks to figure out the main components. However, when they got to the concepts, they may have been too focused on just identifying individual relationships, and they weren't focusing enough on how can I chunk this even more to an additional level of simplicity. Is that something that needs to hold someone back from moving on to Ascent 3? Not necessarily. So if this person wanted to move to Ascent 3, I'd say fine, but take it slowly and really focus on making sure that your chunking is there all the way to the edges. We want to chunk everything as much as possible, as simply as possible, and we always want to think about how we can simplify the picture. If there's another way that we can arrange it, and that constant back and forth thinking, could this work or could this work? That is something that we have to be really familiar with by the end of Ascent 2, and we can continue work on refining it in Ascent 3. For this person, it's a little on the fence. It's pretty good, but there's definitely some big things that we can work on. We could work on it in Ascent 3, or we could work on it partially in Ascent 2 before moving on. Either would be fine, depending on what this student wanted to do. Let's have a look now at this piece of work. We can see below that there is this chunked list, and let's apply the exact same check as before. So why don't you have a look at this and ask yourself, do you feel like this way of chunking makes sense? Is it relatively intuitive, or does it feel like something that I would just really have to memorize? And remember, what we want is we want to be able to look at a chunk or the subchunks beneath it and say, okay, this division of the topic feels really logical. So have a quick read through that. Even if you know nothing about the topic, you'll probably be able to at least make a guess. If we go through it, this is what it seems. Allocation of resources, max number of resources, fixed prices, improve productivity. So there's one thing that I would probably do is chunk these together, allocation of resources and max number of resources. That really just seems like two different subchunks under resources. That's one area where I do additional chunking. Under allocation of resources, they have divided that into scarcity, inequality, and when it goes wrong. That feels relatively logical. However, I might say that inequality is an example of when it goes wrong, in which case we might want to call it when it goes wrong in terms of acute versus chronic, or like short-term versus long-term, potentially, if we wanted to represent this. Under max number of resources, production possibility frontier versus opportunity cost. So production versus opportunity cost. Okay, that might make sense. I don't have great domain knowledge about that. Fixed prices, inflation versus supply versus demand. I mean, that feels pretty logical. So overall, is there importance-based chunking? Generally, it seems like yes, but we might be able to get a simpler level of chunking, and that's perfectly fine because we've got Ascent 3 that we can work on that. And as you can see here, we've got a relatively good backbone. There's good flow. There's good laterality of relationships. There's no waterfalling. There's no spider webbing. Obviously the non-linear, not too wordy, good use of visuals. There may be a lack of detail. I might think that there's a little bit more detail that we need on this for it to be fully comprehensive. But for what is there, at least, it's looking pretty good. Again, maybe when we get into the concepts layer, it's a little bit harder to see what's going on. It's a little harder to track that. And I can imagine if there's more information on this, it will get even harder to sort of make out what's going on. But, for the scale and for the amount of information, it's looking fairly clean. And you can see that here, in terms of max number of resources, resource allocation, you can imagine that this could have belonged under the same chunk and this relationship still would have made sense. But for this person, they'll be able to move on to Ascent 2. How about this one? What do we think about this? I'll give you a few seconds to have a look through this and pause the video and think, can this person move on? Looking through all the things on that checkpoint. For this person, we do see that there is a basic logic layer in the middle that's formed, but we can see it's very hard to see what's going on outside of that. And it's a little unclear in terms of where the chunks are and how the chunks were formed. If you zoom in a little and bother to check out exactly what chunks were actually even used, it's not convincing that it was actually importance-based chunking. It sort of just seems like this is the headings that were underneath that chapter heading maybe, and this is what they just decided to chuck underneath it. So for this person, I'd really want to see their aim step. I'd really want to see their keywords list and their aim step and really see, are they asking the right questions? And if they are asking the right questions, then it means that they're not thinking about the questions deeply enough and they're not using that to see how they can simplify and group it based on importance. And this particular student, I know I've checked their work again recently, and they have improved massively. Their technique is extremely, extremely consistent. They're much further through the course now. So they've definitely worked on and improved that. This is the same student sending through something for what looks like biology, and you can see the exact same thing. It's hard to see a basic logic layer. It's hard to see an overall backbone. There's bits of chunking here and there, but you can tell that they are thinking about relationships, but they're not thinking about how they can chunk it as much as possible. They're not prioritizing creating a really clear backbone that everything builds off of. They're not really thinking about how they can build that logic layer super cleanly. And so that needs to become more of a priority. They need to work with the bigger chunks first. They need to really establish how they can simplify these relationships. They need to spend a little bit more time in their head managing that cognitive load before they can move on. So this probably would not be enough for Ascent 2. Now let's check out this person's Kolb's. We can see straight away that the reflection is longer than the abstraction, which is, a good thing, but it does look like the reflection is a little bit brief. And when you do look into it, you can see that they are actually asking good questions. They are going a lot deeper. They're talking about their reaction to certain struggles, and they are mentioning the sort of triggers and factors. So even though it is brief, it is quite focused. And so overall, I'd say it's fairly good. And you can see in the abstraction, it is very observational. They are using bits of their theory, but it's more about understanding what they've reflected on and pulling out the trends and observations, the behaviors and habits that they have that make them experience certain challenges. Now, if you actually look at the ones down here, this is much, much briefer and lower quality. Their experiment actually ends up being less relevant as well. And so there's a little bit of inconsistency with the technique here, but what they have done is done reasonably well enough. It could still be a little bit better. It could be a bit more specific. The abstraction could be a little bit more fleshed out. The experiment could be a little bit more targeted, and they could have more consistency of technique, but it's good enough to move on to Ascent 3 as long as they work on improving that. And if we look at some of their work, we can see that there is a good overall backbone here. The way that they've chunked it, a problem being solving versus avoidance, mental models, going to true understanding, going to understanding reality. So we can see that the chunks that are formed are, fairly logical. It's easy enough to follow. There's not much information on here. So would they get technique deterioration when they add more information? That's possible. So we have to be aware of that. But we can see another example where there's more information, and we can see that there is a little bit of technique deterioration. It's a little harder to follow. We've got lines crossing each other. It's harder to see where that main logic layer sort of is. However, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It does still follow a generally decent structure. It's a little bit hard to sort of read what's going on, but it still looks like there isn't really spider webbing. It doesn't look like there's water falling. It just looks like this person needed to just think about some of the relationships a little bit more before they committed to it, so that they would avoid crossing these lines over if they had predicted and had the foresight to think about that. And they can potentially improve on this during the Ascent 3 stage. So combined with a good quality cobes, combined with obviously being able to have a clean backbone, I'd say this person is at a level where they can move on to Ascent 3 and just continue to work on cleaning up their technique. And they'll probably need to spend a little bit of time at Ascent 3 until it becomes comfortable enough where they have overall cleaner chunk maps and grind maps. Here's another one. Have a look at this one, and what do you think? Remember, we're looking at importance-based chunking, no water falling, no spider webbing, good laterality, use of visuals, and all the other stuff from every previous step. All right, so hopefully you were able to spot that the logic layer here is formed relatively well. It's very clear. It's very obvious. There's no water falling or spider webbing that's going on. Again, it looks very brief. However, this technique may just be relatively simple, so that's fine. They've got use of visuals here, and everything that they can improve on, they can work on that in Ascent 3. So this person would be ready to move on if their spaced interleaved retrieval and all of the cobes and the other things that we haven't had a chance to look at, as long as those check out as well. And now, what do you think about this one? This, I think, is a really common type of pattern that we see, and I wonder if you're able to spot this in your own notes. So have a look at this for a few seconds, and I'll tell you what I'm seeing. So in this example, we have a very good, just singular logic layer in the middle. We've got some of the major concepts here, but what we're seeing is, number one, this very, very grid-like, very ultra-organized pattern. And this person actually does this across the board for all of their work. As a result, all of their mind maps actually just look the same. And what that's doing is it's taking away the spatial arrangement, the shape aspect of our memory. We could really be utilizing a unique shape to help us remember certain points and serve as additional memory cues. But in this case, because everything kind of looks the same, nothing stands out, and it's going to be a lot harder to remember, especially as we get into more complex and more detailed maps than what we've got right now. Aside from the fact that it does seem like it's just generally lacking certain details, if we actually go in and have a look at the chunking structure that's being used, we can see that it's a little bit confusing in terms of what this person has actually done. We've got the concept of vectors leading to force and motion, force leading to motion. That's okay. But when we break this down, we've got force going to unbalanced, which is contributed to by gravity, which affects the force going to motion. And then motion goes to 2D, which also goes to from gravity. And then gravity then splits into the Newton's law of universal gravitation versus field versus weight. So we can see that here, this does not look like importance-based chunking. This method of chunking doesn't feel super logical. And the arrows, it's unclear as to what the arrow is actually representing, because it doesn't seem like it reflects a flow of importance. It looks sort of more like a cause and effect relationship, which is okay if we're at technique training, but right now we want to have a little bit more conceptually valid chunking. Circular motion here split into uniform versus describing. So that's, could potentially work, but it is a little bit interesting. And uniform divided into orbits versus maintaining. So if you have one as maintaining, you would assume that the other is maybe not maintaining, or something else that is related to maintaining. But orbits is a little bit odd. It's the same kind of oddness as uniform versus describing. It doesn't feel like these two, if it's uniform, I would expect this to be non-uniform. Or if this is describing, I would expect this to be demonstrating, or something along those lines. So there's a bit of inconsistency with the chunking here. And if you're able to spot the single one major big red flag that shows that the chunking here is not enough, is that gravity goes into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different directions, breaking the 2-4 rule, meaning that there is not enough chunking that's done here. But actually, this person is going to find that it's difficult to chunk in general, because likely their aim step is a little too superficial, and they're probably not thinking about importance in the correct way. There may be reverse causality flaw, and this is something that this person will have to attend a lot of live clinics, go through a lot of the Spot the Issues challenges, get lots of feedback, and continually do some colbs on if they're going to work to improve this. And for this particular student, I do know that it did take a little bit of time to wrap their head around the correct version of the technique. But hopefully you can at least spot the issues that I mentioned, or at least follow along and understand it. Take this time to check through your own notes to see, do you see these same issues? And finally, we have this example from another student. We've got their list of keywords here, and it looks like it's already been chunked. Again, we don't have the questions that they use to chunk it, but we can look at the way they've chunked it to see if it looks importance-based. They've divided this chapter into, I'm not sure exactly, because I don't know if it is really chunked, because it looks like they've divided this into pathogens, communicable diseases, bacteria, prokaryotes, viruses, bacteriophages, non-specific defenses. So there's a lot of things going on here. So this surely isn't enough for it to be chunked, which makes you think, well, then why is it indented in the way that it is? And that probably just reflects the chunks that were given to them in the textbook, which increases your risk of chunking them incorrectly, because now you're thinking inside the box that it's already given to you in. You're much less likely to break the existing chunks. For example, moving something that was in here to maybe around here. If you thought that was relevant, you're already predisposed to thinking, no, this belongs inside the chunk called transmission. And in this case, sure, maybe it does, but it's not always the case, and that can create a lot of errors, especially when we're trying to gain more efficiency with the more advanced variations of this technique that we're going to use in the later stages. If we are not having very, very good order control and independent chunking, that creates a lot of issues. Often ones that we're not aware of and are very hard to colbs on, because they can be so under the radar that it takes an expert to really pick them out. I'm curious as to know how they managed to chunk these, and I don't have the questions that they used either. But if we go down and have a look at their work, we'll see that there is a basic backbone that's been formed here. There is obviously chunking here that's shown. There is some laterality that's been shown. It's not super heavy with information, but there's nothing super concerning that I see here, at least right now. Now let's have a look to see the next topic that they've done, and we can start seeing a couple areas. For example, we can see this here where there is a new chunk that appears seemingly kind of out of nowhere, which might mean that they're not working with their major chunks first. And it does look at certain points that it's a little bit hard to follow what's going on in the details. But so far, it's not looking terrible. But now when we look at this one, there's a few other things that we can actually notice. The logic is almost impossible to follow, and the chunking is sort of very intermittently there, but here we are not seeing consistency of the technique, and the possibility of this person not working with their major chunks, the biggest chunks first, is validated here. They're likely working with a chunk, expanding on that, working through the concepts, and then letting that lead to the next chunk. And that's going to be an efficiency drain. We want to be working with the main chunks first. That should be step number one. And once we've built that frame, everything else then hangs off of it. Whereas here, we can see that, this, it's even hard to see where the chunks really are. And we've got sort of chunks appearing out of nowhere. We've got chunks appearing out of an arrow, like an intersection point where a chunk sort of appears that's completely unlabeled. This is really common for people that are only thinking about relationships between individual ideas, and they're not thinking about how it fits in the big picture, and they're losing sight of importance-based chunking when it seems like there is another intuitive way that they can just chunk it based on gut feel. And yes, it can work sometimes, but when the information is more complex, we end up getting very inconsistent chunking. It's hard to create flow between the information because your chunk structure for one part might be different from the way you chunked another part, and connecting the two is really awkward because they're fundamentally representing different forms of chunking, but you know that they're related to each other, and it becomes very, very messy to try to express that and often we don't even try to express it. For this person, I would say that they're not quite ready to move on to Ascent 3, and I would really want to look at what questions they're using in their aim step to make sure that they are doing importance space chunking, as well as this person's Kolb's technique, to see why have they not picked up on some of these mistakes that they've made, and if they have picked up on it, what are they doing about it? With that, there's a lot of different things that can go wrong at the Ascent 2, Ascent 1 stages, and it's important that we're very aware of these and we're examining them really critically. So have a look through your own work and see, am I making the same type of mistakes that have been shown here? And if you are, then that's really, really good that you've been able to identify them. We'll go back, work on those, get feedback as you need, live clinics, all the rest, you know the drill, work through that. And if you're not really at that level, if you're not able to be as consistent with your technique, or if you're one of those people that hasn't actually practiced it as much and you know that you've been kind of rushing through and not practicing it, now's really your last chance. Well, I think really last checkpoint was probably the last safe